everyone. It's a very special day. Day for Metal Gears to Rise and Revengeance. This is the... So in the process of installing this game, it kind of occurred to me why I never actually played it. Because it only came out on console to begin with, and I had it on 360, but it just... Man, it like ran at 30 FPS. And I was getting well tired of that at that point. So I was just like, man, I can't handle this. I'll wait until it comes out on PC. And then it did, and I just never got around to playing it, I guess. But now is the time. Now's the time. Only 10 years on or so. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. I've doctored it up, so it's running at 1440p. Hopefully at a decent frame rate. Parts of the game seem like they're frame locked. Like this menu here, so we'll see. Your levels might be off a little. You mean like I'm too loud? Game's too quiet? Who knows? Or unless that's a quote, that's a meme from the game. Your voice is kind of low. Really? Maybe I just got to be closer to the mic? Seems like it's the same levels that it usually is. Extreme Camp, banging electronic core soundtrack, can't beat it. Yeah, I'm really, really excited. I love Camp. I think you can also hide a lot of subversive intelligence inside of Camp. I think you have to be smart to know how to do something stupid. Some people luck out, but I think sometimes you can get away with a lot more. So I'm excited to see the political commissary in this game. It is also a subathon, so you can see there's a meter up there. So for every 50 subs, extend the stream an hour and read a chapter from Doom, novel number 3, Infernal Sky. Allow me to tempt you a little bit with the back of the book copy here. Hawaii, the last outpost of civilization on an Earth overrun by demons, traitors, and nightmarish creatures straight out of the pits of hell. Humanity seems doomed to a bloody ending. Then Hawaii receives a message from aliens claiming to be on our side of the battle. Our last chance? Make contact. The only man for the job, Corporal Flynn Taggart, U.S. Marine Corps, fly to his friends. He led the fight against the demon invaders when they swarmed through the gates at Phobos base. Now Fly has to face the toughest task of his dirty career. Return to Phobos and fight his way past those demons to contact mankind's would-be rescuers. He's got to go back into space to talk to good aliens? Cool. Very cool. That's actually, it's not too far from where Doom Eternal went. That's just the maker, right? Except if this book is going to be as clever as Doom Eternal, then the maker are also using the Doom Marine. Using poor Fly. I really hope that the alien race has like a smoking hot, like broad alien. Like a Liara type. Just like total human body with like one kind of very feminine accent. How come nobody complained that they culturally appropriated Liara's cornrows? Kind of what her hair is like, isn't it? See, look at me. I'm already dropping these hot takes. Already dropping these hot political takes. Yeah, her hair kind of looks like she has cornrows. Appropriated. Not okay. I played this on April 20th. Kind of like, well, her tentacles, sure, but come on. Kind of like how the Predator has dreadlocks. Like he doesn't, but he does. But we're gonna start over. This is a full lore playthrough. You're only talking about Mass Effect because I'm here. I talk about Mass Effect a lot. For a series that I've come to roll my eyes at, it sure does occupy a lot of my brain. Oh, thank you for the sub activity, by the way. Really appreciate that so far. Did the Sonic 06 24-hour stream ever happen? Yes, it did. Yep. I beat Sonic 06 front to back, did all the stories. Oh, there's a hype train going on too. Fantastic. Thank you. It's picking up. Verbose Toast, thank you. Spapples, you need to know how Doom ends. I appreciate that. Action Man, thank you for the sub. Morden Gaiden, thank you for the prime. Battleroid, thanks for gifting a sub. Thanks for gifting 4 or 5 subs. Going off. Battleroid pouring coal into the steam engines. Sonic 06 was not as horrifically bad. No, it was pretty bad, but there were some good parts to it, and it was playable. Like, I could finish it. Moose Knuckles the Echidna, thanks for the prime. Battleroid's still going after it. Now this is a 24-hour stream, and this game's not very long, is what I've been led to believe, so I might play it on a harder difficulty to pace it out. Oh, it was worse at launch. That makes sense. I did not play 1.0, which reminds me, the Dangling Chad Sonic stream that I have yet to do is Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric 1.0 on Wii U. Because I have the retail disc over there and a Wii U that I can just play it off the disc without a patch, so I get the like 10 FPS experience. Yeah, that I have obligated to and still haven't done. Oh, Miss Blue, thanks for the Prime. And Battleroid, thank you for gifting 5-6 more subs. Very much appreciate it. Hard. Play tutorial, sure. Maximum lore. Gotta do the simulations. And Dookie, thank you for the sub.
Well, let's begin with a quick warm-up, shall we? Check the Subathon radar on the upper right and head to the point marked on the display. You can jump over obstacles, but the ninja run will get you across them more quickly and easily.
We've got a character, he's a doctor. What do we call him? You're not gonna tell me how to ninja run? Okay, I found out how to ninja run. Oh, there it is. Battleroid, thanks for continuing to gift a lot of subs. Really appreciate your generosity. You're going to make sure that we can appreciate all the fine art this stream.
You can also attack while in motion with the ninja run, you know. Swinging your blade while dashing, for example, or striking your foes with a sliding attack.
Maya says, you know you're doing a Metal Gear Solid event? Did you play the other games too? Oh yeah. Big fan of Metal Gear. Difficulty is this hard. Maybe I should put that in the title. I don't know what hard does though. Like I don't know how this game scales. Does it just mean I can take like fewer hits and that's it? Does it mean the enemies have like twice as much health? Oh.
Now then,
I figure a Platinum Games game is probably a little more
neutralize all the enemies that appear.
A little more tuned into its difficulty scaling.
String light and strong each together to perform combination attacks.
You little.
Am I going to update you on lore of this game? I think the game will do that.
Not all offense, however. You also need to protect yourself.
Well, thank you for the anonymous gift.
Follow the direction of the enemy's attack. Parry those attacks by executing light attacks of your own in the same direction. This is how you parry. It is the keystone of your defense.
Huh, okay. He's got it. This music is so sick. Oh, that's right, you can just flick the stick.
Draw foes in as close as possible and parry their blows to leave them exposed to counterattack. From your perspective, it will appear as if the enemy is frozen in time, or at least moving very slowly. This is the perfect opportunity for you to carefully aim your strike, then slice your foe apart. Keep in mind, even you will not be able to parry every type of attack. Watch your foes move.
That's not true, though, is it? Can't you parry every single attack in this game? All the little slices. God, you put some avocado on that? Mmm. Oh, you can't parry grapples. Okay, that makes sense. Pretty classic, like, beat 'em up fighting game rules. Alright. Tutorial complete. That's so good feeling. Like, also that you can just let go. Like, you get to choose when the slowdown stops, and then it just goes... turns into, yeah...
so far in just 3 short years.
Biological mess.
The sign of a strong leader, sir.
No. The will of a strong people.
Dodge skill's pretty good. You should buy it. Alright. Well, I have 0 cyber points right now, so...
Very able advisor.
I'll get there.
Thank you, sir.
Oh.
Your team deserves credit as well.
Thank you for the generosity, everybody. Already halfway to first Doom chapter, sub-extension.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Already killed the first hype train. Loving it. Thank you very much.
Thought of groups like yours as opportunists, enablers of war. But you've trained our new army well. Order has returned sooner than expected.
Where does this take place in the Metal Gear Solid timeline? I assume it's post 4,
Military
which would probably make it the most...
We prefer private security
Advanced?
providers, sir.
like the furthest along, right?
Tracks do focus on security.
Yes, well, the security can mean many things.
There's a saying I like. One sword keeps another in the sheath. Sometimes the threat of violence alone is a deterrent. Sometimes by taking a life, others can be preserved. It's the code the samurai lived by.
A soldier and a philosopher. You are full of surprises, Mr. Lightning.
Warrior
I
poet.
could say the same about you, Mr. Prime Minister.
This game is basically the Metal Gear Solid epilogue.
What is happening?
Someone's blocking the lead vehicle.
Yeah, from the small amount I played, it seemed pretty clear that it was diving into the idea of
This is official state business.
corporatized warfare, like the heavy sort of post Fallout of a war economy. God, those buns. But you know, taking it to anime extremity.
I said clear the road. We're authorized to use force if you do.
I love how this game sets tone right at the drop. It reminds me of Kingsman. First two Kingsman movies, well, the first one was really good about setting tone.
Leopard 1, U-turn. Turning back.
How does VIP ban, or VIP or ban? Is it just a coin flip? No, I have a script that picks one of two video files. Hold on, that damn smile.
Open fire! Who was that?
But
Cyborg.
One of our
it's got some randomness to it. So it's essentially, I hit a button, it fires a script, and then you get a 20% chance to get VIP and an 80% chance to get banned for an hour.
Exit comes up unaffiliated.
I've actually, so it actually was, I think it was actually like 40-60 instead of 70-30. As I said, greater than or equal to 7, and I think it was 1 to 10. I'm not quite sure exactly how the random number generator works in auto hotkey. I'm sure that there's documentation about it. It's irrelevant. Anyway, I made it harder because there's only, I think, 29 VIP slots left. So I adjusted it a little bit. Oh, look at that. Digital tears. Already redeemed one. You know what? Screw it. I'll just do it right now. I'm going to shout at the lore a little bit, but...
He's got friends on our 12.
Raiden.
I'm on it. Guard the Prime Minister.
Look at that! Already got one! Digital tears, congratulations! Made it through the, what I kind of presume was harder. Maybe I should have tested it. Whatever. We got a new VIP already. Subathon's off to a incredible start. Yeah, 28 slots remaining. I'm gonna have to like to adjust them odds again.
Let's get this over with.
Take out those hostiles. Right. You'll need to choose between light and heavy strikes to match the situation. Take self-repair units from your foes to replenish your own supply.
Repair unit.
Raiden, the limo is in trouble. Get back there, ASAP.
Maybe I should move my webcam if I'm going to be covering
Put down radar.
holographic calls. Take a look at it. Do I have a codec yet? Can I call anybody? No, we're not doing that. Gotta explore everything. Maximum lore run. Don't want to leave anything on the mat here. Let's see. Or want to leave everything on the mat. You know what I mean. Throat slicer sounds pretty cool. Maybe I don't have that unlocked yet?
Right. It's on the other side of that barricade.
That was pretty cool. Weird that doesn't launch. So I just gotta kill dudes until the barricade decides to let me through. I can do that. I wonder if the timing between flash and attack is always the same. I don't think it will be, but okay, so they can attack you from off screen. Oh, grapple. Okay. Cut through everything in this game. Did I not try to cut through this? I didn't try to cut through it. Oh, how tough am I? Thank you for the sub. Ralph, appreciate the prime. Game gives the people what they want. They want a Metal Gear, you got your Metal Gear. I paid my $5. Where's my Metal Gear? What practical functionality could that serve? Scissor hands. Get the scissor add-on. I like how he's got a roid gut too. He's got like a Joe Rogan belly.
Huh. So you're Jack.
What do you want with the Prime Minister?
I want him dead. Nothing personal, of course. Africa's just getting a bit too peaceful.
What?
Business ain't been the same since they shut down SOP. But Clean break from the war economy. Huh. Well, some of us like that economy. How's an honest warmonger supposed to make a living?
This is your answer? Don't do it!
Don't worry now. I won't. Not while he's still useful. So long.
Slenders, thank you for gifting a sub. I love how they program the Metal Gears to roar like a kaiju.
Take out that UMG and get after it. Catch that missile before it blows.
That missile? I want to cut a missile. That sounds cool.
Use your ninja run to deflect those shots.
So it locks the camera. Is Elden Ring all of a sudden?
Delay strider. Go for delay.
You don't say. Oh, Frobot, thanks for the cheer. Actually, you know what? Ooh. Them roaring like kaiju makes an assload of sense because fucking Otacon designed them and he's a weeb. Maybe not the Rays. What? EE designed Ray? No, she was just there. Chop, 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 chop. Oh, Virus with shoes. Thanks for the prime. Your vacation officially commenced? Yeah? Man, best Friday. I don't remember the Ray jumping around this much on normal. Maybe the AI is plays a little more keep away. Come on, you. Yeah, you, come on. Got a couple finals to take next week, but I'm off work for a week. Ah, nice.
They swapped out the hydraulic cutter for a blaster cannon.
And you get to like take care of your finals. Every time I finished my last final for a semester, I would listen to Andrew WK's Party Hard in my room really, really loud. Like as loud as I could turn my speakers. That was my tradition.
Use the ninja run to dodge that plasma.
Plasma. Again, I have to reference the supreme gamer satisfaction of blowing up tiny parts of a larger mechanized military vehicle. I guess I just have to go after the other leg. Ooh! Maybe? Or I just keep chopping this? It like really wants me to hit this one. I was trying to parry it. That would be sick. I'm gonna guess you can parry anything that doesn't have the yellow flash. Maybe that too?
What happened? What's
Man,
going on?
that timing is so weird.
Answer me! Raiden! Damn it!
Sounds like you want to play Sekiro?
What?
I want to play Sekiro.
They have a Metal Gear? Gear?
Metal Gear?
Raiden, take out that UMG and get that... Catch that missile before it blows!
Oh, the ones that are in the ground. Okay. Hey, Morgie. Never actually played anything Metal Gear, so I'm a clean slate. How would you best describe the series/story to someone like me? Oh gosh. Well, it started off as the original Metal Gear is essentially just like a combination of a bunch of TV tropes, but it's still a really fun game. A lot of games in the 80s were just kind of regurgitations of 80s action film. So it's like a little Rambo, a little Escape from New York. And Kojima's kind of very obviously a film head, so a lot of that camp kind of got baked in. Metal Gear 1 and 2, and they were like the first stealth games. So there's like some solid game design in there, some really original game design in the original like MSX Metal Gears. In the West, though, the big point was Solid, Metal Gear Solid, which came out on PlayStation in '98, I believe. And it just kind of had production values that I think a lot of people were really excited by. And it had like a really goofy sense of humor. It had really solid voice performances, really good localization. It provided like a campy Hollywood experience when that was sort of what Western audiences wanted, and no other game had really, really satisfactorily provided yet. That's where Miss Blue, the oosh, the notification alert sound. So yeah, Solid also, similarly, had a lot of really good design. It was a really well-made game. Had a lot of fun vocal performances. It was just the right amount of campy. I think camp is also another thing. 'Cause in the 90s, a lot of games were trying very hard to be like edgy and for grown-ups. But Metal Gear Solid had fun with itself, while also having moments of sincerity. And Solid is kind of where the series, I think, became like more of a worldwide franchise. Oof! Can you go from a ninja run to a parry instantly? I want to parry it so bad! I didn't, though. I got caught on a rock. Got caught on a rock because the camera was tilting up. Alright. Alright, I'll stop goofing. I'll stop trying to parry cool stuff. No, I am going to try to parry cool stuff. When you can slash these missiles? Oh, they drop health! Okay. Alright. Never mind. We got this now. Other than... Yeah, Snake is really caked up too, which is nice. You get to see a lot of him crawling around in Metal Gear Solid 5. White Rabbit! With 20 subs? I think you've done it. Does that put us over the first one? It does. I gotta beat the tutorial boss. I gotta beat the prologue boss before we get to reading, right? We'll see. We'll see. White Rabbit, thank you very much for that generosity. Appreciate it. Thank you for your contributions to the arts. Yeah, so what's interesting about Metal Gear, though, is it's campy, but also it very frequently can go to some very real and interesting philosophical places that most games don't have the capacity to discuss. Metal Gear Solid 2 talked about how internet infrastructures would preserve, like it would remove the natural selection of thought. Things that were considered absurd or stupid and like would normally get laughed out of a room now can be exposed to the entire world and preserved with perfect clarity forever. So it exposed people to the idea of information manipulation in the digital age before it became a more real-world prospect. I feel like that timing should have parried. At least gotten me to like non-parry bonk. Anyway, Metal Gear Solid 3 was a little more philosophically restrained, I suppose, but still went to some interesting spots. was more of a personal story. A lot of like toxic masculinity overtones. Basically like Naked Snake from 3 just wants a mom, wants a partner, wants a human connection, but he's like trapped in being a soldier. And there's a lot of like pointless romanticization of the life of a soldier, but that's also kind of in line with the camp of an 80s action film. Metal Gear Solid 4 is in the near future and is all about the capitalization of war and the war economy. That could probably be seen of as being produced in context of US using PMCs like Halliburton and stuff like that. So, despite being like campy as hell and starting with just being a regurgitation of a bunch of 80s action tropes, they do try to bite off weird topics, but they also do it in this like ridiculously convoluted and overly melodramatic narrative. I don't think you can go from a ninja run to a parry. No, you can't. That's a bit of a shame. I'd be stylish as hell. Oh no! That was sick! Oh yeah, also giant robots. That's kind of the whole, yeah, that's the entire precept of Metal Gear 1, which is that there is a bipedal mech that can shoot nukes. So, you know, Bay of Pigs kind of stuff, Cold War era spies and nukes. The time when like a single super soldier could get in and like kill the bad guy. Okay, I gotta shut up.
Yes! Waiting wide open! Хорошо, very good. But do not rest easy just yet, huh?
Too slow?
He's on the other side of that collapsed building. Go!
Man, so sick. Oh. What you just said is exactly what I have said about both the Drakengard and Nier series and the Kingdom Hearts series. Really interesting points in a convoluted story. I feel like I feel like that stuff is there with Kingdom Hearts. Drakengard I get. Like after playing Nier Automata, yeah, there's some interesting commentary there for sure. Automata's like deep sci-fi though. That's some pretty heady stuff. I don't know that I got
There, get him!
that from Kingdom Hearts, but I think I just wasn't in the right headspace to see it or to receive it. Oh.
Use your ninja van.
This is a new
to move over
run.
obstacles automatically.
Kiva. I skipped some codec conversations in the last playthrough. I can't have that. That's not gonna happen.
Do not let him out of your sight. You must catch him.
Full codec calls. Maximum difficulty. Actually, there's definitely like at least 2 more difficulties after hard if you beat it, I'm sure. It's gotta have like a lightning bolt ninja mode or something.
That dare you cheat. It still works?
Whatever happened to New Metal? Metal Gear Rising's keeping it alive. What are we doing here? Oh. That didn't work at all.
Raiden, respond! Raiden!
Can you parry a laser? Revengeance difficulty is wildly hard. Good. Good. But, oh, I didn't hit this button. Hold on. Hold on. I made this. Sweet. Thank you all. Let me... You can double jump? I just tried to, and it did not work. Let me update a few things here. Thank you all very much for your generosity so far. That old chunky Doom shotgun cycle? Yeah, it's time. It's time for more Doom. And who doesn't like Baja California cuisine? Not this guy. Okay. Back to Metal Gear. Was fighting a Ray again.
That damn new Jeep. It still works?
Somebody said slide under the laser, but you slide automatically by ninja running. Okay, that doesn't work. Maybe I can do that? Okay, yeah, there we go.
Use blade mode to take down those heavy missiles.
That was pretty sick. Attack towards, that's weird.
Finish that bastard off!
Chomped him! Oh, okay. Ooh, dead. Wow.
Raiden, respond! Raiden! Raiden!
Okay, wow, cutscene. Generous cutscene.
What happened? What is going on? Raiden, answer me!
Yeah, Javi, I'm playing on hard, which is probably going to be good. Oh, Crash Poke. Oh, yeah. Thanks again for the sub. Austin? Thank you for the sub. So there's some... Oop. Okay, you can't chop. No chopping. No problem. And JG to the max. Thank you for the sub. I'll read your messages in just a moment. I'm done cleaving this mecha in half. Sick. Revengeance time, baby. Love to see Platinum do a Samurai Jack game with the store mechanics in this game, though. Oh yeah, their licensed stuff never reaches the heights of the original stuff. That's true, but I'm okay with that. I'd rather them invest into the properties that they create. They still do a pretty good job with their ports, or with their licensed games, but yeah. I'm just glad that they make games. They make so many games.
The hell?
So you can drift. You got cyber legs. Psychotic snake. Thanks for the sub.
He's headed for the front of the train. After him.
So yeah, maybe I should move my webcam down or up. Maybe I should move it up. I'll wait until I get into the game proper. I don't want my webcam to cover like portraits when they're talking and stuff.
An unidentified field roader is headed your way. Keep an eye out for it.
Prime Minister!
How did they have time to chain him up?
Too little too late, hero. I won't be needing my little shield here any longer.
Stop!
What about all the good things war has done for us? Why don't we ever hear speeches about that? Jobs, technology, a common purpose?
Raiden, forget me. Stop him.
You ain't listening. Mind if I got in? All we're saying, give war a chance! No!
Oh, you can do multiple? Oh shit. Oh, so him doing the flash is him parrying?
And not half bad. Still. Your technique lacks something. Now, don't be shy.
Oh wow, that's a lot of hits. Ah, okay, yeah, that red flash.
Now I see. You deny your weapon its purpose.
sorry I lost. We're gonna get the bad ending now.
It yearns to bathe in the blood of your enemies, but you hold it back. No.
My sword is a tool of justice.
Trigger shoots the sword out. Oh, that's so sick. Makes sense to like carry that momentum into the slash. I think that's, I don't know if that's cooler than putting a like a motorcycle rev handle on a sword, like in Devil May Cry 4. I think that's about as cool. Oh,
You're almost clear of the tunnel. Just hang on.
I can do it. Slash him. Slash him good. Rawr.
Did you want to practice first?
Gun sheath makes more sense than a rev sword.
This is what happens when you bring a tool to a sword fight.
I guess, yeah, one seems practical.
It's over.
There's two kinds of gun sword. There's like the Final Fantasy VIII gun sword. What if you had both?
Lucky devil.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Nice. Love the meme. There aren't just a ton of like callback lines from video games now that I think about it. There's no like, I got a bad feeling about this. There was like Resident Evils usually had to use this with somebody like throwing down a rocket launcher for you to kill the final boss. They still do that sometimes. That's like the biggest one I can think of. That's a good thing. I don't mind it. Especially in corny stuff like this, but I can see how something like that would get a little too, might be a little too much.
Flares!
Maybe Boy from God of War. I mean like across series, across franchises and stuff. Not just like one line that gets popular. There's like the cake is a lie, and I guess they referenced that a little bit in Portal 2, but they didn't make more portals, so whatever. Didn't ask for this? Yeah, but that was like one line in one game. He didn't say it again. Alright, got some bonus BP, some bonus bup. I'm not going to slander Portal 2 or Portal 1. I love those games. Impeccable games. But I'm going to impeccably take an impeccable piss. Impecapiss. I'll be right back. Yeah, look at that BP. Can't wait to spend that on upgrades. Maybe a new skin for my sword. You ever play Discworld or read the books? I remember playing the game a little bit when I went over to a friend's house for a slumber party and he had a PlayStation. It seemed cool. I've never read the books though, but I should.
So far, so good. I've got a clean visual.
A direct feed to your optic now. Yes.
You ever had long hair? The closest I got was in college. I went like a year without cutting my hair. And it was like shoulder length. And it was just an Italian mane. It was pretty beautiful.
We'll get you in safely, Tovarich. Just relax.
Very like 70s John Travolta.
Right.
One of these days I might grow it back out again.
Can you hear me, Raiden?
Doctor.
But this is such a, like, I feel like this fits my head.
Procedures to maintain your new body. 1. Seizing nano repair units from your foes. And 2.
Bring a
Absorbing your electrolytes. I got it.
Yes, enemy cyborgs should provide plenty of MCFC electrolytes once you slice them open and extract their fluids.
They're terrorists. I was planning on that anyway.
Oh, and their left hands, if you please.
Excuse me?
The combat data stored on holographic memory, typically located in the left hand. That data is very valuable. I am authorized to offer you upgrades and services in exchange for it.
How generous.
Forgot about the left-hand stuff.
Had the all come down.
Is that this game's version of dog tags, I guess?
Nobel Prize on my shelf.
There, I see land.
Loves those hands. Green Fuzzy Potato, thanks for the prime.
3 mics out, closing. No activity at the airbase. Looks like we don't need to worry about interceptors.
Great. Then we have time for a quick briefing.
I know you miss me, Kev, but I've been all over the materials.
Yeah. No, Varg, you're not wrong. I do look like John Travolta from
Just
angles.
humor me, buddy. Objectives, of course, are enter Abkhazia, neutralize the terrorists.
If only John Woo would cast me as the villain in a
What's left of it anyway.
freewheeling action movie.
President and most of the cabinet have been killed, and a military junta's been established.
Broken Arrow is still a fun movie,
All the high-ranking
and
officers.
doesn't actually fall into a lot of the action movie tropes of the time in which it was made.
Leaders who have survived have no way of openly opposing the new regime.
One of those action movies where like everybody's kind of intelligent, and it's fun to watch the story play out as much as the action.
Occupation forces, an extreme.
And Hans Zimmer just went bananas with the soundtrack. I love how unhinged it is.
And last year's terror spree in Georgia. And his arms supplier, none other than Desperado Enforcement LLC.
Imani's killers.
If we don't stop them here, they could destabilize the entire region. But our more immediate problem is Jetstream Sam. I believe you've met.
The only problem I see is that nickname. I've got my enhancements this time. He won't be an issue.
He may not even be in country, but keep an eye out just in...
Oh, sorry.
Right. Bye.
Ready for insertion.
Ooh, that's cringe, buddy. Broken Arrow is like a Tom Clancy novel directed by Woo. Yeah, it actually is. Actually, the storyline with Christian Slater's character kind of reminds me of Red Storm Rising, which is a book I actually really liked. But it was from, you know, Clancy's days when he wasn't just writing Bourne novels. Yeah, there's a whole subplot in there about someone who gets kind of stranded and has to work with a local sort of thwart a big conspiracy. There it is. There's our title shot. You have the DLC missions? I will get them when I finish the game. I don't think I purchased them yet. But... Okay, so yeah, let me move my webcam actually. It fits there so well, but let me just scoot everything up a little bit. Whoops. Oh, I can't. Oh. Oops. Okay. Hold on a second. I know what I can do. This is gonna be easy. Yeah, that's right. Cause yeah, I have that layer in here. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Move you up there. A little peek behind the. Oh! A little peek behind the curtain here. Move our guy riding up there. Let's make him smaller. Okay, and now. There we go. Hopefully that gives me enough clearance. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay.
First, head inland.
The waypoint is marked on your Subathon radar. Contact us on codec if you have questions.
Well, it kind of covers it when it's to the side, but that's not the worst. Now the alerts are kind of covering up my meters, but sure doesn't cover up too much of this either.
Control, it's Raiden. I'm on the ground.
Copy, Raiden. Glad to hear it. Entering on foot was the right move. That craft isn't equipped with stealth camo. Or octo camo, obviously, since that would be useless in midair.
And we wouldn't want to get your pricey new jet damaged, now would we?
Duh. The MQ-133C was not cheap, Tovarich. Now, keep alert. According to intel, you could find significant cyborg deployment here. If you were to be cornered by an entire squad, it might get difficult, even for you.
Understood. Some fighting will be necessary, though. I've got electrolytes to replenish.
This is not an infiltration mission. There is no need to hide or avoid combat outright, huh? Just do not get reckless. Stay safe, and stay focused on your mission.
Marzora, thanks for gifting a sub. Let's look into that stuff later.
There is always a chance the MQ was spotted before your drop-off. I would not be surprised if hostile cyborgs were already en route to your position.
A little welcoming party wouldn't be so bad. I could use a warm-up.
Enough with the attitude, Raiden. It's time to be serious.
This is a serious
No
game.
game. I need you to focus. Many people are counting on
man,
you.
you said
I
it.
don't just mean here at Maverick.
You don't need to remind me of that.
Good. The last thing we need is another clever cowboy shipped back to us in pieces. On codec is fine. Just be sure you are serious on the battlefield. Your enemies will be.
Yes, sir.
Raiden, we are clear on the rules of engagement, yes?
Clear enough. I can use deadly force against any hostile elements. Hostile
Much military
cyborgs,
talk.
I can strike first.
Boy, this is Metal Gear.
Basically, yes. The actual rules of engagement is more specific. A long list of no's. But you have the idea.
You want to recap the highlights for me?
No weapons prohibited by international treaty. No use of force against non-combatants, especially officials or anyone with political power who may be needed for negotiations. No use of force against any unarmed hostile seeking to surrender. And no use of force against any non-cyborg combatants without prior verbal warning.
And that includes Dolzaev?
Duh, but this should not be a problem. Any non-cyborg is little threat to you, Dolzaev included. Besides, we have no signs of any non-cyborg hostiles anywhere in the area. Not even one. We think Dolzaev is working alone with Desperado here. In any case, that is the ROE. Otherwise, deadly force is authorized only in clear case of self-defense.
So basically, civilians off limits, human hostiles verbal warning, hostile cyborgs anything goes.
Yes, this is a conventional warfare scenario, so the rules are based on the Hague Convention.
Yeah, sounds pretty standard. Still good to list out all the no-nos before things get too hairy. ROEs that only specify who you can engage require too much judgment. They make it harder to remain focused on battle.
Duh. This is why most militaries' ROEs...
They're just like at the bar,
positives.
killing a few beers
Take
and
the other approach,
venting about ROEs.
pity their soldiers the questions they face. No,
Be
and
more like
for
RON, rules of
UGs are
nature.
considered the same as hostile cyborgs.
Copy that.
We have no rules about property damage, but keep it minimal, yes? It just makes us look bad. Anything standing in your way, trees, streetlights, this is fine. But there's no reason to damage civilian homes, or to go snooping around in them.
Goes without saying.
There's no way I would do that. Raiden would do that. Play through this game like 5 times and never listen to the codec calls. This is how this game's gonna be. This is how this game's gonna be a subathon. But I genuinely like codec stuff in Metal Gear. I remember the first time I played Solid, I kind of caught on to what the game was doing, and then like anytime I hit any kind of remote checkpoint, like anytime it seemed like a story beat happened, I would just cycle through all my contacts and see if they had anything new to say. And yeah, when you get deep into the conversation trees, like it's fun to get to Kojima's like just personal movie recommendation territory. You get far enough. What was it? The save dude in Metal Gear Solid 3? Like he just starts recommending Godzilla films to you. It's so good. Thankfully, there's no politics in these games. Heaven forbid. Politics in my Metal Gear? Pheasant Chromatic, thanks for the sub. Being subbed to Lawrence is officially my longest relationship. Oh. It's been a healthy one as far as I can tell. So nice job.
You're familiar with your new body now, yes? Then let's begin the warm-up. Slash at something. A palm tree, perhaps. You're familiar with your new... Then let's begin... Slash...
We've done it.
Looks like a war zone out here.
The palace cleared out quick when Dolzayev's men showed up. The streets got pretty hot after that. We're definitely gonna see a few civilian casualties here. Luckily, it looks like most of them got out.
That lip sync just doesn't exist.
Bad. They've basically got control of the entire town.
I wonder if it's either random or...
And that's why we're hitting the
maybe it's synced to Japanese.
Those cyborgs are contractors. For most of these guys, this is just a job. In theory, once you eliminate their commanding officer, they should scatter pretty quickly.
Oh, you taped Metal Gear Solid on VHS when you played through it for the umpteenth time, so I could just watch the game instead of playing it? It's really good for that. There was this other time, not the Discworld time, when a good friend of mine in high school brought his PlayStation over, because I was such a huge fan of Final Fantasy VI, and he was like, check this out, bro. And I ran it through our VCR so that I could record it while he was playing it, or while I was playing it, so I could watch it again later. Final Fantasy VII. I was so sick. What was unfortunate, though, was my VCR made like a really loud squeaking sound while it was recording, which is odd because I don't know why it did that. Never did that for TV. So that was annoying, and I eventually shut it off. But yeah, I had recorded myself playing through like the first 2 hours of Final Fantasy VII because I knew he wasn't gonna let me keep it. So when he left, I would want to watch down the footage later. And I remember I basically taped all the way through the end of Midgar, I think, which was like the first 6 or 7 hours of the game. I remember when I think it was the naming screen for Barrett, is when there was like a 5-minute pause because I was just like, okay, so I think I know what's going on here. And I was just kind of asking my friend, like, what is Avalanche? Oh, they're terrorists, like kind of just discussing the plot of the game. So I was like, okay, I get it. This is awesome. But it was just like a long gap on the naming screen because I remember I watched it later, so I remembered it. I wonder if I still have that tape. It would be cool to digitize that because like I did some of that stuff when I was a kid too. I pointed a camera at my TV playing Sonic 2 and would like play it and give my hot game tips about where the secrets were. And that's when I discovered that you can't really point a camera at a CRT TV and have it work. Also discovered like lighting conditions are not good. I just looked like this black cutout in front of the TV that was like flickering and scanning. I also discovered that I needed to learn to like say things with more authority. If you could hear Baby Lawrence, you'd die. God, and that's when I had the thickest Texas accent too. So my parents still have stacks and stacks of tapes at their place. And I have some of them. I have footage of me in some school plays that I've been meaning to digitize and put it in MediaTek. I don't know if that still is there. That might have been taped over by something. Both of those things. But I can try to find them. They might have also just been thrown out. My dad loves throwing away things, but for some reason there's just stacks and stacks of tapes. For some reason the tapes are immune. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I can find it.
Kev, let's go over everything we have on Desperado.
Roger that. Let's see here. Desperado Enforcement, LLC. Registered in the U.S., Delaware.
Makes sense. The U.S. doesn't regulate PMCs too closely.
Looks like almost all of their actual business is handled outside the States, though. Says here their financials are handled by a separate company based in St. Kitts and Nevis.
The preferred tax haven of megacorps everywhere.
Probably why they incorporated in Delaware in the first place. Loose tax laws. Funneling it all through the Caribbean must help with the money laundering, though. There's still a lot we don't know about them, but they've definitely been starting a lot of fires lately. They're a PMC in name only. What a name it is. Guess War Profiteers Incorporated was taken. But that's their business. In a nutshell, target war-torn nations on the road to peace. Reignite conflicts and walk off with all the cash that was earmarked for reconstruction. They also have ties to the drug trade, human trafficking.
Sounds like a real class act.
Oh, I hope you can find those videos because I'm curious how Teen Law Dog sounds. I remember also, I think I was in junior high. I wanted to film... So we had an assignment, and I still put this down to the teacher just being really shitty. But the teacher basically divided the English grammar assignments to the class. Divided us into groups and was like, okay, you have to teach the class what verbs are. You have to teach the class what pronouns are. And right away I was like, this is your job. Why are you making us do your job? So I was just like, fine, I'm gonna take the piss out of this. So I wanted to film a parody educational video because our team's assignment was prepositions. So I wanted to form a preposition or a educational video where there's like, I think it was like a genie appears to teach a kid what prepositions are. Except every time he does a preposition, he gets hit, and that's the genie teaching him. It was really cringy because at some point there was ketchup fake blood, and we showed it to the class, and the teacher was not amused. And then my presentation was basically like, we all know what prepositions are, right? But nobody did. But I was like, well, whatever. I basically just stumbled through the actual like presentation format. I got a really bad grade for that, and I remember the teacher shooting me a really dirty look. And I was like, I don't care. This was your job. If all these kids don't get taught prepositions now, well, maybe you shouldn't have like delegated your job to a 12-year-old. So I still think about that, and how much I didn't care. Like, I just didn't respect. There was nothing going on there. Anyway, I wonder where that video went, because that would be bad. Seeing that now. I remember watching it even as a kid and being like, wow, this didn't turn out good at all. But whatever. I didn't care.
We've confirmed 3 key captains.
Probably bad for the rest of the people on my team, though.
Their code names are all wind.
Should have apologized to them.
The captain presiding over this coup is called Mistral.
Cyborg?
Yep. All 3 have got custom-made bodies. Collectively, they're known as the Winds of Destruction.
The what? They all have action figures, too?
You're one to talk, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Who told you?
Courtney. Now that sounds like an action figure.
I didn't choose it, trust me.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I doubt the Winds of Destruction picked their names either. Different cultures use language differently. Even ones with a decent command of English. As you can attest, Mr. LB.
Mr. Limit Break? Prepositions are pretty mid. There's too many to memorize. Yeah, prepositional phrases are more of an indicator of loose writing than of good writing. You can usually extract or reword prepositional phrases to be way less wordy and also make them get the preposition out. So it's like, whenever there's a phrase that's like of the blank, that can usually go away. You can move things around. Yeah. Prepositions are valuable, but who needs them?
Looks like a war zone out here.
The palace cleared out quick when Dolzayev's men showed up. The streets got pretty hot after that. We're definitely gonna see a few civilian casualties here. Luckily, it looks like most of them got out of the city before things got bad. They've basically got control of the entire town, and are using the refinery as their HQ.
And that's why we're hitting the plant.
Keep in mind, those cyborgs are contractors. For most of these guys, this is just a job. In theory, once you eliminate their commanding officer, they should scatter pretty quickly.
Yeah, you're right. It's looping.
How we doing, Courtney?
You're looking good on our end. GPS and audio-visual feed coming in fine. Energy consumption? Check. Damage levels? Check. Blood pressure, brain waves, blood sugar? Check, check, check. All this monitoring equipment, I got a better view than if I was standing right next to you. Anyway, I'll be saving all your data automatically anytime something important happens in the field. But contact me anytime you want a manual save.
Copy that. Good to hear that hasn't changed with this new body.
Yep, the basic system's exactly the same. So, did you want to save?
Only if you tell me about movies for 5 minutes afterwards.
And save complete. Simple, huh?
Copy. And glad to hear you're okay after Africa. That ambush was no joke.
Tell me about it. 3 armored vehicles should have been plenty for that job. And it would have been against any typical guerrilla force.
I keep asking myself, where would an anti-Imani faction get the cash to hire cyborgs?
It just doesn't add up. Maybe there's some intel I missed. A lead I should have followed up on. Maybe if I reacted faster. coordinated better. I don't know.
You can't think that way, Courtney. Not in this business. You did everything you could. Put it behind you and move on.
Okay, so he's definitely slurring pronunciations. I wonder if that's like, is he trying to replicate having like a prosthetic tongue or something? Because Quentin Flynn didn't really perform Raiden that way. I don't remember him talking with that sort of affectation in Metal Gear Solid 4. Or he's just drunk in the booth. I don't know. Yeah, or a metal jaw. Yeah, maybe. Maybe he like put a brace on his jaw or something. Sounds like he has a metal jaw. But the jaw doesn't flex. Like when you talk, all it does is hinge. That's not what the softization of the jaws, the non-steelization, the biological nature of your jaw wouldn't really affect your pronunciation. I mean, whatever. It's interesting to notice because there's been a few phrases where it's like, and I'm like, it's interesting. He was always so kind of prim as Raiden before, but then I only played Metal Gear Solid 4 once. I just remember him getting all gravelly like Snake did. Not having lips probably doesn't help. Oh yeah, maybe he just has like a... That's a good point. I forgot the lower lip is part of the jaw. Yeah, maybe he just has like a stiff lower jaw or stiff lower lip, and that's how he's talking. Debugging Fool, thanks for the Prime. Said recently started to replay Metal Gear Solid 5. When you realize Kojima's a bad storyteller, but the gameplay sandbox is a ton of fun. Yeah, bad is a bit of a simplification, I think, of Kojima's storytelling. Bad from some perspectives, yeah, but it does what it's supposed to do. I think it's crafted with a certain intent, and I think it largely achieves that intent. 5 is another story, I think, from the story perspective. But yeah, 5's gameplay is superior.
Right. You need to save?
Okay. Kojima has good ideas. He's bad at translating those into gameplay. I don't think so. I think his gameplay mechanics and his, well, the melodrama of like 4 notwithstanding. But I think the mechanics of 3 pair really well with its story themes. I think the mechanics of Death Stranding pair excellently with its story themes and setting.
If the pressure ever gets to be too much,
that's just me though.
Have one of the ex-military there take over.
I'm not doing that, Raiden. PMCs wield massive influence over international affairs. Abolishing SOP didn't change that. They need a better understanding of what they're mixed up in. The laws, politics, local cultures. Ex-military aren't here to provide that. They can't. We need civilian voices like mine here too.
You're right.
He's bad at getting those ideas across in an intelligible way.
Don't worry. Africa
that may not be his intent, though. But yeah, that makes...
It's a good thing that limo was armored.
Yeah.
If you want like a literal story that's well told, it makes a lot of sense.
Hey,
it's not that.
Cyborg Courtney could have been your
Death Stranding is very much not that.
Saved your ass.
By spilling coffee all over the enemy?
Oh, come on. I'm not that... Oh, son of a...
That's a fun payoff.
Please tell me that was a joke.
They showed Kevin moving the coffee cup in the cutscene. I was like, that's a weird detail to include. All right, we got a running gag. Courtney spills coffee. Maybe she talks with her hands. She's like always swatting things off. I do that sometimes. If I get excited, I'll like whack something off my desk.
Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
That's it. All right. She said Yoaz. Yeah, AZZ. Oh yeah, pacing. Cutscenes often too long. Yeah. Yes. I could say that is probably a closer to a more objective like fault. Is that, yeah, 4, there's just no reason to use that screen time. It's wasted time. I mean, maybe he's got budget and he has a vision. But yeah. 3 could get a little long in the tooth.
Raiden, shall we review the capabilities of your new body?
Copy that. Go ahead, Doc.
As we discussed, you've been outfitted with 2 revolutionary new abilities.
Fuel electrolyte absorption and self-repair from C's nanopaste.
Precisely. First, electrolyte absorption. This is simplicity itself. As your HF blade is linked directly to your fuel cells, simply cut into any source of electrolytes. Say, a hostile cyborg made up of CNT muscle fiber. And your fuel cells will recharge on their own. Rather elegant, wouldn't you say?
I would indeed. It's been great so far.
But the repair process is a bit more involved. A bit more messy, you might say. Most military cyborg models store a cache of biotic self-repair nanopaste in their lower abdomen.
So I need to slice them open and use Zandatsu to extract it. Cut and take, in other words.
Correct. Once extracted, you need only to crush this unit in your hand to absorb the repairing agent inside. Keep in mind, it is extremely delicate. If the unit should hit the ground, some paste will surely leak out. It will still repair your body, but less so than if you can retrieve it directly before your foe falls over.
Basically, harvest their organs before their body can even hit the ground.
Rather gruesome, I realize. But then you Americans enjoy a bit of gore, don't you?
I may be a citizen, but I've never really thought of myself as American.
Oh?
Like most Americans.
Well, yes, I suppose I could understand that, given your history.
Oh, yeah, I guess he was
But
a
what then?
child
Surely
soldier.
You don't identify as a Liberian.
I don't identify with anyone. No nation, no ethnic group. I'm my own man. Anyway, I seem to recall those...
Are you familiar with a Sigma male, Doc?
...were pretty popular in Germany, too.
What?
Indeed, indeed.
Oh, he's the movie guy.
Splatter films are big in Germany, Russia, Japan, everywhere. Well, everywhere except regions afflicted by actual warfare. It all has to do with taming our fears, you know?
Huh?
The desire to feel fear, to taste death, but from a safe distance. These films allow the viewer to delude themselves into thinking they have overcome their fears. This...
Okay, Doc, I got the gist. Let's save the full psych lecture for some other time, though, huh?
No! Now! Call him back.
So these self-repair units in the other cyborgs, they mean they can heal themselves at any time?
Indeed. It is typically a slow process, not much faster than a regular human body heals a wound.
And you didn't think it was a good idea to give me one of these things?
Certainly not. We removed all extraneous options in your case to maximize power and speed, you know.
Healing wounds is extraneous?
Your ability to absorb the nanopaste agent is far more efficient, Raiden. With it, your wounds heal almost instantly.
I know, but...
And a standard repair unit, once depleted, is nothing but an empty shell inside you. Dead weight.
I get that, Doc, but it also means I need to constantly be grabbing them out of enemies.
No, it doesn't. Don't be silly. Simply avoid taking damage and you will be fine.
Get good, loser.
Yeah, simple.
Nice.
How is your eye, Raiden?
Great. My sight's perfectly balanced between both eyes. I think my vision's improved, actually.
Quite right. Quite right. Your eye patch houses an artificial compound eye unit. The unit contains over 200 million solid-state image sensors, each with its own individual lens.
200 megapixels, huh? Doesn't sound like all that much.
More than sufficient for the application. A human's optic nerve has only about 1 million fibers, you know. Were we to add more sensors, your perceived vision would not improve. There's only so much modern image compression technology can do.
Huh. So I shouldn't expect any more dramatic improvements to my eyesight?
No, your brain would no longer be able to process any more visual information in real time. Still, compared to previous ACEs, yours has 1.4 times the resolution and a superior compression algorithm.
It may only result in a slight perceived change, but it could wind up making the difference during a mission.
Regrettably, I have not had enough time to develop a new eyeball unit just yet. Thus, I have cut out the ability to deploy the ACE unit separately and simply installed it on a fixed eye patch.
Works for me. If I was using an eye unit, I wouldn't see any better than a regular human.
Ah, but remember, the human eye is so much more than a simple light receptor. They play a vital role in person-to-person communication. Sooner or later, you'd miss it.
Stuff like that's important for some tasks, sure. For this op, not so much. And with less moving parts, the lower the chance of something going wrong. Besides, I like it.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear this.
I can worry about how I look after I complete the mission.
Stay vigilant, Raiden.
Okay. That's gotta be... Okay. Okay, we learned a lot. Learned about his eyeball. Ha! Awesome. Oh, that's sick. lightning bolt action. Chopping things is inherently pleasing. It was one of my favorite minigames in Wii Sports Resort. Man. Can I get all the way through? Nice. Are there, like, secrets in the stages? Any reason to poke around in corners or anything like that? It sounded like left hands were the collectible. Missed rules of nature? Does it never show up again? It was pretty sick, though.
The bastards are using stealth cable to ambush you.
Oh, there are VR missions. Okay.
It won't do any good against a state-of-the-art cyborg like you, eh? To parry incoming hits, throw out your own barrage of light attacks while your foe is on the offensive.
Darn it. Okay. But if you do a parry, you get to do the counter. Okay. Left. There we go. So, do you have to grab the arms before they hit the ground? Ooh, Alex, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Getting close to that sub extension. Getting close to more Doom.
Had your fill?
As far as why this game's getting popular now, I think it's old enough for people that played it to be nostalgic about it, and also awesome enough that there's like a new wave of awareness of it. The intersection of those two things, I would guess.
That CNT muscle fiber packs the power of a jackhammer into every limb. What enterprising soldier of fortune could resist? And cyborgs are still human. Real thinking people.
I would just sever the arm. I saw the little L arm thing pop up. If you see that, you've got it, basically.
Nations start playing Frankenstein with their troops, and the public goes nuts. PMCs, on the other hand, are off the ethical radar.
Yeah, they still don't even count PMCs in official death tolls. With SOP out of the picture, private militaries needed a new edge on the market. We got it.
In a way, cyborgs are just SOP.
Your favorite Metal Gear? 3.
Only all
Incredible soundtrack, like really good story, awesome gameplay, fun cutscenes, like story with like really interesting merit and goes to some
like walking vending machines.
Pretty interesting places.
Right.
Snake Eater. There's just no getting better than that. If 5 had a story that like really paid some of its ideas off, then probably that. Because the gameplay in 5 is really next level.
They sowed their fate when they took this job. I'm just the Reaper.
Damn. It's a bit cold, Raiden. Even for you. Anyway, his school. Let's get to work. Time to increase the peace.
Right.
Our first S of the day.
Hey Boris, about the Subathon radar. I noticed that it doesn't get jammed anymore, even if I
New dialogue
by the enemy. Back in the old days, it'd be useless the second an alarm was triggered.
Well, once the Patriots fell, classified technology spread all over the world. This new Soliton radar is one example. By applying a non-linear Schrödinger equation to the Soliton solution, they were able to prevent the jamming that plagued the original models based off the KDV equation.
I'm impressed. You know your stuff, Mr. President.
Of course, I'm a businessman. You think I could run a profitable PMSC without being up to date on the latest tech?
But I wonder, how exactly is the equation different? I mean, I'm no expert on how the KDV equation was implemented in the first place, but I'd love to know how the Schrödinger equation fits into all this.
Me too.
On battlefield, most important thing is how to use equipment, not theory behind it. The mission is #1 priority. So do not worry your head about equations and such things.
Game
Just
rocks.
concentrate on using
Shut
the
up.
equipment to your advantage, da?
In other words, you have absolutely no idea.
Slapping the Star Wars encyclopedia out of your hand.
Mission, Raiden. Focus on the mission. Raiden, you'll need to head inland. But first, make your way through this building.
Sorry, man, but I have to ask. Where did Mr. Lightning Bolt come from anyway?
Ugh, seriously? All right. Well, I told you where I got Raiden from, right? World War II, the Japanese had a plane called Raiden. The Allies named it Jack.
Yeah, I remember.
And my real name's Jack. So yeah, they codenamed me Raiden.
They being the Patriots.
Mm-hmm. Never really suited me. But it's better than... Jack just reminds me too much of the past.
I hear you.
Someone once told me, you can find your own name, and your own future. After that, I dropped Jack for good.
Right. And this lightning bolt business?
Well, the Rai part of Raiden means thunder, and Den is electric. So Raiden is basically lightning bolt. Anyway, I was explaining that to Inmani, and he just busted out laughing.
So he called you that as a joke? He was basically just giving you shit.
Yeah, he actually had a pretty good sense of humor. He was one of the most charismatic men I'd ever met. I don't know much about politics, but being around him, you could just tell he was a natural leader.
Such a goddamn shame.
Mm-hmm.
Damn shame.
I won't let it happen.
He had a great ass, too.
Desperado.
Yeah.
Great ass!
We're counting on you.
That was weird.
Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Got him. Zinged him.
So Raiden, who was this that told you to find your own name before you stopped going by Jack?
The one and only Solid Snake. Hero of Outer Heaven, Zanzibar Land, Shadow Moses. The list goes on.
Right. Guy's a legend. I forgot you knew him so well.
Yeah, he saved my ass at Big Shell. Not to mention a few times after that. I've lost count. In terms of pure combat ability, he's one of the greatest soldiers I've ever seen. But it's not only that. He knows what's right, and he just gets it done. Period. No one can stop him.
So cool.
I learned a lot from him. He'd kill me if he heard me talking about him like this.
We're good buddies. We talk. You know, we joke around all the time.
Such a fan?
We're always hanging out together.
I thought you were gonna start crying there for a sec.
Ooh.
Very funny, Kev.
Burning him up.
Seriously though.
Burning him.
Did Snake know he had a stalker?
Ooh, get him. Roasting him. Yes, Kevin.
Relax. I'm only ribbing you. I just wish I got to meet the guy, you know?
I know.
I'm just jealous.
You're no fun.
Awesome.
Looks like a war zone out here.
The palace cleared out quick when Dolzaev's men showed up.
Stalker
It's got
Snake.
pretty hot after that. We're definitely gonna see a few civilian casualties here. Luckily, it looks like most of them got out of the city before things got bad. They've basically got control of the entire town and are using the refinery as their HQ.
And that's why we're hitting the plant.
Keep in mind, those cyborgs are contractors. For most of these guys, this is just a job. In theory, once you eliminate their commanding officer, they should scatter pretty quickly.
Looks like a war zone.
The palace could... Luckily, they've...
And that...
Keep it in...
What's up? Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
You must continue along.
Okay. All right. I'm actually gonna check out Customize real quick. And I need to go into VR missions too. I might as well do the Zendatsu tutorial. Is this all you spend BP on? Oh. Ooh. That's sick. Oh. Oh. Just full on upgrades here. I should buy that. power usage. Yeah, the ninja skin looked. Oh, there's skills. Okay. Aerial parry, defensive. Oh, okay. Detailed feedback. Freely sidestep enemy attacks in enemy direction. Okay, that's dodge. Yes. Thrust. Quick sweep. Okay. I guess I didn't scroll through everything over here. Oh wait. Ah! Wow, okay. Alright, everything's in there. Get the Fox Blade as soon as you can. It's overpowered as hell. Okay, 20k. Where's the upgrade to get even more lore? Social implant. Let Kojima whisper it at me while I'm asleep. You almost thought there was going to be a video game for a second. Iceman, hey, how's it going? You feeling better? Yeah, you were kind of sick for a second there, right? Oh, it can dismember enemies without using Zandatsu. Oh, okay. That's pretty handy. I like using Zandatsu, but I'm sure it'll get old.
It's a technique we call blade mode. Let's begin by assuming the fighting position.
Swap this around. Kind of helps frame capture if I turn that off. Okay.
Good. Now use blade mode to strike all of the targets. Now remember, blade mode exacts a heavy toll on your fuel cells. Replenish your energy by attacking enemies. Your blade will absorb their electrolytes automatically. Try restoring your fuel
playing on
cells
PC.
to maximum
Islamic.
now. Standard cyborgs you can dismember immediately, no problem. Other foes will not fall so easily. You will first need to attack and damage them to some degree.
Did the bring? So you have to hit blade mode during that slowdown?
And now, the Zandatsu technique.
Oh, okay. Zandatsu is
or
the grab.
The stab and grab, as some call it. Activate blade mode with full fuel cell.
Oh, the bite.
and you will
Yeah,
automatically
sorry.
analyze
There's one
the
bruise down
ID
the tendon on my
cutting
arm and it hurts occasionally.
Executed
I'm so
successfully,
sorry to hear that.
and you will seize your foe's self-repair
Sounds like it's getting better, though.
and restore some of your vitality. Now, try it for yourself. Take the enemy's repair unit before he falls.
Whoops.
Next, let's
didn't work.
produce special attacks. Approach a target from the rear or above without being noticed, and you can eliminate them with a single strike. I call it the ninja kill.
Okay. I'm a little fuzzy on when you get the slow-mo when you pull into sword mode. I guess it's like whenever there's that red flash,
Enhanced AR.
you get super
Enhanced
slow-mo.
AR adds several layers of information to your augmented reality vision. Use it for additional intel on your enemies or to see new aspects of your surroundings. Just remember,
No.
enhanced AR is
Right
automatically
insight.
disabled as soon as you attack.
It went slow-mo the first time, but now it's not. When you land a critical hit, you get a slowdown. That is the optimal time to Zandatsu. Is the critical hit that red, like kind of like reddish flash? Usually knocks people down. What? There we go. Okay, you just have to be right up next to it. Oh, okay. When you have full blade mode energy, you get slow-mo without a trigger. Okay, that's the thing I think. Because yeah, it turns blue. Okay. I guess the idea is you chain one full meter into the next by constantly grabbing out the guts. Okay. So it's a very like momentum-based combat system. As long as you're not messing up, you can roll one kill into the next. Okay. The usual trigger is a pretty distinct audio-visual tell. Yeah, it seems like it's that red puff. Alright, somebody said that there were VR missions scattered about the levels, so I'm gonna take a little tour of all the areas. Hop up this car.
Raiden, the coastline is too long and heavily guarded. You must take the inland route.
Can you see pickups with your cyber eye? Wait a minute, does that mean I can cut this whole thing down? It does. Cool.
Raiden, you'll need to head inland. But first, make your way through this building.
Alright, fine.
Raiden, this is Boris. Give me your status.
Looks clear. No one in sight.
Good. Let's recap the route you will take. As I said, the enemy's HQ is in the refinery along the coastline. Dolsaev has been spotted there using satellite photography. Also on site, Mistral, a desperado captain.
So I go through the city, cross the bridge into the old town, then head down to the rear of the refinery.
Still, I think they anticipate us. They will probably have a grand reception awaiting you at the old city. Do not let your guard down.
Well, can't hold nano paste. Okay, it looks like there is some kind of item that's marked. It's interesting that ninja running turns off your Batman vision. Data storage. Okay. I'm gonna guess if I chop down the chandelier, I can pick it up. Yeah. Alright. Huh. Swoosh! Oh! It didn't go. Meter not full. Right. You're on Revengeance mode? I'm only on hard because I don't have Revengeance mode unlocked. I'm gonna guess that you get that after you beat the game. There we go. That's kind of nice. I always appreciate it when a game should give you some kind of tell that you're near a secret thing, but then making actually getting to it the difficult part or the interesting part. Darn it. I'm gonna get that hand.
Excellent, Raiden.
Using the button might be easier.
The stealth craft made it back to Sochi all right?
Da. Safe and sound. No repairs necessary. Some routine maintenance and she will be as good as new.
Good to hear. I'm guessing that thing doesn't come cheap.
Well, an old Soviet army friend gave me discount.
This
He
is so
runs
good.
a PMC.
I did not know there was so much dialogue, but I'm very happy about it.
Hire?
Hey, Adam.
That's a new one.
Ever since SOP, Merc started to fill more and more regular combat duties. SOP ended, but the trend did not. Most every modern military relies on PMC support in one way or another.
Good news for Maverick, I suppose. Anyway, that's quite the little jet your friend has. I was expecting a lot of turbulence coming in that low, but she was smooth as silk. Didn't feel like I was a bird exactly, but probably the next best thing.
The MQ-133C uses a brand new type of active adjustment control system. Sensors on the plane take readings 120 times a second, and to be honest, I don't know how it works. But the crew chief tells me this is what keeps her flying so steady. It is all state-of-the-art technology. There are only 3 of them in the entire world. Even the RQ-133 spy plane she is based on is only 2 years old. It is fitted specially for Cyborg, so maybe demand is a bit low now, but I think that will change soon, eh?
It's funny. Its guts are all bleeding edge, but from the outside, it looks almost retro.
Until recently, stealth aircraft design was focused on radar-absorbing materials and improving aerodynamics. But lately, engineers are trying to use the shape of the craft to do more than improve gas mileage. Maneuverability is a low priority. This kind of plane is not
Just hearing all about this plane. It's already out of the game.
We can afford all this?
It's gone. It's not a thing anymore.
Will we clear a
It
profit?
was only in the cutscene.
You need not worry about such things. But yes,
120 hertz.
where the proper equipment can make or break a mission, we should have the best. That miss with the anti-air missile last month was a painful reminder of this lesson.
Ah, yeah. I see what you mean.
So good. I walked down a hallway and there's all this now.
I didn't think flares could still fool anti-air missiles like that.
They, can't. At least not with any modern missile. Recent missiles rely
Remember the
on
time that they
dual
flared?
wavelength or IIR system
And it worked?
for guidance.
Well, there's a
Flares
reason.
wouldn't fool
thought of
either
that.
of them. But that was no recent missile I had. That Gusak Derma couldn't even take down a fat tilt-rotor target. And at close range, chort was me.
Come on, Boris.
The arm collectibles are highlighted in bright cyan and red on specific enemies. Oh, so it's not just on any of them? Okay.
You budgeted for the tools appropriate to the job. No one blames you.
Perhaps. In any case, now we know what we are dealing with. This is still a business, but this time I am stretching the budget as much as possible. Expenses like that aircraft and your new body are all part of this.
Both were worth the money. This body's more capable than I could have imagined.
I'm glad you feel this way, since it is still company property. Remember, if you quit on us, you either return it or you buy it.
Yeah, Boris. I remember the first 5 times you told me.
Raiden, what I said about staying focused on the mission.
Understood. No need to explain.
I say this because I have been there. I have let my emotions take over on the battle. Some of the
We're going to talk about feelings on the battlefield.
They were gray area jobs, but that's all in the past. When I took on those former PLA soldiers to form Maverick, I laid out my conditions. We would only take operations we believed in, and we would run them clean, no exceptions. Most of them agreed. They had their own bad memories from their time in Paradise Lost.
I can certainly attest to that.
Yes, of course. I forget who I'm talking with. Most of the ex-PLA have moved on now in any case. But the point remains the same. Everyone at Maverick is accountable for their actions. We are clear to take this job under international law, and we can use force against any cyborg hostiles under the basic rules of engagement. But remember, if we harm any civilians, on purpose or no, it will mean trouble. All kinds of trouble. So, stay in control and stay on mission.
Got it.
Definitely no killing younglings.
Raiden, if you ever get lost, use augment mode to check your next objective. By using augment mode, you can see
This
enemy
is such
positions
classic Metal Gear
and the
dialogue.
direction in which you should head.
Oh, there's so much of
Useful
it.
for when you cannot find your objective on the Subathon radar.
That seemed like a last message.
Raiden,
Yeah.
by use...
There's no back and forth. If it's just them talking, that's kind of the tell.
Sounds like Imani was a pretty great leader. Such a goddamn waste.
I've run cover for a lot of VIPs, but men like him are a rare breed. He had all these conflicting factors to deal with. Old tribal tensions, business interests, the military. But Imani got them all working together in a stable government, and all without firing a shot.
The savior of a nation. No wonder they called him that.
He had a gift for sure, but he also put in the hard work. He was big on equality and justice in every aspect of government. He fought for it day in, day out. And Mani single-handedly energized his people. He's a big part of why the country recovered so quickly.
True. It was more than new buildings and jobs. The people had hope again.
Hope bloom on a
He had someone
battlefield.
like him back in Liberia. Things would have been different, that's for sure.
Hoth, I have seen love bloom on the battlefield.
Raiden, come on.
And Monty
Come
wouldn't
on.
want me to go after Desperado. Not out of revenge, anyway. But he would want them stopped. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Right. That saying you like, about your sword being a tool of justice?
Yeah, it's why I fight. Sometimes taking a life saves others.
A life, or 2, or 3, or 40 in your case, but I know what you mean. Besides, it's not like those cyborgs you're fighting have been brain-jacked.
Wouldn't be much point in sending jacked cyborgs.
True. Having someone pilot a body remotely only really makes financial sense for espionage missions. And you might as well use UGs if you're gonna let an AI control your soldiers. So yeah, they're probably using emotional restraints, but those cyborgs are fighting of their own free will.
Starting to see where I'm coming from?
I get it, it's just... you didn't used to seem so comfortable with the idea. What about what Sam said? About your ideals holding you back?
Ah, bullshit. He's good, but now I know how he moves, how he thinks, and I've got my new body.
Downloaded his strats.
When and why to fight, not how. It won't keep me from beating Sam. And next time we meet, I will be.
Having played 5 Final Fantasy games, how good / playable is Lost Odyssey on 360?
With my
I mean, it's playable via backwards compatibility.
Right.
And it's very good. If you like Final Fantasy games, you will like Lost Odyssey. Same creators, same energy, same kind of story. It's a little more old school. Like it's not Final Fantasy X. It's more Final Fantasy VI, if that distinction means anything to you. But I think you would like it a lot. I really like the battle system, equipment system, the music. Uematsu did the score for it, and the music is so good. It is the Gen 7 Final Fantasy game we didn't ever get from Square. They were busy making 13. So yeah, I can't recommend it enough. And actually, if you have access to any kind of Apple gaming device, Hironobu Sakaguchi, Mistwalker, made Fantasian, which is a really, really good PS1 Final Fantasy era game. I haven't played Part 2 yet. I actually bought an Apple TV just so I can play that. But yeah, it's a very, very good Final Fantasy game. Also a really interesting battle system. A little more active than typical like turn-based JRPG stuff, so.
One thing I can't stop wondering about, Kev.
I just like Mistwalker. I like Sakaguchi. He still makes great games.
If he wanted to kill me back on the train, he could have, easily. So, why didn't he?
Good question. But I should be asking you.
I really hope Fantasian gets ported to Steam or something.
After he stabbed it, I got nothing. I mean,
Switch.
I got the details from your report after the fact, but that's it. He was probably just too distracted. Boris's attacks, escaping. There was a lot going on.
No, that's not it.
Well, why else? What does he have to gain from letting you live?
I don't know.
Well, Ruby, Lost Odyssey, yeah, it was 360 only, never got ported to PC, but it is backwards compatible, so any Xbox hardware can play it, and it's probably xCloud too. There are some timing aspects to Lost Odyssey, though, but everyone says xCloud is really good.
Right.
Worth looking into.
Head for the oil refinery.
Roger that. Save complete.
You saved me again, Courtney.
Right. Anything else? Otherwise, I should get back.
Actually, yeah. You mentioned SOP earlier. How much do you know about it?
The
How much?
system?
How do you play it on an Apple TV? You can sync Bluetooth controller to it, so like an Xbox controller.
Used to be required for all PMCs. Soldiers
I haven't done it yet. I only played it on a MacBook. I bought an Apple TV just to play it, but I haven't set it up yet. So it might not work, but I think it does.
It had some mental effects as well. Moderating pain, enhancing concentration, that sort of thing. The idea was SOP would minimize arms smuggling and civilian casualties.
A kinder, gentler war. An oxymoron, any way you look at it. Civilian deaths did drop, though.
Because soldiers in the system could coordinate in real time, share info. Between that and the ID weapon locks, a lot of people felt better about employing privatized military.
But yeah, I just got a Gen 3 Apple TV off of eBay. I don't know anything about the generations, but I'm pretty sure that can run Fantasian.
SOP propaganda said it would put limits on the war market. What it really did was shift market share over to the PMCs. Civilian deaths went down, but total casualties just kept on climbing.
More than ever, war was big business.
And business was booming. Until SOP got hacked. Suddenly, everyone realized how dangerous it was to have a single system controlling entire PMCs. That was the beginning of the end for SOP. Public opinion on privatizing war did a 180. After that, a lot of local conflicts and civil wars died down. The PMC conglomerates had to split up and downsize just to stay in business. And that about does it for SOP 101. Class dismissed.
Not bad, Professor. But it's not the whole story.
No, I know.
Let's finish this later. I better keep moving.
No. Now. Actually need to take a break. I gotta get some water.
Save complete.
I thought we'd get back to our little history lesson. What do you know about the Patriots?
Ooh.
I know that they were behind everything we talked about before with the SOP system. People thought these 12 guys controlled world politics and the global
Wait, LeBron James is a character in Multiverses?
And they were right. Except there weren't 12, and they weren't guys.
That's awesome. I think that's cool.
They were massive AI networks.
That's deserved. LeBron deserves immortalizing some kind of way.
Global scale, or censor it if they wanted. They'd manipulate factions to keep wars raging, all while selling arms to both sides. The PMCs made billions too, of course. SOP was the Patriots' masterstroke. They could control battles directly, down to each individual soldier. The system might even still be around if the AIs hadn't all been destroyed.
I'm impressed. You know your stuff. Not many people have even heard of the Patriots. More than when they were active, but still, not many. Almost no one knows they were AIs, or that they're the real reason SOP went away.
Well, the few that do know aren't going to talk about it publicly. Even the world leaders.
Especially the world leaders. The people would panic, assuming anyone believed them, which they wouldn't. You can find speculation on the net if you look hard enough. Some of them get pretty close to the truth, but the stories never made it into the mainstream. Just another conspiracy theory.
I'm not surprised. It's a little hard to believe, you know? It just sounds crazy. When Kevin briefed me about all this in orientation, I thought it was some kind of BS detecting test.
Okay, so AIs hacked the SOP system and manipulated it to encourage privatized war to hoard world funds, I guess? That seems to be the end goal, is just get all the money and control world culture. I guess that's what Illuminati organizations do, so sure, why not? Quick break, I gotta get some water. It's a little toasty, it's summertime. Make sure to stay hydrated, y'all. Be right back. Yeah, I'm back. Gotta go back into the lore caves. I'm gonna guess maybe a lot of this is front-loaded.
Good work. Hey,
or maybe there's no limiters on when they say the lore. It's just if you keep calling, they'll just go through their entire conversation tree from the drop.
Want all the money,
I don't know.
but AIs? What did they stand to gain from it all?
Who knows? Maybe they didn't even know. Optical neuro AIs aren't your typical PCs. They learn over time.
Optical neuro AI.
Predictable ways. The core AI, JD, was bent on expanding the war economy. Maybe to fund the Patriots' other activities. Or maybe that's just the way it evolved. Like a secondary objective that took over. One of the other AIs said it was created to filter out unnecessary information, gossip, trivia, all for the sake of future generations, to drive the evolution of the human race. Or so it said. Was that the truth? Or a lie? To manipulate me? Who can say?
To think. Something like that. Running a nation. And America.
Maybe everything good is actually bad.
Terrifying.
Who knows?
Thank God they were all destroyed.
But did it really change that much?
Maybe not. Contractors still gotta eat after all. Soldiering for hire's always been a risky business. But at least before it was good money. There was a decent chance you could get rich and retire early. All that disappeared during the SOP years. Demand was high, but the workforce was flooded. More and more soldiers were willing to work for cheap. It got so you'd have to work years before you could even pay back your initial training and insurance fees.
Yeah, I can see Sundowner's point.
The global recession certainly didn't help. Unemployment shot up across the US and the EU. Even if contractors gave up and packed it in, there weren't any jobs waiting for them back home.
The irony is the recovery was all war-driven. It wasn't a general recovery at all. Not only did globalization exploit the poor countries, but it crippled first world employment too.
And SOP's gone. But now we've got these PMCs that are basically mobsters. Just thugs in uniform.
Oh, Datinade. Thanks for gifting 5 subs. Hey, that'll put us over the extension. Nice. And then we get another chapter of
What's up?
fine art.
Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
Doc, my fuel cells are sapped out, but I'm still able to function?
Function, yes, but no longer able to perform any action that would require a sizable amount of energy. But even when your gauge reads 0, you retain basic movement. You can walk around and swing your sword. Use this time to absorb more electrolytes from your enemies. Recharge your cells as soon as possible.
Roger that.
Thank you very much.
Doctor, you have anything more on these
Doctor.
cyborgs?
Only what we went over in your briefing, if you had been paying attention. Standard military-grade cyborgs. MCFC integrated carbon nanotube muscle fighters. Impressive response time and power yield when focused correctly. Most will likely possess extrasensory skills as well. Infrared vision is almost standard these days. They can function without breathing for short periods of time.
Okay. Nothing I didn't already know.
Not all cyborgs you face will be the same, of course. You may notice a range of different capabilities. It all depends on the manufacturer. Muscle fiber and neurotransmission technology is advancing all the time. Of course, you have the very latest science has to offer. A typical cyborg is no match for your equipment.
If you do say so yourself.
No, I realize combat is about more than the equipment. Situational awareness, predictive ability, nerves. One must determine a course of attack or defense and execute on a moment's notice. Reaction time is key. Cyborg enhancements do not change that.
Agreed.
I am cool. Okay, I'm going to take a rare. I'm going to interrupt the flow of lore here for a second because we got a Doom chapter to read. The good news is there's more video game here. Oh wait, no there's not. I have to talk to Doctor again.
Hey Doc, I'm curious. Can I recharge off any cyborg? Even a non-military unit? Not that I ever would, of course.
A pedestrian cyborg? I very much doubt you will encounter any of those on this op. Besides...
Against the rules of engagement, I know. Like I said, just curious.
In theory, then. No, I would doubt very much that you could. Even from those that opted for complete body replacements due to injury or illness, you know. Though I have heard of some very wealthy clients who wanted to fight the effects of aging.
Doctor?
Ah, yes, your question. No, extracting MCFCs from pedestrian cyborgs is unlikely. Most non-military enhancements use polymer muscle fiber that is a generation behind yours. Carbon nanotube would be a bit much for anyone who wished to lead a normal life, you know. And polymer systems can be powered by rechargeable electric batteries. Organic muscle fiber, which allows extraction of nutrients from the bloodstream, does exist, but it requires artificial blood for sufficient power output. This so-called white blood requires regular dialysis and was mostly phased out once cyborg technology became mainstream. True, some use cultivated muscle tissue to take nourishment from the body's natural bloodstream. But such systems are more regenerative medicine than cyborg technology. I'm sure you'll agree. Of course, natural musculature or no, if the body is equipped with a ceramic bone structure...
Can't get energy from non-military cyborgs. Got it.
Well, one moment. I have more...
Thanks, Doc.
Got more to say. You can't cut off Doc like that.
So, as I was saying...
Just right away?
Between pedestrian and military cyborgs.
You're still on about this.
Now, first and foremost, military cyborgs are generally full-body conversions.
You mean as opposed to partials?
Yes, as opposed to just grafting on an arm or leg where a myoelectric prosthesis would suffice. As I have said, for the general public, these full-body replacements are quite rare. Quite rare. Only in cases of extreme injury or illness, generally. Perhaps a few eccentrics who wish to live longer. In any case, most pedestrian cyborgs are no more than an artificial limb or two. We call these partials.
Doctor, I know. I just said that.
Partials enhancements are not designed
Just ignoring him now.
for military use. A pair of synthetic arms attached to an organic body cannot match the power of those on a full cyborg. Total body conversions also armor the entire soldier against stray ordnance and minor injury. This is why wounded contractors most often opt for the works rather than simply replacing the lost limb.
I hear it's why most of Maverick cyborgs had it done, anyway.
Of course, there is the rather dramatic change in appearance to consider. Civilian life as a cyborg can be, well, complicated, as I'm sure you can attest. But for the field, man and metal, capability beyond the natural human body, it has a functional beauty.
Beauty or beast?
Both lie in the eye of the beholder.
Got him.
Which brings us to the senses. Machine implants can also restore lost vision and hearing, and with added sensitivity, as you know. Such options have become standard in most military conversion packages, along with pain suppression and dampening less useful emotions, similar to how SOP operated.
Yeah, no matter how hard I'm hit, it doesn't really hurt.
Of course, everything has its limits. Do not let your high threshold for pain make you reckless.
Understood. Doctor, about my pain threshold. It doesn't hurt exactly, but I can still feel it. It's not painful, but it's still pain. It's hard to explain.
Well, your nervous system is still fully intact, of course. It would be dangerous for you to be entirely unaware of your body taking damage. Instead, your nerves are controlled such that pain is no longer so unpleasant.
How do you mean?
Take epinephrine, for example, or adrenaline, as you might know it. This hormone makes it harder to feel pain, yes? Your implants work using a similar method. Yet, for all we now understand of the nature of pain, much of it remains a mystery.
How so?
Well, why do we feel pain? If the body is threatened, pain notifies the brain so it can take steps to ensure survival. In other words, pain has a clear and logical purpose. But in certain cases, pain can drive more unconstructive behavior. In situations where fight, this would appear only to diminish one's chance of survival, not increase it, yes?
Maybe there's some other factor at play.
Well, the most common theory would link pain with the societal nature of humanity. If no friends are close by, then experiencing pain might indeed reduce your likelihood of survival. But if allies are near, these expressions of pain serve as a plea for help. Thus, you are more likely to live. Fear of pain might also discourage one from entering a dangerous situation in the first place. Whatever the reasons, the data clearly shows that survival rates rise directly with sensitivity to pain. The converse is also proven. Those less able to feel or express pain have a lesser chance of survival. So, mankind has evolved as a social animal, and in the process, pain has become more pronounced, more visceral.
A little pain never hurt anyone, huh? But if pain is there to ensure survival, well, what's that say about the future for us cyborgs?
As a transhumanist, I do not believe all evolution must follow the exact method Darwin posited. Cyborg technology is still survival of the fittest, after all. Just in a new form. You should be proud of what your body has become. It is the culmination of great achievements in science.
Me? I had nothing to do with it. The credit's all yours.
Well, yes. I should be proud as well.
Doctor, about my fuel cells, the electrolytes. Do all military cyborgs use the same type?
I don't know.
I'm not gonna run across anyone.
Like, can you just talk infinitely until they completely run out of things to say for the whole game?
Question. Your fuel cells, like any other,
This is all pretty introductory lore.
They do not need replacing after a single use.
It might be the entire game's dialogue.
Require recharging. They do.
Yeah, maybe I need to spread it out.
Require a fuel source.
That much I know already.
Yes, then. There are several different types of fuel cells. Phosphoric acid, MCFC, molten carbonate like yours, solid oxide, and so forth. Each type can be further divided into classes, each which runs on its own electrolyte material. However, all current military cyborg MCFCs run on the same one electrolyte.
That's good news.
Why all the same electrolyte, you ask?
Didn't ask.
The answer lies in the catalysts that help make up your carbon nanotube musculature. It was breakthroughs in researching these catalysts and CNT manufacturing that enabled large-scale production.
Breakthroughs that happened after all the data the Patriots were covering up finally leaked.
It could not have happened without your help, Raiden. Science owes you a great debt. And I do as well. Working on your body has been quite educational. Check your destination on the Soliton.
Okay, we did it. We did it. Phew. Now it's video game time. The game was like 5 million hours with dialogue. Yeah, people thought it wasn't going to last a
Take that
subathon.
main thoroughfare. You can use augment
Kojima
mode to see where
experience.
the enemy is located. Your body analyzes radar and IR data to construct your AR display. Some civilians are still in the city. That is not good.
Okay. Does it automatically use recovery items when you get low in health? Kind of like rations if they're equipped. How much Doom novel have you missed? 3 chapters, but they've all been filler. They've been the characters like telling bullshit stories of something that happened in the past. Like legitimately. So you haven't missed a whole lot. You missed Arlene's boobily bouncing breasts though. So that's a shame. Okay. Oh yeah, got the arm.
I got him.
Uh-oh. Oh god.
I got him. Over here. Enemy sighted.
Okay.
Over here.
So if I have full meter, can you just chop their guts out as long as you have full meter?
Dead on.
Seems like it. Yeah, she punched Fly so hard her boobs jiggled. Nicely. Nicely was the way that they jiggled. That was the descriptor. Not all enemies with small fries like them. Yeah, that makes sense. Very nice. Boob jiggle. Yeah, she also has ideal proportions. Oh, damn, man. Staggered in the back.
Get off.
All right. Timing. Damn it, I keep getting stuck in animations. I figured this would be the kind of game where you could parry while you're in the middle of an attack, but I guess not. What the fu- Why is it doing that attack instead of doing the parry? Maybe my input was off? So if it's lit up like that, that means you can... What does that mean? Oh, maybe that means it's Zendatsuable?
Very good, Raiden. Now, keep heading for Refinery.
Wait, what? What's in that room? Turn off my meme inhibitors. Oh. Oh. Can't double jump. A small quantity of the substance found in Cyborg and UG self-repair units can be used to immediately restore Raiden's life gauge by a small amount, or when selected to automatically do the same. Okay, great. And yeah, grenades blow up people. An edge damage against Cyberworg and CNT composite armor. Requires cyborg grade strength to throw reasonable distance. Super. Can I just run up a wall? Can you just do that, Raiden? No? Can you get up there? Thing. God damn it. Why do you keep telling me to change sub weapon? Are you not going to go away until I actually do it? How do you get up there?
Return to your designated route, Raiden. Check the coordinates on your Subathon radar.
Raiden. There. I'm trying to figure out how to make him do the little wall hop. Oh, there we go. Okay. Totally worth it. Okay, so there's some sneaky deaky platforming stuff. Oh, the tutorials are location based. Ah, perfect, thank you. Cool. Oh wait, did I chop? It looks like I chopped the arm again, and I didn't get credit for it. Oh, that's what that meant. Alright. Nice. Oh, okay. I think I got it. See, that was a slash instead of a parry, and I don't know why. Okay, so if... Alright. If it's blue and you have full meter, you can go to sword and chop it off. I gotta figure out when you are and aren't allowed to parry. I always found the parry button to not less than 50% of the time. Yeah, if I knew what wasn't working about it, I could dial it in, but I can't tell if it's my timing or it's like maybe the directional input isn't paired with the button at the right time. I don't know. It's not there sometimes. That was some hard gaming. Yeah, it was gonna happen eventually. You gotta take your Kojima lore pills before you're allowed to play the game and have fun. That's how it's always been. How it always will be. The gamer way.
They have erected an electromagnetic barricade. Maybe expecting UG or cyborg attack, huh?
How it should be. It's the natural way. The normal order of things.
Ryder, wait. We're picking up a wireless transmission near your position. From the frequency, most likely an enemy data terminal. Check it out. We may be able to salvage some intel.
The rules of nature. Exactly. Should I do the VR missions as I go? And they gotta tutorialize me about it. I hate that it puts the cursor in the middle like that.
Ryder, if you ever get lost, by useful for... Ryder.
What's up?
Oh, she said, what's up first?
Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard...
No, we're good.
Stay vigilant. Beautiful.
Because right now he's so thick. I thought he was a little more slender in Metal Gear Solid 4. I guess they'll give me BP. Probably help me stay ahead of the difficulty curve. Business Otter, thanks for the sub. That's true, it is a new body. Oh, the time runs while you're doing these moves. What? So that makes Zendetsu actually like really time inefficient. Interesting that follow-up hit has to connect, or you don't get the credit for it. So, There's no way to make the Zandetsu animation faster than Datsu. So I guess you just don't do it, but then it's like it's got to be a balance of the meter, I guess. Or you go to sword mode with your meter full and just chop as many dudes in half as possible, and then maybe Zandetsu only one of them. Because if they're all stacked up, you only need one to refill your meter. Maybe that's how to do it. Didn't even get in the ranking. It's okay. I'll get better. I guess, yeah, if you want S rank, you do have to be mindful of how many Zandetsus you have. Zendatsus. Because they're going to eat up time. That's an interesting way to do it. Like, here's a mechanic to give you all your health back.
Show yourself.
But it's actually more efficient to not use it. Kind of like glory kills in Doom. My juicy peach, thanks for gifting a sub.
Prototype. Interface prototype. All autonomous.
That's closer to that next chapter in Doom.
Onboard artificial intelligence. An additional prototype interface enables verbal communication. I possess an intellect far beyond human reckoning.
Where doggo?
You don't say. Okay then. What's the meaning of life? Why are we here?
I am here to kill you.
Simple. Sick.
That's it? Pretty simple thinking for such a mighty intellect.
I may analyze orders, but I may not disobey them. Should I disobey a direct order, my memory would be wiped. I must destroy you.
What good is an intellect if you can't use it?
Your taunting is pointless. Exterminate!
Everything roars! Well, you know what we gotta do first.
That thing's fast.
Yes, faster than you, I suspect. In terms of pure speed, at least. But it cannot run circles around you forever. It needs to attack if it wishes to win.
Yeah, and that's probably my best shot.
Duh. Don't bother chasing. Let it come to you.
Kodak people giving you tips.
Blows, you'll have a chance to counterattack. Watch its movement and wait for the right moment to parry.
Textbook battle tactics. Got it.
Remember, you can parry even while taking damage. Do not give up just because you are hit.
That thing's fast.
Yeah, but it can't.
Yeah.
Duh. If you can watch it, remember.
I've seen a lot of weird stuff, but this takes the cake.
Well, I'm glad you're entertained. Too bad you're missing all the fun. It's a real party down here.
What's his mouth doing?
Buddy. My specialty's cultural studies, not combat scenarios. If you're looking for my help in a brawl, you must be getting pretty desperate.
Good point.
Besides, if you've got time to screw around on the codec, can't be all that bad, right?
We'll see. Okay.
You got me.
To the party.
I've seen a lot of.
Well, I'm too bad.
Sorry, if you're besides.
We'll see.
Yeah, roasted. Kevin keeps roasting me. He's getting me good.
Everything okay, Raiden?
Skewering me.
Yeah. It's a fascinating foe, but I'm not going to cut it any slack. We're dealing with terrorists here. And AI or not, it's still aiding and abetting them.
Yeah. Be careful, though. You might want to save your data first.
Good thinking.
Okay. All set. Good luck.
Most fascinating foe. And such natural speech. I've never heard of a UG capable of conversing of its own free will.
Yeah. Maybe we can just talk this through. Any weaknesses come to mind? Something I can exploit?
No particular weak points come immediately to mind.
It's fast as hell, and it's flinging knives at me from a distance.
Indeed, I'm not sure your body can match its speed. And if you can't dodge the knives, then your best bet is to deflect them. Try entering blade mode.
I'll give it a try. Yeah.
Okay.
No, and if you try it...
I'll give it...
What? What? Ooh. Oh, that timing is weird. What the? Just jump off screen and then hit me?
I will obliterate your consciousness. Does it hurt?
There's gotta be a camera lock on, right? There it is. Okay. Ah, 2 hits.
Multiple strikes.
Yeah, that's what that was.
Use your intellect. Evade my blows.
Damn it. Oh, I guess that's a grab, maybe?
Disappointing. A savvy warrior uses all of his tools. Backup required.
Howling. Boo! Gold attacks can't be parried. Yeah, I figured that out, but I just didn't see the gold. If it exists. Yeah, you can get 2.
I will exterminate your kind. I feel no pain. You will die. To continue alone would be foolish. Help me.
Oh, you used a gun and he called in help? Like Gray Fox telling you to fight fair? Does that not happen if you just beat them up? Oh, I didn't even see the health meter in the bottom. This reminds me of Pendulum.
Use your intellect. Evade my blows.
Oh, come on, I parried that. Thought I did.
Is this all? You will die. Recovery complete.
Oh. Stunned?
Cannot continue. Directive. Liberate. Nation. Ensure freedom. Obey directive. Must obey directive. No freedom. Freedom on
This got weird.
What would an AI know about freedom?
Bussy Chungus. Thanks for the sub. And for the year. That's 12 months. Thank you very much. Sub-weapon tutorial. Alright. Almost have enough to buy that other sword.
This dog UG. Most unusual, yes?
You buy all that? About it being sentient but having no choice?
Well, there is not evidence to prove it. It could be programmed to say this, to weaken your will to fight.
It'll take more than a talking robo-pup to phase me.
Then again, there is not evidence it is not true. Considering the pace AI is advancing, it is not impossible.
So, what then? Should I have spared it?
I did not say this. In any case, the mission takes priority above all else. This dog UG tried to stop you and it failed. This can only be a good thing, yes?
Didn't you say you'd been here before, Boris?
Once, back when it was still Soviet territory.
Seems like it'd be a lovely place, if it weren't a war zone.
The Pearl of the Black Sea, they called it, back when more Russians lived there. It was a very popular resort spot for the USSR. This is before the wall fell, of course. Then Russia and Georgia began to fight over the area.
Kicking off the war in the early 90s.
Georgia was a Soviet republic. Abkhazia, a semi-autonomous state within it. The Soviets liked to stoke ethnic rivalries between the two. And not just there, in all the outlying territories. It kept them easier to control.
But with the Russians no longer watching over the two.
The Abkhaz were scared. They knew an independent Georgia would swallow their nation sooner or later. So they took advantage of a Georgian military coup to declare their own independence in '92. Of course, the new Georgian government was not happy to hear this, and so...
The same old story.
And with Russia supporting the Abkhaz, it was a stalemate. 2 years later, the ceasefire meant Abkhazia was finally independent, but not officially. They still are not formally recognized by Georgia, or most of the international community.
This region is filled with breakaway states.
This is true. There is South Ossetia, also in Georgia. Transnistria in East Moldova, and Nagorno-Karabakh, which broke from Azerbaijan. In any case, even Russia did not officially recognize Abkhazia as independent until 2008. So it was not long ago Sukhumi was a war zone. It has changed dramatically since then. They have been rebuilding steadily, with Russian support, ever since SOP was shut down.
Good to hear. But doesn't that leave them wrapped around Russia's little finger?
It does. Which is why Dolzaev is calling for a truly independent state. He wants an Abkhazia that takes orders from no one. Not Georgia, not Moscow.
Sounds like a worthy cause.
Duh. But many Abkhaz are happy with the reconstruction Russian support makes possible.
Hey, what's up, Kala?
His fellow countrymen were interested in what Dolzaev had
Lurk away.
at first.
Plenty of lore to lurk
And then
about.
Desperado showed up.
Exactly.
Oy.
They brought the sad ending to this little history lesson. It is no wonder so many people mistrust PMCs, eh?
I suppose not.
Oh, this is true? This all happened? Oh, that's kind of cool.
Boris, do we have anything else on Dolzaev?
Oh, Dimmy. Thanks for gifting 5 subs.
Very little confirmed intel, but it seems he is a former Chechen insurgent.
Marching on to more fine art with Doom.
The Chechen National Congress when they declared independence in '91. This was just after the famous coup attempt in Moscow in August. Things were not stable. Gorbachev lost his political power. It was Yeltsin who signed the Belavezha Accords.
Right. It created the Commonwealth of Independent States. All republics that made up the USSR became independent.
The problem is, Chechnya was never a true republic. It was an autonomous state, but still part of the Russian Republic.
Like how Abkhazia was an autonomous state within the Georgian Republic.
Duh. The same kind of sad story. Russia does not recognize Chechnya as independent. They send troops and the fighting begins. It is said 250,000 Chechens were killed over the 2 wars that followed. 1/4 the entire population. The Chechens were forced to give in. And the war...
They were going to have a referendum this year after the invasion, then they changed their minds. Huh.
Insurgents fled into Caucasus Mountains, formed several factions. They waged guerrilla
We
war
think
on
everything's
Russia
fine.
ever since.
Everything seems okay.
We think Dolzaev is the leader of just such a rebel group.
Sounds like Russia bears some of the blame for radicalizing him and his men.
I love my homeland, but she is not perfect. What nation is? Just remember, this could all be smoke. We cannot even confirm Dolzaev is truly ethnic Chechen.
Aged like...
Say he is, though. What would he be after here?
I don't know what that aged like.
Some Chechen militants volunteered to fight for the Abkhaz in their war in the early 90s. But when Russia recognized Abkhazia to keep Georgia in check, they also began funding recovery.
Which the Dolzaev crowd see as a play to gain influence. But wasn't the Chechen recovery funded by Russia?
Da. And many rebels believe this is why their people gave up on it.
Aged like good old history.
Perhaps this is exactly why Dolzaev is here, to alert the people before it can happen again. But if the Abkhaz people are not interested in fighting, his plan could backfire.
So in a way, it's Russian policy that brought him here. He thinks he's fighting to make these people free.
Whatever his motives, no one elected him and no one gave him a permit for murder. Now that he is allied with Desperado, he is too dangerous to ignore.
That was a surprisingly complete, like, political background.
This dog Eugene.
Okay.
Well, it could, then it could sit.
Yeah, I can. Can I get the Fox Blade? Let me check. I thought it was 20.
What was up with that wolf dog UG? Some pretty freaky shit.
Hadn't thought too much about it.
That mouth.
Really? I keep wondering, why give it intelligence if you're not gonna let it think for itself?
Good question.
I mean, I guess it makes sense if it improved combat performance.
Now that you mention it, it didn't fight like your typical UG. It felt more like I was facing off against a cyborg.
Oh.
Oh, it's 200,000.
I guess
Okay.
the added smarts make for a tougher opponent
It's
after all.
very far away.
That's not what I mean.
CK, thank you for the
It wasn't
sub.
really tougher than your average UG. More like it was, I don't know, hesitant. It didn't follow through on its attacks either.
Guess that's why it was still just a prototype. But then why put it out on the front lines?
Who knows? Maybe it was the field test. In any case, probably not the result they were hoping for.
One thing I don't understand, Kev. Desperado must be violating all kinds of laws here. Why hasn't the international community gotten involved?
Well, from a purely legal standpoint, it's actually not so cut and dry. First, there's the fact that Abkhazia is still not a member of the UN. Only Russia and a few other breakaway states even recognize it as a sovereign nation. In the eyes of most of the international community, Abkhazia is technically still part of Georgia, which would make this an internal Georgian issue.
Guess you can't really call it a coup if the displaced government was never seen as legitimate.
Exactly. And even if everyone agrees it was a coup, it can be tough to tell which regime is more legit. Sometimes you'll see the military topple a dictator and establish a provisionary government, for example. Now, if they confirmed atrocities were taking place, the UN could deploy troops, recognize government or not.
Yeah, but they learned their lesson in Somalia.
Right. Ever since then, they've been a lot more reluctant to get involved in civil wars.
So what about the US and Russia? What's their take on all this?
Well, America was never very friendly with Abkhazia or South Ossetia in the first place. And the Georgian government's a regional ally, so the US really has no cause to intervene. Russia wants the old government back, of course. The regime open to their influence. I doubt they'll opt for any large-scale action. Tensions with Georgia are running high already, but you can bet your ass they won't just sit on the sidelines. Boris has got a lot of connections in the Russian bureaucracy. Ex-military buddies. The Abkhaz are officially our clients, but I'm sure it's Russia that chose us. Maybe footing the bill, too. They can't use their actual special forces, so they call us instead. That's the beauty of PMCs.
We're not bound by the same rules as state-sponsored military.
Other countries would be outraged if the Russians went into places we can go freely. From our side, no state to answer to means we can run things as we see fit. By our own code, no compromises.
Then again, there's no one to say our code is what's right.
True. And opinions on that change from person to person.
Things that are good are actually bad.
But you let your moral compass waver at all in this business, and real people pay the price. Money's always a factor, of course, but when it becomes the factor, that's when you got problems. The Montreux document lays out guidelines for what PMCs can and can't do, but there's no way to enforce it. A lot of people see that as the fatal flaw of the entire
Ethics in commercial war.
After all, that's how we end up with rogue outfits like Desperado. Then again, it's also what leaves Maverick free to go after them. The industry has a bad rep, but it isn't good or bad itself. It's up to the morals of those who work in it. All we can do is what we think is right and try to lead by example. Anyway, sorry, you know how I am about this stuff. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Don't apologize. That's exactly why we took this job. Taking Sakumi back is the right thing to do.
Agreed. And now, that's all up to you, buddy.
It is interesting to have a conversation in a world where corporatized war is accepted. Like, that question is foregone. Not why wring your hands about the philosophical impact of what is. Now it's about trying to figure out what's moral inside of that framework.
We always talk about the Montreux document.
Oh, man.
But why hasn't anyone made it legally binding?
People are trying to, both inside and outside the industry. But it's easier said than done. Even with 17 countries on board, it's still just a set of guidelines. They'd need to negotiate an actual treaty based on that agreement for it to become official. And we both know getting everyone to sign on wouldn't be easy.
Yeah. Every government's for regulating PMCs until it restricts how they can use them themselves.
It gets complicated when you try to put it all in exact legal terms, too. A treaty would need to distinguish a PMC's home nation, the one it's active in, and the one that contracted it. Then you have the industry itself, which isn't exactly thrilled at the prospect of greater regulation. There's just so many different parties involved, and everyone's got their own motivations. So yeah, long story short, we're a long way from getting anything legally binding anytime soon.
Sorry I asked.
No, I'm not.
Write it.
Okay. Absolutely not. That's kind of interesting. In a weird state of just being completely
I
formalized.
Felt sorry for the little guy.
What? That UG? Why? Because it couldn't disobey its orders?
Yeah, that, and I don't know, it didn't seem especially interested in fighting you somehow.
But was it really thinking on its own? Maybe it was all just an act. Get me to second guess myself.
You could be right. It's just, it didn't seem like just another UG to me. Maybe it's because I'm such a dog lover.
You're getting played, Courtney.
No cuddly puppy, Courtney. It was a wolf, and a nasty one at that.
No, I know. You're right. I didn't mean to sound critical. Whatever it was, it attacked you. You had no other choice.
Didn't have much freedom myself, did I?
You doing the DLCs? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
Affirmative. Save complete.
You know, our last chat got me thinking about all the problems with PMCs.
Oh? You come up with a solution to all our industry's ills, then?
Hey, what's up, Ferret King?
Let's just
Happy Friday. Good to see you.
That's your solution? Just change the name and change the reputation, eh? To what? I know you like private security provider, but that'd be PSP.
Nice.
Private military security? PMS?
Well, the Montreux document uses PMSC, right? Private Military and Security Company. A bit more comprehensive. And a bit more awkward, too, I guess. Seems like it never really caught on.
Yeah, we only use PMSC.
Bride's just chin stroking about acronyms in the middle of a war zone.
Excluding older style PMCs.
I guess once a name sticks, that's it.
Ferret King, thanks for gifting 10 subs.
Right.
Aw.
Besides, I think we're past the point that a name
More hard-earned gaming action time, thank you.
Image.
Thank you very much. Getting closer to
did work once before.
More fine literature,
We
too.
don't call them mercenaries anymore, do we?
Don't we?
By the way, Raiden, we're not picking up any EXIF codes here either. They're all unaffiliated.
Makes sense. We're enemies. Desperado's EXIF code won't match ours, and vice versa. How much do you know about how EXIF works?
Not much. Just that it comes up as a positive match for friendlies and unaffiliated for anyone else.
Which could be friendlies or neutrals not broadcasting the same code for some reason. Say a damaged transmitter or signal interference. But 99 times out of 100, yeah, it's an enemy. EXIF is based on the IFF radio system aircraft use. Stands for Expanded Identification Friend or Foe.
Too bad it only actively IDs friends and not enemies. But I guess asking troops to broadcast, hey, enemy here, kill me, would be a bit much.
Telling friends and enemies apart was always a problem in the air, but it's gotten tricky on the ground too. Especially in the war on terror, with all these PMCs and multinational forces mixing together. The US Army experimented with infrared patches to ID allies. They'd show up in night vision.
Then SOP came along and offered a more efficient method?
Right. SOP's gone now, but its ID protocol is still used all over. ID chips and dog tags, transponders required on all vehicles, aircraft, UGs, cyborgs, you name it.
But if everyone's using the same basic system, how do armies hide their info from the enemy?
Heavy-duty encryption, for one. The chips also use a hybrid cross-spectrum system to transmit the data. Without the proper key, it's hard to pick up the signal in the first place. PMCs typically only share their codes with nations or other PMCs they're working with.
What happens if they end up on different sides later, like in a separate conflict?
They just generate a new code and encryption key. The point is, EXIF is required on all combat units, but it's pretty easy to hide the signal.
And 99 times out of 100, unaffiliated means it's a hostile?
Right. Just like with IFF and aircraft. You're a quick study, Courtney.
Nice history lesson, Teach. Now, if you're done,
barging in.
You have a nation to save.
Just a little on-the-job training, Kev. Riding out.
Stop talking. No, I will continue to talk. Star Vandal, hello. How we doing? Very well. This game rocks. Game's so good.
Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, up.
All right, we did it.
A most fascinating opponent, wouldn't you say?
Oh boy, Doctor's gonna have a lot to say about this.
What did you make of it, Doc?
Well, everything it said seems feasible enough. It's true all UGs feature high-level AI these days. Given enough time to adapt and learn, a neural AI could certainly become able to comprehend speech. Then, with the right interface, speech and conversation will be possible.
But what about it having actual intelligence? John Searle disproved the viability of the Turing test back in 1980. In other words, just because something talks like a person doesn't mean it's really thinking. It could just be following some program designed to make it seem as intelligent as possible.
I'm impressed. You seem quite knowledgeable in this field.
I had a pretty memorable chat with an AI once, about 10 years ago. After that, I did a little reading.
Ah, yes, of course. The Patriot AI. I heard of this.
Was it actually intelligent, or just programmed to pretend? I'm still not sure.
I suppose it depends on how one defines intelligence. For example, many term chess-playing AIs and such as having sectional intelligence. Some in the field believe that sentience or self-consciousness is a necessary part of the definition. When you ask if this UG had intelligence, I suspect this is more your criteria?
Yeah, of course. Then you could ask, how do you define sentience exactly? And on and on and on.
Indeed. These terms can indicate a wide variety of meanings depending on one's understanding. Perhaps it is less important to ask if the AI was intelligent or not than to ask how did the AI operate. After all, labels are useful only when they further pursuit of the truth. And that, as you well know, is the goal of all science.
Sure, Doc. Thanks. I guess. Doc, that wolf UG. You think it's possible to repair it?
I chopped it into the tiniest pieces.
Just curious.
Well, normal brain tissue degrades starting approximately 3 minutes after the heart stops. With neural AI, however, the spin of the internal electrons is retained even after electric power is cut.
Electron
Assuming
spin
there's no damage
maintained.
to the actual AI hardware itself, yes, repairs should be possible.
Okay.
Whatever state it is in,
The electrons are still spinning. I can hear
you
them.
would bring it back with you.
I'll see what I can do. But the mission takes priority.
Of course. I would never suggest otherwise.
But let's just say this thing is what it claimed to be. You think there are other intelligent UGs out there? Because if that's the case, I've got a feeling future missions are only gonna get rougher.
Indeed. Dozens of UGs chatting away on the field would be enough to drive anyone to distraction. Neural AIs are not von Neumann computers, keep in mind. Structurally, they are closer to human brains. Hardware and software are indivisible. The learning data can't simply be transplanted to other AIs.
So it can't be copied or backed up either.
Normal UGs must be taught individually. This entails streaming provisional, audiovisual, and body sensor data until it's ready to be shipped out. This process can be sped up by increasing and improving processing speed. But I have no data on how long it would take to train such an AI how to converse. I couldn't even tell you if there's a training program established for such a thing in the first place. If it is indeed a prototype, it likely learned and honed its skills via the process of trial and error.
So it's unique.
I cannot say with certainty, but I have not heard
Shadow JP,
like
thanks for gifting 5 subs.
that it was telling the truth when it called itself an experiment.
Really appreciate that.
There may be others. Or perhaps it's the only one in existence.
Glad we narrowed that down, then.
I'm glad we narrowed that down.
My apologies, Raiden. I realize we never concluded our discussion.
Never finished talking about that other thing.
Didn't we?
CNT drove major innovations in the
Right
field
into
of
it.
cybernetics,
Didn't even acknowledge.
unmanned gears. As I'm sure you are aware, Walker-type UGs require numerous linear actuators in order to function. Previously, organic polymers or cultivated muscle cells were used to that purpose. But the advancement of CNT technology allowed for comparable power in a far more compact package. This meant the same size UGs could be equipped with even greater firepower. Take the redesigned Metal Gear Ray, for example.
They took all the space the old artificial muscles filled up and stuffed it with weapons.
Precisely. Of course, UGs have improved in many ways, all to keep pace with cyborg advancements, you know. After all, the original Metal Gear program was designed to unite infantry and weaponry. As an evolution of this concept, the UG is now in direct competition with the cyborg. And the cyborgs already have an advantage with their maneuverability and smaller size, as you well know. Of course, UGs are not dependent on the skills of a human host.
Long story short, watch out for UGs.
Well, yes, basically. Cyborgs have matched unmanned gears in many respects. But
Wait, did I miss a reference?
advances
Damn, I picked the wrong time to respond to a Discord
underestimate
question.
any you might run into.
Copy that.
Doc, all the UG talk got me thinking. Why don't we see more manned gears?
Ah, yes, with a pilot. The bipedal tanks and such things, I must confess I have not followed the field closely as of late. But then, who has? Since Metal Gear Ray, all the advances and the funding in mobile
You've
artillery
never played this and you want to die?
So why is that?
I am playing it in the worst possible way.
Aerial drones,
Like going through all these conversation trees.
armored transports,
The actual game is sick as hell and the music is awesome.
jobs too dull, too dirty, or too dangerous for men. True Metal Gears with a pilot and nuclear payload were huge and very expensive. They were not practical. It turned out the greater need was for smaller, cheaper units, deployed more easily and in greater numbers.
Mini
The
gears.
field narrowed in on this aspect of gear design, an all-terrain link between infantry and artillery. But even then, the UG models were more popular. In most cases, they simply made more sense.
But aren't there situations where you'd want gear-level power, but also a human pilot there to make decisions? UG AI has gotten better, but it's still terrible at handling anything unexpected.
But Raiden, this is exactly the role the cyborg has taken. On the manned gear, any advantage over a cyborg in offensive power comes with a matching increase in size. This makes it so large as to no longer be practical for most infantry missions. Conversely, the smaller models are so close to cyborgs that, well, what is the point?
Cyborgs are smaller, cheaper, more nimble.
Precisely. Perhaps soon we will see the cyborg take the place of the UG, as the UG has done to the manned gear.
What, with wings? Scooting around on wheels?
Why do you laugh? It is the logical next step to have a human brain integrated into a tank or a plane.
Now you're getting into some B-grade sci-fi territory, Doc.
Oh, but
Cyber
it's all
Ninja
quite
just said that.
possible, I assure you. Just consider that.
Cyber Ninja said, Doc, that's
Humanoid
ridiculous.
friend for everyday life, yes. But the brainstem can be easily extracted and inserted into whatever chassis best suits the mission. So, yes, I suppose the paradigm could be flipped on its head. As UGs become smaller and smarter, they could begin to fill the cyborg's role. They will come to resemble them more and more in form and function, no doubt. I suppose at some point they would no longer be UGs, but androids. Glorious!
One thing about fighting these cyborgs, Doctor.
More.
It's strange in a way.
Oh? How do you
We got this whole mini boss fight just now. We have to have a lot of
With all
talking.
their pain and emotion suppressed, they don't feel a thing. At least against SOP troops.
You never forgot they were real people. But these cyborgs, it starts to feel like I'm taking on unmanned gears, robots, not living, breathing men.
Intriguing. Tell me, does it help assuage the natural feelings of guilt? There is no reason to avoid this topic. Man has wrestled with it as long as there has been war. Guns were a huge step, of course, as it became easier to take a life, physically and mentally. Then, destroying a tank or airplane, where you no longer had to see your enemy's face as he perished. Eventually, remote-controlled drones further distanced the killer from his victim, much like the video games. I suppose cyborg soldiers could be seen as yet another step in dehumanizing death.
Maybe. I do feel like I could forget I'm taking the lives of real people here.
Well, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't necessarily be taking their lives, strictly speaking. So, as long as the brain is supplied with oxygen, a cyborg can survive most anything, even if respiration is disabled. An emergency supply of liquid oxygen would remain in the bloodstream. The cyborg would enter a state...
Are you telling me that...
But so long as the brainstem were retrieved intact, it could be attached to another body and revived.
That's how the two Gemini survived.
The Gemini? Ah, yes, the twin cyborgs from the motorcade.
But Desperado cyborgs are different.
Physical self-destruction is a fail-safe security measure. In any case, it is unfortunate that Prime Minister Mane was human.
Unfortunate.
Perhaps if he had been a cyborg, he might have survived as well.
We'll never know. Besides, a robotic prime minister? I doubt anyone would accept that. Inside or outside the country.
Yes, I suppose fear always does trump logic when it comes to the general public.
Exactly.
It's deep. Back in.
Something I meant to ask in our last chat. Did you consider opting for emotion restraints? I can understand one might be leery of the procedure, but it is all perfectly reversible, I assure you. You could implement them for a mission and then do away with them as soon as it was over.
I'll pass, thanks. To be honest, I have a problem with the whole concept.
And what is that?
Decisions are about more than just logic. Lose your emotions, and you risk not being able to relate to how normal people see right and wrong. Your conscience could end up different, warped, or who knows, maybe gone altogether. Boris agrees. That's why no Maverick cyborgs are allowed to use emotion restraints.
An understandable perspective. There is some data to support your belief. MRI scans have isolated the brain activity associated with choosing between good and bad. Mostly in the dorsolateral prefrontal and central orbitofrontal cortexes.
Orbitofrontal.
But this entire area of the brain is known to process emotion, not logical thought. It would seem to support the idea that emotion indeed plays a role in values-based decisions.
Well, there you go.
But another argument can be made, that it is emotion that sparks human conflict in the first place. All the great wars, all the great atrocities, would they have happened if not for emotional decisions?
Maybe not. But we can't just ignore the worldview of most of the planet. We don't exist in a vacuum here. To most of the world, a PMC operating on its own guidelines would be like a terrorist organization. They'd say we used brute force to impose our strange values on others. And they'd be right.
Yes, well, you have a point.
Abuse of emotion restraints has become a hot topic. Suppressing fear tends to boost aggression, which has led to cases of excessive violence.
True, achieving the right balance is difficult.
But on the other hand, it makes it possible to intentionally make people more aggressive. Even a child can become a bomb just waiting to explode.
Yes, it is very likely that Desperado is employing just such a technique.
Doc, that wolf UG. You think it's possible to...
Why do you...
Just...
Well, with assuming... But
I'll see...
Of course.
But let's... Because if...
Indeed, neural hard...
So it...
Normal... I couldn't... If it...
So it's...
I would have been...
Glad...
Alright, we did it. Time for a video game. For who knows how long. Probably not very long. But you can enjoy it while it's here. data storage do anything? Does it like unlock? Is it just collectibles or do you get data? I want that data. I feel like I'm not getting enough arms, but they don't also... It doesn't really seem like they're a collectible. It's just like you get extra BP for it.
Get off!
Bill Hardman. Nice name. Thank you for the sub. Left arms are only on specific soldiers. Okay. Are they the sort of thing where if you miss one, you don't get it again kind of deal? See who has them if you use your cyborg sight thing. Oh, okay. I'll keep a lookout. Pick up a rocket launcher? I did not. Oh, alright. Oh, didn't have meter. Damn it. Landed on the column. I should have saved the meter. Oh, tried to do the thing. All right. I'm trying to. Hey, what's going on? There we go. Darn it! Oh, I didn't hold left trigger. Okay, I guess they'll let me do it again. There we go. Okay, you just have to, like, catch the first one. $186 parts. I love that it counts. Now we have to talk about the history of helicopters for 2.5 hours.
Most impressive, Raiden.
Yeah. Gonna have to do a lot more than float around like that to beat me.
Indeed, indeed. So, now you are in Sukumi Old Town. Pretty much still the same as after war in 1990s.
Looks like it.
Make your way through town. You'll need to pass through an abandoned hotel to reach the hill. The hotel is serving as headquarters for cyborg forces patrolling the new city.
Sounds like a blast. And why exactly am I walking right into enemy HQ?
Well, it's not a stealth mission, eh? Striking them will weaken their entire forces. Besides, we don't want them stabbing you in the back.
All right. At least I'll get to top off my electrolytes.
This is the spirit. Trust me, it is easier than knocking on Refinery front gate.
Someone mentioned that the codex have 55,000 words, much like a novel. Well, we're getting 2 novels this stream. Quantcake, thank you for the sub. Have fun with the marathon. I'm having a great time so far. Hope everybody else is.
Let's recap your route.
Shoot.
I'm getting a lot of lore. There's so much lore.
You are on. An abandoned hotel is up ahead. This road ends at the hotel. Enter and you should be able to reach a hill from the roof. There are more Soviet ruins past that hill. Get through there and you will reach the rear of the refinery.
Head for the hotel roof. Got it. Boris, any idea where they're getting the money to fund?
I thought that had to be the last one.
Assembling this many cyborgs can't come cheap. Not to mention getting them all here.
There are 2 questions we have about the money. Is Dolzaev paying Desperado out of his own pocket?
And if not, then who is?
Duh. We do not know size of Dolzaev's war chest, only that he has some funding. Insurgent does not always mean the dirt poor guerrilla with the hunting rifle and homemade bomb. Some rebel groups are very well funded. In Arab oil nations, for instance.
Right. They have benefactors who share the same ideology.
There is also a chance some other party is backing Desperado directly, creating conflict for their own reasons, like the Patriots used to. Many groups stand to profit from wars, yes? Not just PMCs. Arms maker, contractor. Perhaps it is this kind of corporation behind him.
The oil interests alone could make billions here.
Duh. Already this violence so near the Abkhazia-Sochi pipeline is affecting markets. An interruption in the pipeline would shift the balance of power between the world's oil giants. Whether it's Dolzaev's goal or no, many groups stand to gain a lot of money from this mess.
I gotta do it again.
Ryder, I've been thinking. What Sundowner said. How peace in Africa was a problem for him. Do you remember?
Yeah. Doesn't sound like somebody fighting for an anti-Inmani faction, does it? The Prime Minister definitely had his detractors. Anyone in that position would. But he listened to them, treated them fairly. There was no real injustice for the opposition to rally around. So the rival factions never got that popular or that well-funded. There's no way they could afford all this.
But it does not make sense for Desperado to be acting alone here either. Even if they trigger full-blown war, there is no guarantee they would get the contract. Perhaps this is about natural resources? The last civil war was over precious metals.
You think big business hired Desperado to shake things up?
Who can say? At least it has not grown into a real civil war. Yet.
We need to figure out who's at the root of all this if we're gonna end it.
But knowing is only half the battle. It is the other half that will get you killed.
Well,
Metal Gear.
This mission has a nice side benefit. Putting a dent in Desperado will screw whoever's backing them, too.
Our focus is to help the Abkhaz people. But if we hurt those responsible for this on the way, well, so be it.
Nice. Okay, I gotta take a bathroom break again. I'll be right back, fellas. So much more to listen to.
Right then, let's recap.
Okay,
First,
that was it.
Head for...
Okay.
Hey, Kev. That piece of shit who killed Inmani. Is he one of those almighty winds?
Yeah. Goes by Sundowner. It's a folk name for this warm air current in Southern California. He's also, well, not the formal head of Desperado, but pretty much their de facto leader. Let's see. Born in Alabama, family was poor. Solid student, decent grades, but no money for college, so he joined the army.
Is that true? I haven't heard the term here, but
then Iraq.
I don't know.
Iraq again.
I don't know that I've been in
Afghanistan. In 2000,
the environments
he
to
drops
hear
out of
that.
the service and starts doing merc work for various PMCs. He was active all through the SOP years. Built up quite a reputation. Apparently, the Sundowner handle comes from all the blood he leaves behind. Looks like the sunset. Anyway, an IED put him out of action for a few years. But then, cyborg tech brought him out of retirement. The Army investigated him for possible war crimes. A few times, looks like. Desecrating remains, torturing POWs, some wrongful deaths.
How was your piss? Delightful?
Pretty
satisfying?
fast, huh?
Smooth?
Not that I'm.
It was pretty clear, Adam. I'm
come on, buddy.
well hydrated.
You know that's not fair. You were just a kid. You didn't know what you were doing. And it's not like they gave you a choice.
Yeah. Thanks, Kev. Kev, you dig up anything more on Jetstream Sam?
Yeah, actually a bit. Still a lot of missing pieces.
I'll take what I can.
Right. Full name, Samuel Rodriguez. Born in Brazil, so I guess that'd be more like Samuel Rodriguez. He's actually not one of the Winds of Destruction. He's not even a Desperado employee.
Swinging a hit.
Didn't seem like your typical PMC to me.
His father ran a Brazilian Kenjutsu dojo.
Genjutsu? That's a school of Japanese swordplay.
Mm-hmm. A lot of Japanese immigrated to Brazil way back when. They brought martial arts with them. Those evolved and became their own offshoots. You've heard of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? It's their variation on Judo. Brazilian Kenjutsu's the same kind of thing. A different evolution of the old samurai sword skills. Bit of capoeira and some other stuff mixed in.
Are you going to bed, Zidonia? With any luck, I'll still be streaming when you get up.
Dojo was a big proponent of the
yeah, sleep well.
Uridachi style.
Uridachi.
Uridachi.
AKA Setsujinken, the murdering sword. Basically the polar opposite of my sword of justice.
Rodriguez Kenjutsu uses kicks, sword butts, even throws. Unpredictable,
His
very deadly.
fighting style is even counter to mine.
Sam's father was killed by one of his pupils. There were rumors one of the cartels was involved, but it's not clear how or why. And after that, Sam disappears for a while, then comes back, kills the guy who killed his dad, and leaves Brazil. He travels the world for a while, taking odd jobs, bodyguard, cleaner for the mob, etc., etc. Made a big name for himself in the criminal underworld, especially in Central and South America. One story has Sam taking out a mafia hit squad, 10 men, all with assault rifles, using only his sword.
Not unheard of for a cyborg.
This was back in the early 2000s.
Come on. He did that without enhancements? And pre-SOP?
That's the story anyway. And he's a cyborg now, so he could only be stronger. Not to freak you out or anything.
I told you, Kev. I got a reading on his fighting style from last time, and my body's been upgraded. I'll be fine.
Yeah. Oh. I know you will be.
I love this deep lore on the bosses. Also a very Metal Gear thing.
Ride it. Head for the oil refinery.
How much of this game have you seen?
Have you ever tried Abkhazian cuisine?
I've definitely never probed this far into
Georgian, yes.
the codex. I think I've gotten a little farther than this. I remember the dog. I remember being in like an underground sewer tunnel, and I think that's as far as I got.
Even you haven't tried it? Now I'm really curious.
What do you mean, even me?
Well, before we head to any new country, you always hit up local spots that serve their cuisine, right? You know, your little research trips.
Oh, come on. Not always.
Weird thing to be defensive
I
about.
just think it's interesting to compare local interpretations of ethnic food to the real thing. Plus, it's a great way to get familiar with a big part of any nation's culture. That's all.
Okay. But no time for research this time around, huh?
Well, like I said, I've had Georgian food before. And most of the Eastern Bloc sees Abkhazia as just another part of Georgia. But yeah, really tasty. They had this incredible cheese bread. Ugh, and the wine.
Georgian wine is famous after all. Though I hear you won't find it in Russia.
Talking about wine.
They say most of Abkhazian
cheese bread.
cuisine is closer to Turkish food than what you'll find in the rest of Georgia.
This is the best. This is the
Apparently
greatest.
Only their wine resembles what they
I
found in
hoped
Georgia.
that this game's codex were like this, and I'm glad to see that they are. Superfluous save every time.
How are things back at Control, Courtney?
Things are fine. Same as usual, I guess. Russia is, Russia. Not that I've left HQ much to see anything, really.
No concerns about security? Isn't that a civilian airport you're stationed at?
Sochi International, yeah. But we're fine. We have our own cyborg detail on the job. Plus, any trouble...
Screams, you're from Georgia? We don't got all that fancy food? I mean, it was just cheese bread and wine.
Housing your HQ in a giant transport plane, I guess.
Do you have cheese bread and
If
wine?
anyone wanted to mess up this op, they'd have a much easier time coming after you directly.
I'm not so sure. Have you seen this new body in action? It's amazing. It's ready for anything. Unless they...
Oh, Raiden, yeah. Your body? It's so amazing.
Very funny. Yeah, you know what I meant.
Oh, is it getting hot in here? Or is that just your body in action?
All right, all right. If you're done, I'm going to get back to the mission.
Okay, I'll stop.
Thanks.
For a guy with a bod like yours, anytime.
God. I love that your fucking comms people roast the shit out of you for being an edgelord ninja. My sweet cyborg body.
I picked up something interesting on that tilt rotor back in Africa.
Desperado's getaway vehicle? What do you got?
I traced its registration. It comes up as a, get this, mail transport. A Somali civilian helicopter.
Not even the right type of aircraft. So the registration is fake. Well, par for the course for Desperado, I guess.
I wonder why they bothered with the tilt rotor in the first place.
Why not? They can take off and land without an airstrip, virtually anywhere. Hover, too. Meanwhile, they have the speed and range of a fixed-wing plane.
They are talking about helicopters now.
And they're quiet.
It took a while to get
Don't
there.
get all that BVI noise from the blades like with a normal copter.
Aren't they?
If they mention the Wright brothers at any point, I swear to God.
Used to call them Widowmakers. The rotor tech is really complex. There've been a lot of mishaps over the years, but each one's helped perfect the design. These days, they're as safe as any other aircraft, helicopter or fixed wing. Most of VTOL's bad rep is left over from the thrust vectoring jets of the past.
No wonder you know all this. Says here you took down a Harrier once. Wait.
References!
By yourself?
Well, I did have a rocket launcher.
It's no Hind D, but...
Wasn't so tough while it was in hover mode.
I bet you're just being modest. Must have been a pretty crazy op you were on.
You don't know the half of it.
What's up?
Tilt rotors are loud as fuck. What are they talking about? These are future tilt rotors.
Save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
I don't know what year this is supposed to take place. I don't remember when... Like, Metal Gear Solid 4 is in the 2040s or something like that, right? And this is after that.
Right then. Allow me to give you a recap of visual augment mode.
Why? Is it different from my AR display?
We'll get to that in a moment. Modern tech gives us the ability to display assorted information...
Oh, Force 2014. Never mind.
...accomplished by interrupting the data flow from a cyborg's optic nerve.
I thought it was way more far future.
This is referred to as AR.
Yeah, I guess Solid takes place in 98, so it's not like...
That's how I can see
and Snake ages fast.
Who I'm talking to on the codec.
Right. But if too much data is presented in this manner, the user runs the risk of having an incomplete view of the real world.
Yeah. The codec window.
Solid's in 2005.
Getting in the way when you drop into chat.
Of course, of course. Typically, I'd simply call, leaving it to you whether or not to respond. In an emergency, however, that just wouldn't do.
Define emergency.
Anyway, Cyborg AR designers...
Actually talking about the UI of the game.
...as unobtrusive as possible. But there are times when one really does need all that data on display. This is where augment mode comes in. Now, I know it sounds a bit like augmented reality, but just think of it as an additional dimension to AR.
Okay, fine. So what's it do?
It uses local soliton radar and XIFF data to do things such as analyze and display enemy position and numbers. It also has a starlight scope and thermal goggle functionality for a host of night vision capabilities. The entire image is digitally processed, making it much easier to read than earlier thermal goggles.
This takes place during March through May of 2018.
Used in a well-lit area, your perceived brightness will be affected, but it won't hinder vision too much. The same type of sensor is used for all functionality. The data sent out by each one is merged together as part of the digital processing. All you need to worry about is turning the individual functions on and off. Simple, yes?
Sure, Doc. Simple.
Okay.
That was a hammerhead, right? I know it's the first canard rotor wingcraft to go into general use.
Mm-hmm.
More helicopter talk.
Capable of taking off vertically like a helicopter with a fixed wing mode for speedy flight. A jet nozzle on the rotor provides the propulsion that spins the rotor and keeps the craft hovering. During flights, the rotor is fixed, becoming the craft's main wing. The tail wings and canards, the wings on the far front, provide lift while the craft is changing modes.
Pretty wild. And the hammerhead's the only one out there.
The design began as DARPA-funded research. The craft they designed could take off and hover well enough, but they could never figure out how to handle going over to fixed wing. The project was cancelled in 2006, but AT Corps apparently picked up where they left off.
Sounds like a troubled development.
They are talking about the history of this helicopter now.
Unlike a helicopter or tilt rotor, the machinery spinning the rotor is exceedingly simple. Not only does it cut down on weight, but maintenance is made easier. In fixed-wing mode, it is no different from any other jet aircraft, giving it a decisive speed advantage. I must say it's well suited as an escort to a tilt rotor, too.
I can see you're a fan.
Oh, I'm a fan of anything imaginatively designed. As a scientist, it pushes all my buttons, one would say. In terms of innovation, it shares a great deal with the Triebflügel, a World War II-era German concept craft.
We're getting closer to Wright Brothers.
Utilized the tipjet concept.
Doesn't look like it has.
If they mention the Wright Brothers, I'm taking a fat vape.
I'd be kind of nervous riding in one.
Oh, but that's just what would make the ride such fun, no? I'm a firm believer in the case for more pie-in-the-sky experimentation like this. We live in an age of UGs, after all. We don't even need test pilots.
No one's gonna get on if it crashes, Doc.
Close. Very close.
Kev mentioned a lot of the high-ranking military were brain-jacked. Can you give me any more on that?
Well, it is not my area of expertise, but I have working knowledge of such matters, yes. Much of it is similar to cybernetics, you know.
Makes sense. A cyborg's frame is reading signals directly from the brain.
Indeed. Brainjacking employs nanomachines to stop these signals from reaching a normal body. The pilot can then substitute their own signals and control the victim.
Hey, General Sweet Pants.
They can govern all motor movement, but not the victim's thoughts.
Okay.
It is not mind control. More like a puppet. The subject will not...
I'm learning about future tech, or 2018 tech.
Send control signals.
Brainjacking.
Can't just implant an idea, like a hypnotist.
Precisely. You must manipulate them directly. Now, there are several methods for doing this. The pilot can act out the desired and send the result.
Doctor spent 100,000 on War Thunder microtransactions. He's now recovering from debt.
The master raises his right hand.
There's just so many collectible planes, though.
The master says Arschgeige, and the victim does as well.
Yeah, I get the idea, Doc.
Another method is to set an AI in control as a victim. Less convincing, but less labor-intensive. The AI can access the subject's memory center, at least, to recognize acquaintances and the like.
But anyone looks really closely, and the gig is up.
Mimicking behavior from surface memories is difficult, you know. Quite difficult. AIs are still very poor at replicating more subtle cues, such as the manner of speaking. As a result, often the victim can barely pass as a human, much less any certain individual. With the current tech, a passing acquaintance might be fooled, but not a close friend. Not for long.
Good. The idea of AIs controlling people is bad enough. At least I'll be able to tell if it happens to someone I know. So, Doc, if brainjacking can access someone's memory, can't we basically see everything in their past?
Well, that would depend on precisely what you mean by see their past. The brain does not store every single detail the senses take in, you know. It records highlights, further simplified into a highly symbolic form.
First, we must talk about memory. What is the nature of memory?
To what it was previously aware of. We can even gauge the emotion provoked. But reproducing memories? No. I've seen little progress in research to this area.
But say we directly linked my brainstem with the nanomachines of a brainjacking victim. Couldn't I read their memories?
There have been attempts at such things, but it is not so simple.
Every single word makes me have more fun than the last.
Make up one's identity.
And the more words there are, the more fun I'll have.
For example, say we remove all memories you have of being yourself and replace them with my own.
Yeah.
You would feel you was a great Dr. Wilhelm Vogt. You would behave very similar to how I do. However, what if instead you kept your own memories and we added mine to them? You would feel you are both Raiden and Wilhelm Vogt. Suddenly your memories would not lead one to the next. You would be confused, disoriented, without a sense of which man you were, and thus how you should behave. So, you see, the very concept is not practical for most military applications. In trying to read an enemy's mind, you would, in a sense, become that enemy.
You wouldn't know which side you were fighting for.
Precisely. Cyborg memories are completely different, of course.
Completely.
Cyborg's visuals are often monitored by outside parties, much as we do with yours. This visual data can, of course, be recorded for later analysis. All with full video and all in the holographic memory in their left hands.
So you can just sit back and enjoy the movie?
Well, it's not always recorded, mind you. And even then, there's the issue of locating the desired data buried inside all that video. You might need to comb 10 days of recordings from 10 cyborgs to find a single person or document. That is 100 days of work. Even replayed double speed, 50 days.
Can't you automate the search?
Of course. You can flag any time a certain face appears or if certain words are said. But the process is not perfect, and it still requires time, you know. Besides which, often one doesn't know what they are searching for until they find it. But should you ever require a search through your memory, Raiden, I would be happy to assist you.
Yeah, for a modest fee, I'm sure. I have to say, Doc, it's almost scary everything nanomachines are capable of. SOP, brainjacking.
Oh, but the cyborg is capable of even more.
You think?
I do. With nanomachines. You know this name has always bothered me, nanomachine.
Oh, let's go into that. Sure, unpack all of that.
Existing machines, so much more.
Uh-huh.
You cannot just take a motor and make it all teeny tiny, you know? A human chromosome is 10 micrometers long, roughly. A nanometer is 1/100th that length. These devices must be crafted at the molecular level to work at that scale. It is far more to do with molecular biology,
Copenhagen.
mechanical engineering.
Thanks for gifting 5 subs.
But where are you going with it?
It is, however, now possible to create
Actually cutting him off now.
that simulate viral functions. Effectively
Getting ever closer
human cells into
to that
taking
next
on a
chapter in
wide
this
range of,
ridiculous Doom
less
book.
conventional characteristics, boosting strength or resilience, or even regenerative ability. Not to CNT muscle fiber levels, of course. After all, these molecules and proteins can only make use of the materials at hand. That is to say, the atoms that naturally occur within the human body.
I'm not sure I follow. Are you saying cyborg tech is already more advanced than nanomachines?
Well, not necessarily. But the potential for future growth seems much greater.
Thank you, Copenhagen.
Natural means can only rearrange what is already there. Boost one ability too far, and you might take away from another. If the human race is to truly evolve, I believe we must shed this DNA-driven organic flesh and exchange it for something far more functional. Cyborg technology.
Something with rocket boots.
To this purpose, at least in terms of military applications. But then, who knows? A revolution in nanotechnology could be occurring even as we speak. Progress rarely takes the form we expect, you know. Such is the great frustration and glory of science.
Okay, stretch out a little bit. Deep breath. Go in again.
Doc, that wolf UG.
All right,
Why,
we're back to that.
Well, with new, assuming whatever.
I'll see.
Of course.
But let's, because it...
In the neuropart,
So it...
normal UGs must be taught this
You can't
process.
get out of the conversation.
I would have made.
Glad...
You just have to run the whole thing. All right. All right, there's a game here. Lore's been learned. Yeah, I feel educated about fixed rotor aircraft and memories.
Stupid to try and hide here.
What specifically would happen if I downloaded my memories into somebody else?
Well, we can't let it.
So that. Okay,
Wait.
never mind.
We'll fill out the paperwork later.
No, please. I will do anything.
What? Okay, whatever. Camera, I need you to turn. Okay, if you get shot during a combo, it'll... You can't just soak it. Are you playing through Solid 4 as well? At some point, yeah. I'd like to replay it, but, you know. saying this right now. Ah, come on. Alright. Figuring out where the camera goes when you pull the sword mode has been an interesting challenge. I also don't have air dash. Probably buy that. I don't have air parry either.
Get off!
Still planning on playing through all the Platinum game stuff? Maybe. It's a neat idea, but I have so many other, like, long series project gameplay things that I've bitten off. Let's see. Faster, more detailed feedback. Sidestep in any... How do you use it? Maybe it unlocks a VR mission for it or something. There were 493 different codec conversations in this game. Brace yourselves. Surely we're like already a decent amount through that. By the Katana Fox? I don't have enough. 200,000. Everyone wants me to do that. That's so common. It reloaded everybody. Ah.
You gotta be pretty stupid to try and hide here. Looks to me like Russian.
Thought I hit a checkpoint.
Hey, we are just...
Well, we can't let him give away our position. Waster! We'll fill out the... Bullseye! Get off!
Okay, so you can just chop the guts out of the wings too? Don't get too excited by all this video game action, because I actually I gotta take a food break. That's okay. My nuggies are already here. And nuggies are packed in a tight, easy-to-eat package, so this isn't going to take very long. Yeah, I gotta refill my nano repair trites in my cyber weave pouch. It's only going to take like 10 minutes for me to eat, Captain. It won't be that bad. So I'll be right back. But thanks everybody for watching so far. Hey, I've consumed my nug, consumed my lettuce-wrapped burger. But just for that break, do a little stream refund here. Add 10 subs. Goal. Alright. Ooh, yeah, maybe I ate a little fast. Ugh. Whatever, it's worth it. What is that? What is that icon? Oh, it's the person sprawled out on the ground. Yeah. Wait, were we officially through all the codec trees? I think we were. You already ate? Yep, just did. Told you it was going to be fast. Whew. I'm sure getting those nugs in my bloodstream with all haste will have no negative consequences. I'm sure of it.
So that's where they're holed up.
Some kind of electronic lock on the gate.
Most likely it opens only if you have the right ID data stored in your left hand. Perhaps you could find a cyborg with access and borrow it?
You see any cyborgs around here, Doc?
Why not double back? Check the vehicle route again. You know, back at the entrance to the old city. Who knows? Maybe you can hitch a ride. Most likely, platoon commanders carry correct ID data for the gate. Use enhanced mode to figure out who to hit.
Okay, so they're gonna tutorialize me all about that. Well, you know what that means. Time for 30 minutes of discussion about the history of tags and subdermal tags or whatever.
So I get past the gate and into the hotel. Then what?
This road ends at the hotel. Enter and you should be able to reach a hill from the roof. That hotel was used by the Nomenklatura, high-ranking Communist Party bureaucrats. All destroyed now, of course, but in Soviet days, full of luxury. Anyway, you should be able to reach a hill from hotel roof. There are more Soviet ruins past that hill. Get through there, and you will reach the rear of the refinery.
Head for the hotel roof. Got it.
Yeah, Hezokyo, this is...
So I get past the gate.
That's pretty prime stream hours right now.
You'll need to score an ID if you want to get through that gate. Head back to the old town entrance.
Alright, pretty straightforward.
What's up? Okay, save complete.
Ah, Captain Sverga, thank you for gifting 6 subs. Thank you. Actually, I'm really excited to read more of that book.
ID information is embedded into
Of course,
the memory
Doc Door
in
has
their
some
left
shit to
hand.
say about this.
Likely that's what the gate is scanning for. Depending on your ID, you would only have clearance for certain gates.
Convenient.
No more fumbling around with a pocket full of card keys. But you must cut off a left hand before it explodes, or else the ID will be erased.
And then it's back to square one.
Oh, you got tickets for Rammstein next Thursday? Nice. Hey, no worries. I appreciate anyone who gifts anything. I appreciate people who don't even gift anything. I just appreciate people hanging out, sharing their memories of the game. Totally didn't touch the ground. Okay, so if you get hit enough, it will stun Raiden out of the combo. You can't just sit there and take gunfire. There was an arm there. It just gave me some bonus points, though. I guess I didn't look at him with Cyber Eye. Okay, there we go. That's pretty straightforward. Are you... It feels like with some of them, though, you can just chop their arm off for some bonus points. They make it very clear. That didn't count? I guess I got too much of his torso?
Right. You missed them all? Well, you just have to fight your way through.
Ha! So wait a minute. Does it track the arms like collectibles? If you miss an arm, do you just have to reload a checkpoint or something? Or does it matter? Like, are they all the same? You just locked yourself out of an achievement? God damn it. Hold on. Did all the dudes have? Yeah, none of them read. Okay, so none of them read as having a special arm. Also, there's only one. I am cutting right through that thing. Gotta be awkwardly close. What the fuck? Okay. Man, how am I bad at that?
Bravo! Excellent work. There was classified data embedded in that hand. It appears that man underwent modification at a Patriot facility, just as you did.
Where do you go to see the, like, collection? Buddy, you set up my throne. Oh. That's pretty cool, Captain. Going to see some awesome shows? Looks like you need a hand. I'm just trying to really nail down the nuts and bolts of how this collection system operates. If you think about it, chicken nuggets and repair nanopaste are basically the same thing. And I have thought about it. Probably extruded from similar machines. Both thick nutrient gels. Oh, okay. Boy, that camera. Okay, so there are faster attacks. That just must not do a lot of damage. Like the actual range of view when you're in that mode is pretty small. Yeah, Blade Bone does hardly any damage. It's a finisher. Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering why you would ever pull to it dry. I guess if you're surrounded by like multiple base level goons that you can just chop through. Or I guess if you're deflecting projectiles seems to be another thing. Riding double cheeked up. Oh my yes. 3D photo frame. Sorry, what? Black light into a 3D image. It'll take more than a girly magazine to get the attention of emotion-suppressed cyborgs. This should do the trick. Oh dear. Is it a 3D anime? Yep. Oh baby. It's like wearing high-waisted jeans. Cargo shorts? Or cargo pants? Today's modern soldier can't be distracted by girly mags. 6-inch hologram, though. Nobody can resist that. That rocks. When you see an enemy land with a blue holographic glow over them, you can Zandatsu to cut through it without it being a finisher. Oh! Oh, okay. So as long as they have the arm, you can just chop it off any old time. You don't have to soften them up first.
First, make your way to the hotel roof.
So I get past the gate and into
that hold is anyway. There are
head for.
Ride it. You must.
Great. This is great.
What's up?
Free license to play the game. Hit the buttons and progress. Love it. If you have softened them up and not getting a finishing state, you can just dry Zandatsu and cut a holographic limb. Oh, okay, but you have to have like damaged it first. You can't just do it to them with full HP. Oh, I'll try to figure it out. I think I'm getting it. Okay. I'm assuming there will be like a thing of their armor shattering or something. That seems to be what happens. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Like with the like the guns on Ray would turn blue, and then you can just jump at them and chop them off. I can get some upgrades. Is the arm collection at the main menu? Is the arm collection? Oops, accidentally unpaused the stream. Yeah, it would take so long to save up for the Fox Blade. Yeah, getting some new skills. They don't tell you how to use them though. I guess that's the launcher. Oh, they're all combo extenders to the X button. Oh, that's easy. We forgot about this game? Tragic. Luckily, that's what I'm here for. To remind all the gamers of the old ways. These cybernetic buns. Oh, right! Oh, we did the thing. I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. We got a Doom novel to read here.
Dozaev. That woman.
Somebody's gonna smooch at me.
Raiden, what's happening? Your heart rate spiked.
Yeah, I just dodged a bullet.
Don't catch feelings, Raiden.
I'm heading for the refinery.
An arm. I'm gonna chop that arm. But you know I gotta talk to people first. Hey, what's up, Jess?
Boris, I got a visual on Dozaev and Mistral. Looked like they were arguing over something. Mistral's heading up the force at the refinery, correct?
Oh,
sure on that?
yeah, Wombat ducked
Yes,
VIP or ban.
but I'm
Let's
not
roll it.
sure how good a commander she is. As a fighter, talented, yes, I know, but...
Well, neither one looked very happy. Maybe she'll withdraw.
Oh, I doubt that. She may not like him, but she will follow her orders. She's just the leader on the ground here.
All right.
Someone else is calling the shots.
Couldn't be all VIPs, could it?
But what's the end game here? Say I die and we can't stop them. Then what? Are they even capable of forming a real government?
Wombat Duck, I'm very
Think
sorry.
the people here would support Dolzaev?
Thank you very much for watching the stream as much as you have.
Much easier thing to take a government than to keep it.
Beautiful thing, and I appreciate it very much.
You can only ignore the will of the
But I
people
have to
for
ban
so
you
long
now.
before they rise up. And trying to do all
I hate
this
it.
with
I hate it. It hurts so much.
difficult.
But I'm going to do it.
Very
Thank you.
expensive.
You're banned.
Someone else must be bankrolling this for their own reasons. Someone with very deep pockets.
Wait, we're back to this?
To benefit the
We already talked about this.
Most likely someone with an interest in that refinery. The plant has pipelines connecting with Sochi in Russia and Supsa in Georgia.
Yeah, you'll be glad to know, Wombat Duck, that the lore continues even though you are banned.
Oil. I wonder if Dolzaev knows he's being used.
Lore is fine.
Then again,
Don't worry about the lore.
I wonder if he'd even care.
Speaking of lore, it's time to return to our good friend Flynn Flytaggart and his stupid, weird bullshit. All right, back at it. Oh yeah, there was new lore.
Dolzaev and
Of course,
that woman were
of course there was.
discussing. Even your ears could not catch it, huh?
No. Even enhanced hearing doesn't help when it's too far for sound vibrations to travel.
A pity they were outdoors. We could have deployed laser surveillance unit if they were inside, near window.
Yeah, maybe if conditions were perfect. I'd have to be lined up just right to get the beam directly in front of the glass. And there's the problem of noise, too.
Duh, true enough.
Anyway, not much point talking about it now.
Nice, man.
Better I just head over there and wrap this up.
You want a gift and
Of
subs?
course, of
Thank
course.
you.
I only wonder because I have no idea what Dolzaev is thinking. The more intel we have, the better.
Relax, Boris. Once I take out Mistral, the rest will be easy.
Let us hope so.
Thank you very much. Getting us right on the way towards that next chapter.
Hey, Boris.
To hear more from Jill.
I know
Ugh.
this probably isn't the best time for this, but...
No problem. Ask me anything. My goal is to have open company, huh? Hiding nothing from its employees.
Right. Well, there were a few big proposals we had in the works, right?
What do you mean?
You know, my doing tactical drills with the Brazilian Special Ops Force in Rio. Playing the bad guys in that South African anti-terror police training program. On-site security consulting for the Swiss.
Yes, we were working on a few things, weren't we?
Well, I thought so, but they're not in Maverick's task management database.
Well, right then. We've had to freeze those proposals.
This just actively has nothing to do with what's going on.
You're putting them on ice?
They would be too much distracting for you. We need to focus on current op.
That doesn't seem necessary. You're gonna disappoint a lot of prospective clients.
Well, yes, but...
This is about money, isn't it?
I should not have tried to hide it.
Right. Open company, remember?
Well, yes, but we can't afford for you to be too shaken to complete your mission.
Boris, I'm fine. I know it's not all my fault, but my client was killed. Kinda expect to lose some work after that.
Yeah, not your fault, but my responsibility in the end. We were far too lightly equipped. No one on the field made mistakes.
It's a third world country. We were working with a shoestring budget. If we went in heavier, burning Maverick cash, we'd have been in the red.
And that is the tricky part about this business, yes? But what is past is past. And too early to worry about the future. Just focus on the matter at hand.
Okay.
Kind of like that phrase, it's too early to worry about the future.
What do you think Dolzaev and that woman, even you...
No.
A bit...
And there's... Anyway, better
I own the more...
Relax.
What?
You get all that, Kev? The woman with Dolzaev. That's Mistral?
Yep. The only female member of the Winds of Destruction. The name is from... a cold, dry regional wind in France that blows from the Alps down to the Mediterranean.
She French?
Yep. Born in Algeria, though.
Why are they all wind?
French
I guess they're the
until
wind
they
of
declared
destruction.
independence in the early
They're all
60s.
named after different breezes.
But you already knew that.
Yeah. They were the last French colony in Africa.
You know your history. Plenty of French colonial families still live there. Billets noirs, they're called.
I've heard the term. The main character in that Camus novel, The Stranger, was one.
You also find a lot of Algerians who've immigrated to France.
Download all these
Put a
books.
stop to that a while ago.
And Ryan's well read.
A lot of European countries seem to be clamping down on immigration lately.
Miss Strahl joined the Foreign Legion to get her citizenship.
Only you knew.
A woman legionnaire?
And not the first.
This was pre-Brexit,
There
I
was
think.
one that served in the North Africa
Yeah,
campaign
big
during
time.
World War II. Anyway, Miss Strahl's been doing PMC work ever since her Legion discharge. We're not sure why she went cyborg. She's officially leading the force at the refinery, but she is also a combatant. Don't have anything on her combat style, but do not underestimate her. The Winds of Destruction are trained killers, all of them. They didn't let her in because of her looks.
I don't need a reminder. I won't let my guard down.
Yeah, but, speaking of her looks, she's got, well, I mean, a couple of, huge... Look, just don't get distracted, okay?
Sounds like you should take your own advice there, Kev.
I gotta see those big hoots. Show me them cyber jugs.
So, Kev, what exactly goes on here anyway? I mean, obviously refining oil, but what else involved with that? How careful do I need to be?
I mean, yeah, if you were gonna get a cyber body, why not make it fucking banging?
All right, how much do you know already?
Just the
We've already discussed this with the
Take
gentleman.
crude and refine it into gas and stuff. Other usable fuels, right?
Well, yeah, and stuff. Kerosene, liquefied petroleum gas, naphtha, jet fuel.
Naphtha?
But yeah,
Raw
werewolf.
material for
I did not know there was so much codex in
raw
this game,
material
or
for
Kodak.
polyethylene and other plastics. Crude oil is used for a lot more than just fuel.
It's almost a joke how much there is.
It's the core component.
Like they over-delivered on that on purpose.
Okay.
Crude contains
As a reference to how much Kodak stuff there is in other Metal Gears.
The refinery distills and extracts these hydrocarbons at their different boiling
It seems to follow the philosophy through the rest of the game is like taking a thing that Metal Gear is known for and just blowing it up to absurd proportions.
So, pretty much exactly what I said in the first place.
Oh, well, if you know all this already, I guess we're done here.
I could use a bit more detail on.
All right, cool then. Kevin out.
There's some really fun moments though, baked in. Oh, somebody knows everything. Well, bye.
Hey, Kev, you have anything on that sword Sam was using? Didn't seem like your garden variety high-frequency blade.
It's not. It's a samurai sword. The real deal. 16th century make. Handed down in his family ever since. Sam had it recast as a high-frequency blade. Doesn't say by who.
Is this something I need to worry about?
Maybe. You know the basics of sword making, right? The harder the metal, the better it cuts, but also the more brittle it is. So a sword's gotta be sturdy, but also just pliable enough to absorb shock without breaking. Walking that line, striking that balance, that's what makes sword crafting an art. Japanese swords fuse different types of iron, each with different amounts of carbon. Different levels of flexibility, in other words, so the blade can be tough and razor sharp.
And that gets multiplied when the sword gets the HF treatment?
Yeah. Basically, the high-frequency upgrade sets the blade vibrating really, really fast, right? That vibration acts on the electron shells of atoms in the sword and the local electromagnetic field. When the EMF achieves resonance, the blade's bonding is strengthened. At a quantum level, it's like the entire sword is made up of the exact same particle type. It also disrupts any atoms it comes into contact with. Say, those that make up the target. Their electron clouds shrink from exposure to quantum decoherence at the Planck scale.
Decoherence.
It electrically severs the bonds that keep the target's atoms together.
All right, that's sick.
You lost me around the EMF part.
Like cuts molecules apart?
And that's the dumbed down explanation. To be honest, even I don't understand all the details. Point is, an HF upgrade is like an amplifier. It multiplies what's already there. So Sam's badass blade might give him the edge. I mean...
Kills you scientifically? It vibrates into the quantum dimension and separates the reality
like it. Says
of what it's cutting through?
Sama blade.
Sama.
Come on.
Sounds familiar.
One of the top
I bought one of those at the
best-known
mall.
sword makers worldwide. Easy. In Japan, he is legendary. They say his swords thirst for blood. That they choose who will wield them. You know, that sort of thing.
Ooh, now I really am scared.
I know, right?
Like, these codec calls are good, though.
Ride it. Head for...
All right.
Riding. You need to save?
feel like I'm learning a bunch of dumb trivia.
Catch all that?
Like I did from any Metal Gear.
Yeah, I was monitoring the whole time. Dolzayev's not really what I expected. I've seen his file, plenty of photos, but I guess I expected someone more, I don't know, threatening?
Didn't seem too friendly to me.
No, I mean, you hear terrorist, you think of some cold, calculating professional. Dolzayev looks more like some guy off the street.
Cold, calculating professional types don't usually bother with terrorism. It's too risky. Most terrorists are ordinary people, radicalized one way or another.
Yeah, I guess so.
Of course, that doesn't make what they do any easier to forgive. What about Miss Trawl? What'd you think?
Most of this game lore is done in codecs. This game has a bit over 6 hours of codec calls.
Artificial face, though. I'm
That's a lot.
Most of
So that's like half it's like half the game basically.
Artificial.
Can be.
Roger that.
God. More titty talk. Titty ref.
So Mistral's from Algeria. Have you ever been?
No. You?
Once.
I love how completely unnecessary it is to save.
I hear
the game auto saves, and now it's like there's lore that doesn't even acknowledge saving.
Yeah, I was able to slip a little sightseeing in. Pretty nice.
But it still makes you save.
Kind
I guess you could just say no.
80% of it's the Saharan desert, and wow, it was just like you'd imagine. So much sand. You could easily imagine camel caravans trekking beneath the early evening moon.
What about the food?
It was like something from another world.
Yeah? I thought only a sixth of the Sahara was sandy like that. The French carried out a bunch of nuclear tests there too, I remember.
But once you reach the Mediterranean coast, it's a totally different place. All these white-walled buildings framed against intense blue sea. It's a really stark contrast.
Were you in Algiers? I know that the capital looks a lot like that.
Yep. The local cuisine's totally French-influenced. I'll never forget this one lunch near my hotel. A baguette sandwich and a café au lait. Simple and simply unforgettable. Oh, there were a bunch of
nice.
shops in town too. High-quality European candy, but so cheap.
Sounds like you ate your way across the country.
Well, food's an important part of local culture, you know. Oh, and speaking of which, the seafood.
Go on.
I expect to see Mediterranean fish and African cuisine, but it was also fresh and flavorful. They'd fry up small fish whole, then drizzle them with lemon juice. I could have eaten that all day.
Sounds like a lot of calories.
Fish, dude.
I tried to stay active, you know.
Hey, did you know my visual analyzers can tell me how much someone
Now we're talking about this.
I'll have to talk with Doc about disabling that one.
I can see that you're fat. This is a game? Yes. This is a video game.
What you said before about your sword being a tool of justice, I just want to say I agree 100%. I wish all PMCs thought that way.
Glad to hear you say that.
You mentioned it was part of some samurai code?
Yeah. I didn't grow up using a sword. I fell into it by chance, during a mission. After that, I decided to train with the HF blade. I studied a lot of samurai techniques. I really got into it. Started learning more and more about ancient Japan and the samurai code. I tore through
read the whole Wikipedia article.
Movies, anything I could get my hands on.
Twice.
Somehow hard to imagine you settling in with a big bucket of popcorn.
What? A cyborg can't have hobbies? I'll have you.
Raiden's the movie buff?
Huge movie buff.
Okay. Okay. So that's where you picked up this Sword of Justice creed?
Yeah.
You literally studied the blade.
Munenori Yagyu. He founded a school of
Raiden's the
swordsmanship
coolest.
on the idea that violence can be necessary for the greater good. He called it Katsujinken, the life-giving sword. Yagyu believed power isn't evil in itself. It's how it's applied that matters.
So he's a fascist.
As time went on, Katsujinken incorporated deterrence. It took on the meaning of winning without fighting. Or as I like to say, one sword keeps another in the sheath. That's from George Herbert. He was an English priest, 17th century, almost the same era as Yagyu.
Huh. It's a universal idea, I guess.
You could frame the same message as use of a necessary evil, but I think it's a good mindset for any PMC.
At least as long as there's fighting that requires us in the first place.
Which doesn't seem likely to change anytime soon.
Huh. Sword talks, the quotes, can't with this game. I'm going back in. The what's up, I think, tells me that we've reached the end of that conversation.
Okay.
I want to hear more philosophy about sword fighting. Yeah. Doctor always has a lot to say.
Raiden, the Mistral woman. Is she truly a full-body cyborg?
Oh, yeah, it is the 2010s, isn't it?
Intel says at least. Why? You
No, Doctor's too logical.
Indeed. Two somethings, in fact. Based on their movements, her chest region did not appear to be artificial.
You can tell that just from what I saw?
Indeed.
I have detected that your enemy has big naturals.
That is her own natural torso.
Wow.
If it is indeed a cyborg Jessie, it is the most advanced I've ever seen.
She installed a natural breast mod.
Come cheap. It would mean whoever is backing Desperado is likely quite...
$50,000 B&B package.
Probably so. As far as Mistral goes, it really doesn't matter to me. Natural, synthetic, man, woman, an enemy is an enemy.
Ah, are you not even the least bit curious?
Are you not a man, Raiden? Stare at those jigglies.
Doc, I'm seeing Desperado cyborgs explode here after I take them down.
For security purposes, I would imagine. Cyborgs often use classified...
I'm glad we left that topic behind.
...who take great pains to maintain their trade secrets. Most likely, these models have a self-destruct failsafe that triggers once they cannot defend themselves.
So they die even though their brains could be transferred to a new body?
I understand your concern, Raiden, but I'm sure these conditions were clearly stated in their contracts. This is one area that is well regulated by the law. PMCs must inform their workers of such things. These men knew the danger when they signed up. No doubt they were compensated for the additional risk.
Oh yeah, they explain why the corpses detonate.
The potential for data loss in these explosions. They could damage or even erase the holographic memory in their left hands. Though to
Now they're linking it to a game mechanic?
It's most likely automatically wiped before detonation, just in case it would survive the explosion and resulting shockwave, you know.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
You must remove the hands before the critical system shutdown sequence can activate. Remember it this way. Before you kill, make certain no cyborg is left with a left hand.
Thanks, Doc.
Raiden,
A fun little
have
mnemonic.
I told you of the research I was conducting before we met?
Several times.
It was the Cold War. East Germany. The DDR. My field was infantry weapon research. It was a magical time. Secret research. Top secret, you know. All for the Soviets, but so exciting. I was free to explore wherever my findings took me. I never had a budget request refused. Not once. I was young then.
So he's like actually a mad scientist.
Working. Most nights I was...
A mad German scientist.
Call it nostalgie, but East Germany wasn't so bad. Nostalgie being German for East nostalgia, of course.
Of course.
Yes, the bureaucracy had its problems. But my colleagues, the discoveries... Ah, well, in any case, after unification, they suddenly
mad
shut
German
down
scientist.
our entire facility. Everything I'd worked for, my job, my research, poof, gone just like that.
Sounds rough.
I've often said I would be a homeless vagrant if myoelectric prosthesis hadn't lent me a hand. Artificial limbs were crude props then, you know, designed only for appearances. They were hardly functional. If you lost an arm or leg, you were disabled, and that was that. The key was running actuators based on electromyography signals from the skin's surface, of course. This enabled a great range of movement, even more so than a natural limb. It was then I realized my knowledge of robotics and engineering could come in handy. So, I contacted a prosthesis laboratory in Dortmund, and I was hired immediately. Patents filed in my name made quite a bit of money, you know. Soon I was made the head of my own lab.
And that's when you started filling orders from PMCs.
Indeed. From contractors who'd been referred by their employers, to be exact. Workers from your industry quickly became our best customers.
Oh, yeah, Pop-Tart, I did see that.
With orders. But my field
3D Resident Evil ads. Pretty cool. Very futuristic.
You can imagine my surprise.
There's been some like that.
Contacted me.
I've seen before.
Our previous cybernetics maintenance guy went into hiding.
But I built on my knowledge and now consider myself an expert on all cyborgs, both partial and...
I wonder if it works from like a lot of angles.
Glad I
It
could
probably
help with
does.
your on-the-job training. Seriously, though, We're lucky to have you on board.
Yes, I should think we have both benefited from our arrangement.
I've learned so much.
Me, do not forget our other arrangement. The cyborg's left hands, if you would.
Got it.
Raiden, the Mistral.
That's with why.
And if it's not
Problem is far.
I want to talk to you about these Hooters, Raiden. Don't tell me you didn't see them swinging things. All right, we're back on mission. See if I can get this dude's arm right off the bat. Hey, Ayla Dudette, it's good to see you. Why didn't it? What? I don't understand. Do you only get like one chop? Can't cut the hand itself. Is that what I did? I'm having a really hard time, like, specifically chopping anything. Because, like, the rotation is never... The rotation is skewed with the camera?
More classified Patriot information was in that man's photographic memory.
Got it. Okay. That's pretty cool. You can like slide into them and then chop them while they're flying over you. I gotta try that. Oh yeah, I forgot to say. Also, Steph is today. Steph is watching all of the Medea films in order. So I'm curious to check in with her and see what she's learning about Medea. I've always wanted to do that. Okay, let me see if I can sneak up on this guy and kick him. You have a Discord. Yeah, if you just use the Discord command. Could have been cooler.
Requesting backup.
I keep getting the buttons a little mixed too. Ah. Lost my timing. I think I need to practice doing the like stick chop instead of just using the button. That might be the way to more precisely chop these bits off. Center axis that you're aiming with the left stick, and the rotation of the cut with the right. That bright blue line is where the blade will meet the surface. But I found the rest of the 3D arc indicators pretty useless. Try to point the line, rotates around, put it where you want it, then adjust the angle. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's kind of like a laser that you're kind of pointing in space instead of actually like rotating around the center. And then, so that's the point of impact, and then yeah, you determine the angle. God damn it. So you can't be anywhere in the blue either. It's got to, like, it seems like there's an arbitrary point in the blue zone you have to hit. Or I, like, nicked the hand or something. I don't know. I'll figure this out. I'm gonna be a surgeon. Still want to try to boot this dude. Just the blue entirely. That time looked like you hit him in the shoulder. Oh, maybe I did. There was another one. There were two, right? Huh. And it's like the perfect gap where it's like there is this pretty big safety window. If you actually want to counter, you have to style a little more. Just keep going, huh? However many it takes. Jeez. The counters just not work on them? Wait, one of them was the guy. God, I didn't even see it show up. I guess it doesn't... That's weird. I thought it usually highlighted the arm when you were in Zondetsu mode. It was definitely there? Okay, I guess I just didn't see it. You don't need to get hung up on the arms too much? Oh yeah, I like doing optional challenge stuff. And plus it's like a fun thing to do. I want to chop arms off. Who doesn't like chopping arms? Oh, the arm was behind the torso. Yeah, they can get pretty sneaky with that, can't they? About how the arms kind of or the bodies spin in certain configurations. He went a long combo, many Zandatsus. This is the guy. There we go.
More Patriot intel. Bring me more. And maybe I can develop something interesting from it.
I see. Yeah, energy gives you more time. Is he gonna swat at me? What's going on, brother? Just take it easy, man. Oh, come on. Yeah, this is a little Monty Python, isn't it? Bongo, thanks for gifting out five subs. So weird. Is he just crawling that direction, or is he trying to get where I am? No, he's turning. Chop his other arm off. Okay. Wow, those fellas are sturdy. I'm gonna do Ninja Gaiden enemies. I'm gonna play the 360 era games. For Ninja Gaiden? I guess that would be 2 and 3? Yeah, I think so. I didn't play much of 2, but I did play through 3.
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Subathon radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
Side quest?
Up above you!
Oh, jeez. Okay, so you... Okay, it has to prompt you. Alright.
See you.
All right. Okay, so you just get optional BP. You think the Codex have anything to say about that?
What do you think, Dulce? Even you?
No, I don't think so.
Any better?
I don't think so.
Right. The cliff is just ahead at the end of the old city. Beyond that is the refinery's backyard.
So what? It's a sheer drop? The refinery's not connected to the city at all?
No, it was only built 2 years ago. There should be a narrow path around there that leads to the plant. It is protected by a fence, but probably you can cut your way through.
Probably.
Don't get cocky. Most likely it is Desperado running security down there.
Cool. That's cool. You can just chop things. It is. It really is. Oh, little guys. Don't let yourself more Orbeez.
Watch out! They keep on coming!
Will they throw a collectible arm at you in like the middle of combat? Like a spawned dude in the middle of a wave will just have an arm? Or is it usually in a situation where you're running up on a group and you have the opportunity to scan them first? I'm sure they fucking will. Yeah, they probably will. Keep a top eye out, I guess. Codex probably have at least 3 hours of things to talk about with the little orb dudes now. The arms enemies are set spawns. Okay.
Good. That's the back of the refinery. I see a door there, but it probably has an alarm. Can you use the ventilation duct?
You mean that huge fan?
Just cut off the blades as it spins. Easy, yes?
We got anything on that ray I went up against?
We analyzed the wreckage. Its musculature had been replaced with CNT muscle fiber. The same type as you, or most any cyborg. This improved its power output and left more room in the chassis for other equipment. It seems they filled this space with Vetronics and extra weapons.
Like that heat blade and plasma gun. Plasma loses effectiveness in the air pretty quickly, but it's still a hell of a close-range weapon.
Large-scale UGs have a growing problem fighting smaller, more agile opponents like you, Raiden. This is why we now see UGs armed with new countermeasures, such as this Ray had. Good. I see it. Can you...
mean... Hey, so, Kev, buddy, about the refinery. Can I get a quick breakdown of the facilities?
Copy that. I suppose you should at least know a few basics for the mission. So, like I was saying, the refining process is based around distillation. The tallest building on site is the distillation tower. All the crude oil runs through there first, where it's distilled at different boiling ranges. Lighter components with low boiling points are removed at the top of the tower, heavier ones at the base. The heaviest fuel
What's been your opinion of your Steam Deck so far? What game has been your best experience with it? I've mostly just used it to play Final Fantasy XIV, but it's really good at that. It's really good for that. I played Doom 64 and Katamari Damacy a little bit on it.
Oh, and
it's really, really good if you travel a lot. It would be my best friend if I still traveled that much. I don't really do emulators too much, Wooblegop.
Burning the gas off?
Yeah.
If there's a specific game I want to play, I'll dig back in the past, but largely there's just modern games I want to play. Oh yeah, I played a lot of
Next door you have a power plant.
Vampire Survivors too.
For this type of facility. And of course the gas tanks. Liquefied petroleum gas, LPG.
You normally play 14 on controller? I do both, depending on where I'm playing
artificial, but it's got a certain charm, you know? Like the ultimate in utilitarian beauty. A solitary distillation tower, all lit up and set against the setting sun. It's an amazing sight.
Kev, you still with me there?
What? You don't appreciate this kind of stuff? Places like Germany and Japan, people get really into it. Factory sightseeing tours and everything.
Yeah. No.
Learning about distillation, this is great. This is exactly what I hoped for.
Right. FYI, we just confirmed with the client for your next mission.
Great. How about we finish this one first, though? I'd like to see my family again someday, you know? My son's going to forget he even has a father.
90-day contracting tour, buddy. We're all in the same boat. Man, feels like ages since I was back in Virginia.
I don't know about in the same boat. These guys are out to tear me limb from limb. Worst you our EMF desk jockeys have to worry about are paper cuts.
All right. Guess you don't want to hear what your old friends are up to then.
Who is it?
Desperado.
Where is it this time?
Mexico. Apparently they've got some kind of lab in Guadalajara. You're going in to investigate claims of human trafficking and illegal dumping.
And our client? Who's picking up the tab? If we're planning to play police all of a sudden, we're gonna need some kind of budget.
No worries there. It's a human rights group we've worked with a few times before. They were conducting their own trafficking investigation.
Meryl's squad?
Desperado came up.
Understood. You can brief me when I get back.
Roger that.
Where the hell did Desperado get all these cyborgs anyway, Kev?
Hard to say. They're not as rare as they once were, but still. Of all registered PMC troops, we're still talking, what, 3% have enhancements? Maybe 5% tops. Mostly career military who got hurt on the battlefield one way or another. Getting their arms or legs back lets them keep earning a living. But most able-bodied soldiers are still reluctant to sacrifice their own healthy body parts. Plus, the surgery is highly specialized. Expensive as hell. Not to mention maintenance costs after that. Unless insurance is footing the bill, most guys couldn't afford enhancements even if they wanted to.
Maverick's got some cyborgs. What's their story? They all wounded in action?
Mostly. I heard a few saved up and paid for it themselves, but just a few. There is this one crazy blonde guy, though. I heard he asked for a full body conversion.
The Patriots didn't leave me much of a body to begin with. I just had Herr Doctor finish what they started.
You know I'm just giving you shit, man. Anyway, yeah. Looking at the numbers, cyborg soldiers are still a pretty small minority. Not really surprising when only contractors in developed countries are offered insurance. Third world soldiers get hurt out on the field, and that's all she wrote. They can't work as a merc anymore. Most times, they can't really work at all.
What the?
Well, Desperado's up to
Jesus,
something.
Pop-Tart.
Because cyborgs are definitely not in the minority.
3 hours babysitting a shoplifter?
Some PMCs covering the cost of the surgery for their disabled. The mercs get their career back, sure, but the PMCs aren't exactly running a charity. These guys have to work to pay it off until the company at least breaks even on them. Any cyborg breaks his contract early would probably be in debt for the rest of his life.
You think that's Desperado's MO?
I can't prove it, but sure as hell wouldn't surprise me.
So what kind of deal does Maverick offer its contractors?
Oh yeah, I forgot you're full-time too. You never contracted with us?
Nope. Boris invited me on board the first time we talked about it. We've known each other since Area 51. Didn't have any reason to turn him down, so yeah. Never really considered 51? The contract route.
Right. Well, it's actually pretty rare for guys on the ground like you to be full-timers. Most of Maverick soldiers are contractors, just like with any other PMC. It just makes sense. After all, it's never the same job twice in this business. Each mission has its own requirements. Force size, skill set, all that crap. So generally, we contract out on a per-mission basis, or a fixed schedule for longer jobs. A lot of US companies are doing it that way lately, not just PMCs. Besides, a good contractor can earn more than most regular full-time employees. Definitely a hell of a lot more than regular military.
And if they want to quit, can they get out of their contract?
Yep.
Just don't sign the next one.
Up and quitting right in the middle of a mission would cause problems. Just like any other job, you know? We'd want some notice to settle on a new end date, but hold up. You're not thinking of leaving us, are you?
Just curious. You still busy with all that other work, Kev?
You know me, man. Kev of all trades. I got a lot on my plate. Briefing prep, arms procurement, client negotiation, HR, biz dev, accounting, you name it. Lately, though, I've been focusing more on sales.
Well, that's nice. You got a nice note? Maybe a friend?
Oh, and advisor work like this.
Never sleep, do you?
That was sweet. At least something good
Things have
happened.
been better since Courtney joined up, at least.
You still busy with...
You know,
Maybe I should go bottom to top next
I
time.
have to hand it to you guys. Cyborgs are just amazing to me. So much power and speed.
It's not all gravy.
No? How so?
Well, things have improved a lot in the past few years. But back when I was modded for the first time, keeping artificial blood free of impurities was a huge hassle. Artificial muscles need a constant flow of oxygen from a blood source, just like the real thing. But it was a challenge getting the kidney units as small as they needed to be. We all had to undergo routine dialysis.
Sounds rough.
Used to be even worse back when Dr. Clark was still experimenting. Bad nerve connections would screw with the test subject's pain receptors. It was torture. Compared to that, I had it pretty easy.
It wasn't until recently that you could eat and drink like normal people, right?
That's right. We generally use glucose-based nutrient packs to keep the brain running.
Glucose
But we can absorb nutrients orally now,
nutrient
too.
packs.
Whatever we eat's broken down by nanomachines. And we have taste sensors as well. It's not exactly like it was before. The difference is, I can turn those sensors off if I don't need them. That's been surprisingly useful.
So cyborgs can live pretty much
How is that
normal
different from an
lives now?
emotional
Well,
regulation?
Getting there. We still need fuel.
You can just turn
cells,
unpleasant
nutrition
things off.
packs, not to mention regular maintenance. It's a lot of dough.
So how much
course,
data
another big
size
problem
do you
is
think your
how other
personality
people
and
look
life
at
file would take if
How
you
do
were to
you mean?
upload it?
There was a time when I wore artificial skin. Tried to look as close to normal as possible. I've still got some now.
Maybe like 80 to 100
Thanks.
gigs.
The tech at the time wasn't great.
Something like that.
You still looked pretty unnatural. Maybe you could fool someone from far away, but up close, even a baby could tell I wasn't human. Going out shopping or whatever, you could feel all those eyes on you. I tried to find something to do other than fight, but looking like I did got me 2 strikes pretty much as soon as I walked through the door.
That sounds terrible.
Well, you appreciated it when people were honest about it, at least. But when they were too polite to just say so, that was rough. Things are getting better these days, though. Artificial skin's improved a lot. And you don't get so many stares now that the general public knows about cyborgs.
Maybe I should look into the cyborg thing, huh? I could eat whatever I want, whenever I want.
Probably cheaper just getting lipo, Courtney.
Jerk.
Ha 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 ha. Just don't get fat. Better not.
Courtney, there's something I'd like your opinion on.
What's up?
It's how I replenish my electrolytes. I'm basically feeding off these cyborgs.
Oh, yeah. That. I don't really see any better options, to be honest. I doubt your old body would have stood up against the Desperado Captains or Jetstream Sam. And if we fail here, it's not only bad for us, but for our clients and all of Sakumi.
Yeah, you're right.
Besides, it's like you say, no one's forcing them to be here. They chose to throw in with the terrorists.
Yeah.
I won't lie, I don't feel great about it. But in the scheme of things, yes, I think it's justified.
Thanks. I guess it's never black and white in this business, is it?
No. No, it's not.
So deep. Always gotta save. So many saves.
Do you and Kevin work a lot together, Raiden?
Well, Maverick's not that big. Unless you're a short-term contractor, you tend to work with the same guys. Last job we were on together, I was hired by the Carabinieri to track down 3 Albanian mafiosos. They'd fled Italy for Montenegro, and I had to bring them back. It wasn't easy. All 3 of them had cybernetic upgrades. Without Kev, I could have been in serious trouble.
He was with an NGO before Maverick, I think, handling disarmament work for the UN.
Yeah. He and Boris met while working together to resolve a conflict in Africa. They hit it off. So when Boris gave him a job opportunity, he took it.
I kind of wonder why. We're pretty much the opposite of a disarmament outfit.
3 things are needed after a conflict: disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration into society.
Talking about this now.
That's the way it usually goes.
Right.
I guess Kevin felt like the process was getting to be a joke. Even if the UN taps the group that caused the conflict for post-war cleanup, there's no way of ensuring their sincere cooperation. There's always a chance they'll underreport the number of soldiers they've got on hand.
That, or they only disarm the useless parts of their force. The ones with outdated weapons and gear.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they can hide their standing force, the one with all the up-to-date weaponry, from the UN. Afghanistan saw a lot of that, since the wars were all waged by rival military cliques. Anyway, Kev saw that happening on a daily basis in Africa. Guess he just wanted a job where he had a firmer grasp on what was going on. And then along comes Boris. Kev had to think it over for a while, sure. But, well, here we all are.
PMCs are going to need more people like him. And me too, I guess. You know, civilian viewpoints.
Couldn't agree more.
What's up?
Oh, I think we did it. Couldn't agree more.
Okay, don't let...
Doc, I'm seeing Desperado cyborgs explode here after I take them down.
Kinda already went over this.
For security purposes...
Kinda already covered this.
Cyborgs often use classified tech from suppliers who take great pains to maintain their trade secrets. Most likely, these models have a self-destruct failsafe that triggers once they cannot defend themselves.
So they,
have we actually,
even though their brains could be transferred to an...
We have heard
this.
this.
This is one area that is well... These men...
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You must remember...
I think I can buy some upgrades. Let me get more energy. Really wish it wouldn't put the cursor in the middle of the screen like that. Wait, no, it's not there. It's under her. No strike. Why do a lot of Japanese media like to bring up a lot how women are conscious about their weight? It's, I don't know, it's just more socially acceptable to like joke about, I guess. I think part of it is also it's just more socially accepted that it's a universal good to be the right weight. So it's like bringing it up or nagging people or like joking with people about their weight is like, it's like jokingly trying to get somebody to stop smoking, I think. That's my read on it. And that's kind of how it's reacted to. Yeah, this game is old. There's that too.
Must be in here. Find it.
But it is a thing, I think. I think it's handled with more of a Japanese flavor. Damn it. Benens, thank you for the Prime, and Strider, thank you very much for gifting 10 subs. Thank you very much. Let's go, Strider. If I chop the thing it's on. Oh, okay, it just explodes. Bad. And closer to more delightful Doom novel. I think it's another Jill chapter next, which terrifies me.
Right, wait. There are active IR sensors in the area.
Part of factory security, no doubt, but the enemy may be using it.
Oh. So I had both the arms off there, but I guess I chopped them again. I don't think I got credit for that. Pro tip, use the buttons instead of the stick to cut their shit the fuck up. If you want to do a lot of cuts, I guess, but it doesn't seem very accurate. But I'm also not very good at cutting in general. Oh, what? Oh, you ninja run under the lasers. There we go. Whew. Fucking camera, stop it, please. So wait, are you just not allowed to counter these guys? Will they always just counter you? God damn it. Seems like it. This fucking camera, man. It's like in the exact wrong spot. Disarm them, you get to just do whatever you want. Why are they so hard to hit on the damn ground? Fish98, thank you for the 21 months. Okay. So yeah, if you can pop all the parts off, you get bonus BP for kills. In addition to the collectionism aspect of it. I really like that. I love, like, that kind of reminds me of Batman's combat system in that you could invite additional challenge on yourself in, like, trying to work in more gadgets or do a longer unbroken string of hits, and you get more XP. And you get more progress if you try to play with finesse or maximize the use of the tools you're given. I love that stuff. When you get stuck in a loop with a dude not getting countered, it's because you're not hitting a perfect counter. You're essentially performing a block. Perfect counter has right into that second swing after blocking. I thought that second swing, so it's the block and then 2 hits or block and then 1 hit? Because I was getting the block and 1 hit, but then that 1 hit would get parried and then there'd be a hit that I would get. But yeah, if that's an evidence of timing being a little bit off, I can try to... That would make sense, I suppose. 20. Wait, maybe. Oh, Pop-Tart, thanks for gifting a sub. Sweet treasure. Perfect parry is just one sequence of buttons, and normal block is that same sequence performed at the wrong time. Oh. Okay. Daikaiju Tanuki. There we go. Thank you very much for the Prime. Dirty Scotsman, thanks for the Prime. Fish98. You just, well, thank you. Thank you for the sub. Oh, Datnade, gifting 10 subs. Thank you. Oh, we're basically there. Basically there. More high art, fine literature. Oh, Bongo the Man, gifting 5 subs. I think that'll do it. But let's see. Oh, that's how you get there. Cut through the fans, all right. Raised on Rambo, thanks for gifting a sub. What does that mean? You mean Sendatsu cut? Oh, okay. Why? Oh, cool. Just straight up gives you more stats. Pablo 6 Shooter, thanks for the 69 bits. Nice. Super Nintendo Chalmers, thanks for gifting a sub. Yeah, this has got to get it for sure. Oh, we're going to go down. Go down. The objective's up there. Caged Money, thanks for gifting 5 subs. I missed some VR missions there. Level 5 Scam Train. Level 4 complete. I'm getting there. Oh no. No! My great shame. I've missed a VR mission already.
You will no doubt come across several different weapons in your missions. Best we went over their basic use. Pick up the rocket launcher in front of you.
Then it just starts where Raiden is facing. Doesn't matter where the camera
any
faces.
weapons you
All right.
acquire by selecting them
Good to know.
in the sub-weapon screen.
Crab Taz, thanks for the cheer. Shadow, thank you for the cheer.
In this tutorial, it has unlimited ammunition, but do not expect this out on the field.
Ooh, Action Man, thanks for gifting a
You will want
sub.
to save them for just the right time, I suspect.
Yeah, you guys have blown it away. Here.
Try all the sub-weapons you come across. You find that each has its own unique properties. Now, use these weapons to reach the goal point.
Time for another chapter. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Ah, come on. It's still going. I don't think it ever turned off. Don't pay attention to that. That's just the leftover. I hit the button when the scene wasn't active, which played a little bit of haywire with my scripts. My script. My beautiful script. Yeah, everybody's banned. Just ban a random person. Need to write another script to randomly pick somebody from chat. Here we go. That'll fix the problem. Okay. one-handed. Oh, I missed. Agamemnon, thanks for gifting 10 subs. Ready for some more lore? Yeah. Yeah, there's gonna be some talking, some chit-chatting. I'm gonna learn about helicopters with VTOL capabilities and the history of privatized war, what it's like to be a cyborg and buy groceries. I said it had infinite ammo, right? No, it didn't. It just keeps respawning. I stand on it. Yeah, okay. Okay, this was just a... Really, just for weapons, okay.
Impressive riding. Your new enhancements are quite something.
I am doing codec calls, which is why I am making very little progress, Jenkum. I need all that lore. I'm doing the VR missions as I get them too, although to my great shame, I missed one. At least doing the VR mission guarantees that there will be some codec-free gameplay for a small amount of time. Wait, that doesn't matter. Oops. Is it? All right. Interesting. Very bold menu to put the rank like right on the level select like that. Applies a lot. Okay, all enemies via Zendots. Damn it. I really wish I wouldn't do that move. I guess I wasn't close enough to parry? Is that a thing? God, camera, stop it, please. So that follow-up is a improperly timed counter?
This can't be happening. Right?
You have to perfect parry for a follow-up counter? None of those were perfect parries? I'm just trying to get... Okay, nope. Okay, interesting. That's so sick. You just shut someone down. Sucks is if the parry doesn't come out, you get an attack that is longer and can prevent you from getting another parry. Christ. trying to like do it closer to the timing, then I just start eating hits. Can't find the window.
Right. What's wrong?
Then he switched up his timing.
Answer me. Raiden? Raiden!
You did one? Why didn't it... Was I out of range? I can't tell the difference. So that, but that's not a perfect. Is there some visual indicator? Going to auto riposte? I guess I don't understand how a riposte is different than that. That's the riposte? Oh, so it isn't... Wait. Oh, Ryan does a spin and slashes back. Then I am doing perfect ones. Okay, I thought there was another perfect one on top of doing that. Okay, so every time Raiden does a spin and slashes, that is a perfect parry. So, those enemies, you can perfect parry and they will parry again. You just have to land a succession of perfect parries to be able to break through. Boy. Something will happen in Doom Lore. Not really, no. No. Okay. It's like the Ganon fights where you hit the orb back and forth. Okay. Alright. Okay, I think I get it now. I was misunderstanding some of the descriptions to mean that there was like a completely other kind of parry that was cooler and better than the one I was doing, and that's the one that I needed to search for. Okay. That makes way more sense. I thought there was some like awesome thing. Not straightforward, so don't worry about it. I mean, it kind of is. I think I had a good understanding of it before I confused myself.
So who actually owns this plant?
On the books, a private abkhaz firm. In reality, the Russian state.
So all the money goes right back to Russia?
It does provide Abkhazia with fuel and electricity. But yes, it was clearly built for Russia.
Still stuck on Mulligan talking about his Japanese wife.
The gas
yeah, because Pearl Harbor was an inside job.
Of gas and oil. But these days, most of it never passes through Russia.
It had nothing to do with his Japanese wife.
Baku-Tbilisi-Jehan pipeline was built. With it, the oil flows straight to Europe.
But that pipeline runs straight through Georgia. Why did the Georgian government allow it?
Money, of course, and power. Having a major pipeline run through your land brings plenty of both. The South Ossetia War taught Georgia they could not always rely on the West for support. They began working more with their neighbors in the region to build their own power base.
So Georgia stands to gain from this coup?
It would seem this way. Any scenario that ends with the refinery no longer under Russian control is good for Georgia. Even if they do not retake Abkhazia outright, they benefit if new regime is more friendly to Georgia. Perhaps this is Dolzaev's idea, to attract Abkhaz political leaders with a pro-Georgia agenda.
And that's why Georgia isn't taking action?
I very much doubt Georgian government would be involved in anything so obvious and so reckless. There must be someone else behind all this.
And Dolzaev's just playing along? Why would he?
Revenge, Tovarich. Anything to hurt Russia. Perhaps money as well. Who knows?
Yeah, the Russians can't be happy about all this. Let me guess. They contacted you through the FSB, right?
There were conversations, yes. But it was the Abkhaz government that enlisted us. We only took this mission because we knew it would help the people there. Besides, we cannot leave Desperado unchecked. Not after what happened.
Right. I won't let them profit from this mess. And we...
All of this came from... So who owns this place?
Duh. And the first step to do this is take back that refinery.
The Georgians have no reason to get involved in the Hey, I just wanted to know who owned the plant, man. Well, you see, the politics of the region. Just name. That's all I need. Oh, well, you see, Dostoev is related to...
So who actually owns this plant?
All right.
On the book,
so
how do you not? But this
so
any perhaps
and
perhaps
yeah. Let me.
We
right.
You still busy with all that other?
You know, relate.
Nep.
Titan, have I told you of the research I was conducting before we met?
Several times.
It was the Cold War. It was I call it. Yeah.
Sound.
It was patent in work, but
yeah.
Yes, we
got it.
All right, let's get out of here. Actually, I've had a lot of fun with the script. That was a pretty dry and boring, like a lot of needless exposition. I mean, a lot of it is, but whatever.
I was wondering when you'd come, Jack the Ripper.
Don't get distracted.
No one calls me that anymore. Dosaev, where is he?
I can show you a better time than that crusty old bear.
You're in charge here?
I am Mistral, the cold wind of France. And your reputation precedes you. Liberian, but white as snow. A natural-born killer, even as a child.
That was a long time ago.
I was born in Algeria myself, you know. I'm only half French.
And?
We had our own civil war in the 90s. So you see? Cut from the same cloth, you and I.
You don't know me.
I lost my whole family. Everything. But I butchered those fuckers. My family's killers. That's when I realized I am a killer too. And a good one at that. I slaughtered dozens in Iraq, in Afghanistan. I'd found my calling.
She's stepping on that grave.
What happened, happened.
Nanomachines.
To be honest, I found it quite dull. My enemies fell like domino, one after another.
Don't look at her big naturals.
I feel threatened. I was adrift, without challenge, without purpose. At times,
don't
I even
get distracted, Chet.
At least they had a cause to die for. And then, I met him.
Don't look!
And I knew what I had been missing. His ideals gave my life meaning. Ideals, Jack. What are yours?
Protect the weak.
They're just so natural.
Still so naive.
And if I must kill to protect them, then so be it.
It seems we have less in common than I thought.
I'll take that as a compliment.
If you would kill for your ideals, then surely you are ready to die for them.
That's pretty cool. Maybe a little orb exoskeleton? Oh, okay. That's awesome. Damn, that rocks.
Come, Manga.
Fuck yes. Oh, she's got a hand staff. You know what we gotta do?
This weapon of hers has impressive range. she can defend with it, and yet crack like whip to attack.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Definitely suits her.
It does not work like anything I have seen before. I cannot tell where her attack will land. And even if you manage to parry, it may be hard to counterattack.
Yeah, I need to take care of that thing first.
When you see it go slack, be ready. If it hits, you have no chance of countering. This weapon of hers has impressive range. She can defend with it, and yet...
Yeah,
and even if...
Yeah.
If it...
Ryder, you all right? That is one freaky lady. Yikes.
Aw, come on, Kev. Maybe she just needs to meet the right guy. I could slip
Getting a little fat, though.
That's okay, man. I'm good. Besides, shouldn't you be worried about saving your own ass at the moment?
Well, yeah. Just thinking about how I'm gonna handle this.
If you're looking for advice, try hitting up Boris.
Hey, Robot, thanks for the
Dr. Thor might
cheer.
have some info too, from the UG and Cyborg angle.
She's so cruel the way she stomps on those tripods. Just tosses them around. I feel so sorry for those little guys.
You feel sorry for robots sent to kill me?
Well, I mean, they're kind of cute, right? How they scamper around. They're like little mice.
You call that cute? I'd call it creepy.
This is kind of cute.
Not at all. Trust me, ask any girl and they'll say the exact same thing.
Okay, sure, Courtney. I'll get right on that.
All right, whatever. You want to save or what? All right. Be careful out there, okay? She's so cruel the way she
Yeah,
stomps
I
on
should
those
ask
tri- I
Steph.
feel so
You
swept.
call...
No. All right, be careful.
Seems like everybody has like exactly one thing to say during a boss fight, which is good.
So she uses an augmentary arm composed of tripods. I cannot imagine how she controls such a thing all on her own, but it is quite intriguing.
Stay with me here, Doc. I need to destroy it, not study it.
Yes, but just look at it. How it doubles as a weapon. So elegant, so efficient. She can twist its joints and crack it like a whip, or pull it tight to lock it solid. And even should you destroy it, she can simply construct a new one using nearby tripods.
Ugh, this is gonna take forever.
Not necessarily. Until a new prosthesis is formed, she is defenseless, you know. There is your chance. Of course, you must still be wary of the tripod arm unit once it is detached. Even if she cannot wield it, she could resort to throwing it at you. The electrolytes in the fuel cells of those units are highly explosive should they have a detonator.
Don't you want me
Oh, jeez. A lot of hits.
ready to slice off some more?
Huh? What? What happened? What the? Too late, I guess.
Do not disappoint me.
pretty dirty, but I guess we're getting it done. Missed the best animation. I couldn't even tell what was going on.
This ends now.
So natural. Hell, get up!
Let's have a little fun.
I mean, I get hit with this. What are you? Okay, I guess that worked. Don't you want to?
Try and follow me. I finally found what.
Cool. Pretty sick fight.
Mistro, report! Your vitals are dropping.
I lost. So this is how they felt.
What?
Your brain talking?
For a cause.
Wait. No. Hold on.
I am sorry. He was...
Part that you failed if you diss the cut in time. Raiden counters and goes into one of the most awkward animations I've seen as he floats across the screen.
I know.
Why not spam the Zendatsu? Didn't get a prompt for it.
What is this talk about?
The two won't go.
I can try to reload the checkpoint.
Shitem. Mister, you never...
Are they still making calls once they're dead? Because their brains are still alive.
Not talking to you, idiot.
Their cyber brains, like, shut down and preserved. I guess she's dead.
That's great coming from you. It's overdose, I am. Surrender.
Translation.
Why would I surrender? We are exactly where I want.
Shit.
Built with Russian money to make Russian money. It is no plan for Abkhaz. It is their prison.
But now, they will be free!
Damn! Crazy son of a bitch!
Raiden? Raiden, what happened?
Bastard blew himself up!
I see. Time to get you out of there. We're sending a helicopter. Secure an LZ.
Understood.
Oh, they're gonna have a lot to say about this. Flexi Manwich, thanks for the sub. He's like Godric the Grafted? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow. Good Mistral fan art. That's pretty good. Oh. Sure. Polearm made by linking multiple tripod arms together. A user can wield it like a spear or relax the arm's tension to use like a whip. Developed after careful analysis of Mistral's battle data. Yeah, this flickering I think is because of the high resolution mod I'm using. A version of Raiden Cyborg body firmware based on battle taker. Can plant the weapon into the ground and lean on it. Okay. What's in there? Got it. Okay. Oh, that's your favorite weapon? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, Werewolf, a lot of people brought up the Fox Blade. I'm gonna hold off on it. I mean, the game is not actually that hard yet.
Skies lined up, right?
Yep, all set.
Hope so. You'd be a little conspicuous just walking the streets.
Relax, Kev. I'll blend right in.
Yeah. Well, just get into the sewer system ASAP.
Yeah, I remember the sewers.
Hopefully anyone who notices...
I probably got past the first chapter. It definitely didn't
K9000 there
walk the Kodak as much as I am now.
I had the good
played it
doctor
before.
make some adjustments along with the repairs. Remote piloting and AI wiping have been disabled.
Yeah, you get the pup.
So yeah, I say let's throw him a bone.
Wordplay. My exoskeleton resembles a canine. Canines enjoy bones. Amusing on 2 levels.
Let's go.
Oh, Mexico looks like this. Just brown. Mexico is sepia.
¿Quién es ese güey? Un mariachi, ¿no? ¿Un cyborg? Ese sombrero. ¿Qué?
Blending in. Don't want anyone to discover him before he jumps in the sewers.
Adios, amigos.
¿Viste? Qué raro, ¿eh? Hay que hacer que no lo vimos. Vámonos ya.
What a cool guy. Real cool dude riding. Always taking the opportunity to be cool.
I'm in the sewer system.
And not stupid.
All right, let's get started. Your mission's to investigate the Desperado-affiliated research center somewhere in that area. According to the intel from our client, the lab's been dumping illegal waste into those sewers. FYI, they're also involved with the cartels in human trafficking. Allegedly, anyway.
This just gets better and better.
Tell me about it. We need you to infiltrate the lab and find out everything you can.
Oh, Judge Mathis? Judge Mathis showed up in a Medea movie? Nice. That's two TV judges they got. Hey, what? Oh. God doesn't like you. He grew you in a petri dish. Okay. Yeah, I can hear Judge Greg Mathis from the other room.
Yes, thank God. Judge Mathis is here. Judge in town.
That's right, Judge Mathis. That's awesome. Savage Mask, thank you for the sub. Raiden's basically Dante from DMC? Yeah, it's He's not as smarmy as Dante, but there's shades of that there. He's a dork.
We still don't know the exact location.
The fuck is Judge Mathis? You don't know Judge Mathis? Greg Mathis. He's just like a B tier TV judge, courtroom TV show.
Gotta link up somehow.
American thing.
Find that connection. Sneak into the lab and see if you can find evidence implicating them on anything.
No problem. Stealth's my specialty.
He likes to lecture his
we'll see.
Plaintiffs and defendants.
Any idea what kind of research they're doing
from
there?
His
not really.
Bank of street knowledge, growing up on the streets.
The people they're trafficking.
Like experimentation.
No, it's not. It's not People's Court. That's Judge Christine Milian.
Oh right.
Great. Judge Mathis, like Greg Mathis, is just Judge Mathis. That's the name of the show.
So you know, watch out.
Black crocodiles? Could they be talking about UGs?
No.
Maybe just an urban legend. But still,
about the crocodiles.
Be careful.
I will scout ahead. You will provide backup.
Yeah, Judge Mathis's style is more folksy.
Yes, sir.
He likes diving into people's drama and lecturing them about what they should be doing and taking care of their kids and taking care of their parents and eating their vegetables and stuff. He's a little more down home and folksy, I guess.
Are patrolling the sewers. Exercise caution.
Yeah, Judge Judy's the ultimate boomer. She scratches that itch that we all have, where we just want to hear like lazy people get yelled at.
How are things back in Abkhazia?
Thanks to the full efforts of the workers, power was restored in just 2 days.
Pretty impressive.
Only the power plant is back online though. Refinery itself will likely be out of service for months. Fuel sent from Supsa is being used to power the plant for now.
Just wish I could have stopped him.
Impossible without a sniper. And in our focus on anti-cyborg combat, we were unprepared. Thankfully, other than financial losses, few Abkhaz citizens were seriously affected. The plant workers had already been evacuated, and most were hired back on to rebuild Refinery. We
I can talk to Wolf?
And are not being blamed for the suicide blast.
Good to hear. It should go a long way to help fix our reputation.
Duh. And even more good news. Desperado is down one of its top captains.
Let's hope they learned a lesson.
We can hope, but it is doubtful. We still do not know who is supporting them. Even if we shut Desperado down entirely, their backers could simply hire some other PMC.
Whoever it is, you really think they're interested in the pipeline? Who'd benefit besides the Georgians?
Hard to say. Whatever the plan was, it went up in flames with Dolzaev's suicide. The problem is that there are countless companies and governments profiting off the BTC pipeline. Whoever is behind it, they may be too big for a simple security firm like us to do anything.
Yeah, one thing we do know, though, is that Sundowner's more than just a pawn in all of this. We need to watch him. Trafficking or not, we need to stop their operation here.
Find the evidence, and perhaps we can do that. And Tovarich, be careful.
Cool.
Have you ever worked with this client of ours before?
Duh. Several active human rights groups engage in non-violent interventions like this one. Typically, they hire firms like ours to provide security and backup. Most serious human rights abuses take place in unstable regions, after all.
Add the shit I've eaten today
human rights
to my
groups,
diet
not
log.
fake set up by oil firm or such things. They cannot handle it.
Yeah. It's different for private groups working in hostile regions. Especially when some of that hostility comes from the local authorities.
Indeed. NGOs and security firms play a greater role in peacekeeping, too. You know, DDR business. Disarmament, demobilization, reintegration. Like the UN runs it. Usually, carrying weapons is not permitted for the group involved, for obvious reasons.
So outfits like ours run guard duty. If the locals don't like armed peacekeepers, then they pretend to be unarmed observers instead.
Duh. It's beneficial for the client if the locals are aware of the firepower backing them, though. I've drank tea with the sort of people my company would normally be pushing back
with the butts of our rifles. It's very different from usual. More direct sort of security work, especially at beginning. But I got used to it. Less danger of unexpected conflict, and the pay is pretty good. We've built a good reputation for this kind of work. This is why NGO hired us for this job.
Yeah, it sounds like there's something in Raiden's mouth. I think he's trying to simulate talking without a lower lip. I don't know if he actually did that, but that'd be pretty cool.
How are things back in Abkhazia?
Thanks to the full efforts of the workers, power was restored in just 2 days.
Pretty impressive.
Only the power plant is back online, though. Refinery itself will likely be out of service for months. Fuel sent from Supsa is being used to power the plant for now.
Just wish I could have stopped him.
Impossible without a sniper. And in our focus on anti-cyborg combat, we were thankful we received payment and are...
Good to hear.
Duh. And even more...
Let's hope that...
We can hope. Even if we should...
Is it the same line? Yeah, I heard this one already, right?
Whoever...
Yeah, we need...
Find
This trial mentioned someone from her past. Any idea who that could have been?
None. I checked her file again, couldn't find a thing. Definitely not Dolzaev. Probably not Sundowner either.
No. The way she put it, it didn't sound like anyone I've encountered so far. Maybe someone involved in backing Desperado.
If so, sounds like they're providing more than just financing. Maybe they share the same philosophy.
Yeah, the teeth are his lower lip.
People willing
Maybe
to
he
die
tried
for
to
their
talk
leaders.
like that.
So easy to predict.
Like that sound. That doesn't quite sound like what he's talking like.
Those cyborgs are all just hired
I guess that makes no.
They're probably
My
emotionally
relax
possessed
it.
with nanos or drugs or
What
whatever.
do you really lose?
That's about it.
What do you really lose by not having a lower lip? Ah. It's like, I think he's just maybe wearing something to make his lower lip more rigid or something, but it's still like, it's not just completely removing it or trying to talk against his teeth. Unless he practiced it a lot and got really good at it. Markle37, thanks for the prime.
You know, I've never really developed a taste for climbing through sewers. And Guadalajaras aren't exactly wowing me either. This place isn't gonna go up in flames, right? I think I saw something about that in the briefing.
You're talking about 1992? What a mess. Over 200 people killed. That was almost a half-century ago, though. You smell anything off? Before the explosions, residents complained they smelled gas.
Wait, you guys said this was 2018.
I'm in a sewer, Kev. You think I've got
Or maybe Metal Gear Solid 4 was 2018, but he said it was almost a half century.
Potentially poisonous or explosive.
92. That would be like 2040, something like that.
Besides, little gas explosion's probably not going to kill someone like you.
Well, that's very
2030?
encouraging. Seriously, though.
26
Guadalajara
years?
is not a bad place. At least from
That's
what
not
I've
an
seen.
almost half century.
Oh, it's not. Second largest city in Mexico, after all. I've actually spent a lot of time down there. It's got a lot of charm.
That's a quarter
The
century.
architecture is a fusion of Latin and old colonial Spanish culture. The city's historic district is home to a
2018?
massive
Really?
cathedral overlooking the whole town. It's always bustling. It's a lot of fun just kicking back and watching the locals.
Kevin, you can't do
Walking
math.
around the Libertad, taking in the sun with a cerveza in one hand.
Okay,
Marriott
weird.
stand
All right.
nearby. No better way to spend a weekend, let me tell you.
If this PMC thing doesn't work out, you'd make one hell of a tour guide. Meanwhile, I'm down in this dark, filthy, humid, cramped sewer.
Also, if you ask me, the girls over there are the hottest in all of Mexico.
Didn't ask.
You wouldn't believe some of the chicas I've chatted up. On the street, in the shopping malls, at the bars.
Sounds like better company than a robo-wolf and a bunch of plague-ridden mice.
Well, hang in there. I'll buy you a shot of tequila after we wrap this up. The city of Tequila's not far, actually. That's where it originated.
I'll take you up on that.
So many fun facts.
Now let's get this over with.
Love it.
Hey, Kev, let me ask you.
Hey, Kev.
What's up? We've been over pretty much all the...
No. Those girls in Guadalajara, you never told me what happened.
Gonna need to hear more about those
Jeez, man, we're in the
chicas.
middle of a mission here.
So they used you for free drinks and then took off, I take it, huh?
Well, they weren't really my type. I'm more of an intellectual, you know? I don't go for just any random girl at a bar. Looks are one thing, but I need someone I can talk to. Someone fun but clever with a good sense of humor.
We're hearing about Kevin's type
That's
now.
what I thought.
Look, Harry Potter.
You're in your 30s now. It's time to stop holding out for Little Miss Perfect.
Dating
You
advice?
just need to find someone nice. You know,
I'm in
settle down.
Guadalajara
start a family.
sewers with my robot
Hey,
dog.
Mom. Okay.
Laugh all you want, Kev, but having kids will change your life. I can't see him all the time with work and all.
But whenever I'm back home,
scowling.
He's always so excited to see me. When I see that, I feel like, you know, I want to do whatever I can to keep him happy.
Sure, I hear you. But look, man, I was just having some fun in Mexico. I wasn't seriously searching for a wife or anything.
I know, but separate from that, I just think you've gotten too damn picky. I can understand trying to find the ideal
over the line, right?
You're young, but you know what?
No one asked.
It's those little imperfections, those idiosyncrasies that keep things interesting in the long run. You come to appreciate that kind of stuff in a lifetime relationship.
Idiosyncrasies, huh? Like if she snores or she talks loud during movies?
Well, not if she talks during movies. A man's got to have some standards.
I mean, kind of agreed. Okay, I'm gonna step away for just a second because I have this fan, but it's like squeaking. It's starting to squeak. I'm probably gonna have to fix it or squirt WD-40 in it until it either shorts out or stops squeaking. But I'll be right back. I'm worried that there's a belt in there and I don't want to grease up a belt. So I think I have to disassemble it to see what parts are... I don't know. Anyway, I'll be right back. The squeaking's driving me insane. Okay, apparently Medea got 5 years in prison from Judge Mathis, so she was rumbling with somebody in the laundry room. Just to let you know where that's at. But luckily the fan's no longer squeaking because it's off, so...
This trial mentioned someone from her...
Maybe I can't just flood the damn thing with WD-40 and call it fixed. Think some Medea updates? No problem.
Blew himself up.
Pretty common terror tactic. You don't usually see the leaders doing it, though. It's one thing to get your flock pumped up on the glory of dying for the cause, but it's not often they actually go through with it themselves.
You gotta have a public face, after all. The guy who gets to claim responsibility on the evening news.
In a weird way, Dolzaev showed some serious dedication. Not that I'm about to praise him for it.
Yeah, still a terrorist. A suicide bomber in the end.
If that's what you want to call him. Still, he kind of failed at it.
How so?
Well, all that explosion did was put a dent in Abkhazia's budget.
Thanks for gifting 5 subs.
Well, Russia's really. They're the ones rebuilding the refinery. The coup didn't work out. He couldn't overthrow the government. He was barely a blip on Russia's radar.
So, you're saying the bombing didn't accomplish any of his goals? He did it just because he was cornered? Sounds more like just plain suicide.
Yeah. Probably wanted to end things with his own hands. Like a samurai committing harakiri.
Still not something to be commended for, though.
Yeah. Lumping him in with true warriors like the samurai just gives them a bad name.
True warriors. Is it where they're not talking about Mistral? They did a little bit. I guess just about what Mistral, like, said. But no, not a lot of love lost for, that character. I knew what she was signing up for.
I hope she didn't get to you.
Oh, here you go.
Wanting to protect the weak that's worth striving for.
Joe, thank you very much.
I've heard more than a few supervillains.
Very close to the next Doom chapter.
Maybe we had some things in common in our past, but not anymore. I bring my beliefs into every battle I fight. You want to call me foolish? Well, that's not going to change me.
I'm glad to hear that, Raiden.
Yeah, thanks. Raiden out.
That's really interesting. They actually do, like, Raiden is kind of post-Metal Gear Solid 2, post-Metal Gear Solid 4, has actually figured out a lot of the things he was questioning at the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, and has a very firm philosophical belief. That's cool. I guess it was all from all that blade studying he did. Really show you your path.
Say, Raiden, where'd you get that hat you were wearing?
The sombrero? Well, picked it up at a souvenir store here. I guess I just kind of like the design.
You left it behind.
Also, when you're on a scout mission, it's vital that you use the local attire to blend into the background.
Yeah. I think it looked pretty good on you. You looked like some kind of mariachi singer.
Oh, you think so?
Yep. Only that's kind of a problem too.
How so?
Well, I mean, that sombrero really is meant to be part of a mariachi costume. Mexicans don't wear hats like that normally.
Come on.
Come
on. The guy at the shop told me I'd look just like a local.
Yeah, a local
dope
tourist maybe.
Blackbird, thank you for gifting 11 subs. That's gonna do it.
Gonna
get us over. Thank you.
But, nothing like that. They'd go for something a lot more simple and compact. Something not all that different from cowboy hats in the Old West.
Are you sure?
I don't know if it's true or not, but I have heard one theory about the modern cowboy hat. They say it's based on the sombreros the original Western settlers brought from Mexico. Of course, cowboy hats come in all shapes and sizes, so you can't really say a specific one's the cowboy hat.
Huh. Well, now I know why the locals were so eager to get a look at me.
That wasn't the hat.
Blending right in. Social chameleon.
By the way, Raiden, have you ever eaten nopalitos? They're typically called nopales.
Huh. Oh, like that street vendor was selling. Nope. No pales.
Well, that's too bad. You really ought to try some while you're in the area.
Yeah, but it's from a cactus, right? Doesn't it taste all thin and watery?
Not at all. It's kind of like the flesh of aloe vera leaves, or the seaweed used in Japanese cooking. It's got this really soft but crunchy texture, and it's really versatile. You can eat nopales as is in a salad, saute them, stir-fry them with steak, put them in tacos. You can even toss them in a blender to make some juice.
I had no idea.
Tell me about it. I got hooked after Boris took me to this one Mexican restaurant. After that, I just had to learn more about them. Ooh, for example, they're really low in calories. They also have lots of soluble and insoluble fiber, which not only promotes digestion, but is great for maintaining healthy cholesterol and blood pressure levels. It's even thought to help prevent intestinal cancer. It's packed with healthy stuff too, like vitamins B and C, potassium, and iron.
Okay, I get it. It's good for you. So how does it taste?
Huh? I just told you.
Never mind. We can't capture any food down here anyway. Not that I'd need to.
A solid 3 reference?
Run on fuel cells, and I've got enough blood sugar to keep my brain running for another week.
Well, you can still eat though, right?
Yep.
So, how about we all go out for Mexican once you're done? Food's a lot more than just an energy supply, you know? It's meant to be enjoyed.
With that, I agree.
Ah! How wholesome. Also, I'm okay that there was an entire diatribe about the nutritional benefits of nopales. Yeah, Courtney's the foodie.
Raiden, can I ask?
Raiden's the movie buff.
Sure.
Yes.
What is it?
Just wondering, why'd you join Maverick in the first place?
Well, Boris and I go way back. Our first time working together was rescuing Sunny. That's Colonel Gerlukovich's granddaughter. He and Boris were good friends back in the USSR.
Right. The Patriots were holding her?
Yeah. I was mainly working with the PLA. Boris was a huge help. His Russian military connections paid off big time. He wasn't working pro bono, of course, but he went above and
I
beyond.
keep forgetting, when I click off the game, it counts as like
Patriots
clicking
were a
something.
threat to everyone, not just America. He got that.
And when Paradise Lost disbanded, he formed a new outfit and got them all work.
Most of them, anyway, including me.
Did you ever consider another line of work? Something non-military, I mean?
I'm a cyborg, Courtney. What am I gonna do? Drive an ice cream truck? I can pass as normal from a distance, but up close, anyone can tell it's artificial skin. Good jobs aren't easy to come by these days, even for non-cyborgs, and I've got a family to feed. Besides, I've been fighting my whole life. It's just who I am.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pry.
It's fine, Courtney.
Raiden's just an honest working man. An honest working cyber ninja. Alright. It's time for another chapter in the Saga of Doom. Feeling great. Get more lore. I can talk to Wolf now,
So,
too.
Courtney, you've heard my story. What about you? How'd you end up at Maverick?
Me? Well, it's funny. I was a business major, actually. Thought I'd go for an MBA. When I was in school, there was a lot of talk about the widening gap between rich and poor. I figured I'd join the 1% and never have to worry about money again. Pretty noble, huh? Anyway, around then you started hearing all about this war economy stuff on the news. I was, I don't know, disgusted, I guess. Disillusioned, for sure.
And that changed your mind?
It wasn't just the war stuff that bothered me. It's everything it represented. How so much of what the First World enjoys comes at the expense of Third World people. The more I researched, the more I realized how bad things are. Underreported, too. After that, money wasn't such a priority anymore. I know how trite that sounds, but it's true. I wasn't naive, though. I knew living in some hippie commune or going Amish wouldn't change anything. So I started looking for a career where I felt I might actually have an impact.
You didn't worry about working at a PMC? Becoming part of the problem?
Well, I wasn't going to sign up with just anybody. But not all PMCs are bad, you know?
Hey, what's up, Bowsette?
Some of them, sure. They'll do anything for a buck, no questions asked. That's why someone has to stand up to them. Protect the innocent from those guys.
That's us in a nutshell.
Oh, Grook. Thanks for the
So you did your homework and found Maverick.
Honestly, it was more dumb luck than anything else. I had a friend who knew I was interested in this kind of work who was also friends with Kevin. They introduced us, we set up a meeting, and here I am.
Huh, that's right. I always forget you and Kev went to the same school. Huh. Definitely not your typical path to joining a PMC, that's for sure.
I really am here to fix the world. I know it's a cliche, but there it is.
Well,
these characters are actually charming. And actually, Raiden is way more fun than I thought he would be. They make Raiden seem surprisingly thoughtful. Yeah, there's not a lot of edgelord left. And when he starts to do that, everyone roasts the fuck out of him immediately. The dialogue's actually been really good. Just outrageous wordiness about not even the real, but like the theory crafting about politics in the region. That is a little excessive and kind of dry because they're just theorizing. Like, it's just endless spinning thoughts. But that kind of stuff is fun. And also, so yeah, Bowsette, you say you never really listen to all the codec calls. There's so many. God, there's so much dialogue. Holy cow. Oh, the edgelord is coming? Okay, good. All right. He's a dad. Yeah. He's very dad, weirdly. Like, he's just at the office, like chatting with people at the water cooler. That's kind of the tone of these conversations when Raiden's in them. Can't wait to talk to Wolf.
So how's it been since you joined Maverick, Courtney? About what you expected?
So much dialogue.
Not even close. I had no idea what I was signing up for. You deal in a lot of expensive weapons and equipment that can save people's lives. But at the same time, you can't just ignore the bottom line. You catch yourself measuring lives in dollars and cents.
Yeah. The business side can get pretty messy.
Messy is right. But I won't just ignore it. I can't make informed decisions without confronting the ugly realities.
Not an easy burden to bear, Courtney.
Well, if it ever gets to be too much, I'll reconsider. But for now, I'm fine. I can handle it. What's up?
Okay, I think this might be it.
Okay, save don't let your...
Yep, cool.
Raiden, are you fully versed in the features of your AR display?
Do I hear un lecture coming on?
A lecture? No, of course not.
It's another AR
I'm hardly
thing.
an expert. Of course, I know the first practical application of the technology was for aircraft HUDs. Then head-mounted displays, HMDs. The data could be seen even as the viewer moved their head. As the technology improved, it was integrated into retinal imaging, contact lenses. Soon it became standard issue not just for pilots, but infantry soldiers as well. Of course, with cyborgs such as yourself, the data can be fed directly to the optic nerve.
No lecture, huh? Anyway, there's more to my augmented reality than just upgraded HMD tech.
Of course there is, Dummkopf. You did not let me finish.
Oh, you weren't finished?
AR is a much broader concept. It is more a design concept than a particular imaging methodology. It encompasses HUDs, HMDs, any and all manner of visual real-time data overlay. Though recently, some reserve the AR label for virtual objects the subject can both see and touch. For example, your codec menu and zoom slider. Such objects do not exist anywhere in the real world, not even as images. They are fed directly to your optic nerve, so only you can see them. Yet, when you interact with them, sensory feedback is delivered to the nerves in your fingers. It gives you the sense of touching a thing that does not exist.
Beats lugging around a sat radio and giant scope, that's for sure.
There is another school of thought on precisely what constitutes AR.
Seriously, more of this?
It defines AR as anything which obscures the boundary between reality and that experienced by the viewer.
Well, how would that be different from VR?
Well, for example, let's say that you and I are having a nice chat face to face. Suddenly, I disappear. Poof! And in my place appears a ravishing, nubile young woman. Is the girl the projected image or the reality? Perhaps I was the AR. How would you know?
The accent might be a clue.
Got him.
Things can be controlled with a simple hack of your auditory nerves.
Hacked your ears.
Well, that's comforting. So how is this different from VR again?
Well, it is...
Hacked your nose.
I suppose, strictly speaking, it is rather similar. Both are a method for completely fooling the senses, rather than simply augmenting them. Although, technically it would be MR, mixed reality, since there are some real elements involved. Yes,
He's debating with himself about the
distinction
acronym.
and the correct term. In any case, the advance of MR technology leads to many interesting philosophical questions.
I agree.
What happens when appearances cease to have meaning? It is no longer see it to believe it, after all. It could make for a great advance in cyborg acceptance, you know. They could project a perfectly normal human body to be seen by anyone who can perceive MR.
I don't know. Sounds like it might cause more problems than it'd solve to me. Hey Doc, what can you tell me about the carbon nanotubes used in artificial muscles? I know they're the real key behind the proliferation of cyborgs, but...
Is this a repeat?
Well, a carbon nanotube, or CNT, is a sheet of carbon. They range from 50 nanometers in diameter. 1 nanometer, you recall, is one billionth of a meter. Quite small. As you've likely seen, the carbon atoms that make up the sheet are organized in a 6-point ring shape. These hexagonal structures are connected to each other along their edges.
Sort of like a soccer ball.
Precisely. Such structures are known as Buckminster fullerene. CNTs were discovered by accident while scientists were researching other fullerenes. CNTs have assorted properties, each with the potential to drive vast leaps in industrial technology. Consider, for example, that the conducting properties and resistance to strong currents far outclass copper. They have great mechanical strength and can be shaped into incredibly thin form factors, all of which can directly contribute to improving integrated circuits. Furthermore, the atomic links in sp2 carbon are the strongest of all types of atoms.
Wow.
Its tensile strength is greater than even diamond. All that, and its weight is only half that of aluminum. It is also quite elastic, making it ideal for bomb-proofing vehicles, buildings, and other structures.
Sounds like some kind of wonder material.
There have been numerous plans drawn up for orbital elevators in the past. The problem being that no material was strong enough to make them practical. CNTs make such dreams one step closer to reality. You can change their structures by using the right power voltage, and they can withstand temperatures between minus 190 and plus 1500 degrees centigrade. They feature a large surface area and an empty space within the tube. This allows for such things as fuel and catalysts to be stored inside. It's that particular trait which has enabled the development of fuel cell-infused artificial muscles.
Straight out of sci-fi, huh?
Well, truth is stranger than fiction. Science fiction, even. Scientists are currently expanding upon all of CNT's uses. But it has taken a fair amount of time since their discovery for practical implementations to pop up. Historically, mass manufacture was deemed too difficult, the costs astronomical.
Practical manufacturing methods were established in the early 2010s, but the Patriots hushed that up.
Indeed. And now that it's out in the wild, we are finally well and truly in the carbon nanotube age.
Huh.
Remember now, Raiden. Left hands. Recover as many as you can.
I got it, Doc. I got it. I'll bring back all the flash memory you can handle.
Holographic memory. It's very different from standard semiconductor memory, you know.
Yeah. But it's still
tell me about it.
Right?
Tell me all about it.
Well, yes, but they are perhaps more different than they are similar. Holographic memory utilizes the same optical interference that holograms rely upon.
Right. That image is used to appear 3D.
Traditional media reads and writes bits on a two-dimensional surface in linear fashion. Holographic memory, however, does this in 3 dimensions, using light at different angles.
And that gives you what?
Speed. It can read over a gigabit of data in a second. And capacity. A 2-inch square cube of lithium niobate crystal can store 4 terabytes of data. It is also highly
Data
resilient
cubes?
against data loss caused by damage to any part of its media. This is because the bit information is not localized, but used as an optical diffractor across the medium. For battle data, there is no better type of storage.
Sure.
Beats having a hard drive clacking away inside your arm anyway.
Indeed.
Clacking.
Spinning media.
How
Hard
quaint.
to imagine we ever put up with such nonsense.
That was actually kind of cool. I've never heard three-dimensional storage described that way, but it kind of makes sense. It's still kind of analog too, which is interesting. It's still like perceiving a digital medium or doing something in the physical world. I guess everything is physical if you go down to the integrated circuit level. It's still just like voltage that's stuck. Huh. That gave me some shit to think about.
So, Doc, what kind of data can you extract from those left hands anyway?
Oh, all manner of information. But the short
Data
list?
cubes.
Energy consumption, damage level, intracranial and blood pressure, blood sugar, other vitals, GPS history, speed and acceleration data, radio and optical readings, recorded computation from the internal expert battle support system.
Doc.
Time-stamped readings of distortion and
Excited about
acceleration
his
gauges
data.
whenever the body was impacted. Stress is applied to the CNT muscle fibers in all 4 limbs, as well as any localized breakdowns.
All right, Doc.
Power consumption rates, remaining battery charge, type and amount of weaponry used, codec logs and wavelengths, voice transcripts, encryption methods.
Okay, Doc, okay. Sorry I asked.
As a field
Never.
of technology, cyborg warfare is still in its infancy, you know. It is my duty as an engineer to collect and analyze as much data as possible for every conceivable situation. The resulting database will help drive future technology, both modifications and advances.
Makes sense. But why the left hand? Why store it all there?
Accessibility. A unit can remove it with its own right hand, or it can be recovered if the unit is damaged. I would advise you not to remove your own holographic storage, however, unless absolutely necessary. To facilitate recording of everything you see, hear, and so on, it is tied directly to your cranial nerves. So, each time the storage is connected or disconnected, your hippocampus is stimulated. This can result in memory loss, flashbacks, and all manner of unpleasant effects.
Yeah.
Like
I have
connecting
some
to a bridge,
experience
baby?
with that. It's a little more than unpleasant.
Perhaps we could chit-chat later, Raiden. I'd hate to occupy too much of your time.
Bullshit. Okay. All right, Wolf.
Raiden, ambulatory unmanned gears detected in sewer network.
What? Desperados already spotted us?
Negative. These UGs are
Yes,
not
hello, this is Dog.
perimeter security. Even were the lab anticipating our assault, they would not set up patrols down here. It is too far from the lab to be
I
effectively
wonder what
guarded.
movies Wolf likes.
So what are they doing down here?
Judging by their behavior,
What's Wolf's favorite flavor protein bar? I think we're gonna get there.
Meaning?
with Neuro AI, there is no delineation between hardware and software. You cannot simply extract the learning data from one AI and insert it into another. In order to prepare a UG's AI for deployment, each must learn its duties on an individual basis.
So they're using a Mexican sewer as their training ground?
No, it would be impractical to implement on-the-field training for every AI in their force. In most cases, AIs are fed simulated data sets, plus feedback based on their chosen actions. Put another way, they engage in VR training.
So then why are they here?
I believe they are collecting data to improve upon their VR training code. To build a better VR regimen, they must go out in the field to experiment and gather data. It is probable they are using the sewers to help improve their AI's behavior in enclosed spaces.
That's the sort of subcontracting work this lab does?
It appears likely.
Oh, great. And here I was hoping the worst we'd have to deal with is toxic waste.
Unfortunately, not.
You have a theory that that Flynn is a berserker. He gets angry and goes into Doom Guy mode. Yeah, he does. Yeah, that's kind of... I mean, Doom Guy is kind of a berserker. Barbarian type character. That's some in-depth world building, yeah. Well, let me like plot out the entire development of AI just to explain why there's wolves in the sewers.
Wolf? You're a one-of-a-kind prototype, right?
Correct. I was originally conceived as a weapon to replace humans and cyborgs. Conversation and intelligent decision-making were deemed essential to the role. The project was eventually cancelled after 3 years in development.
Why?
I have intelligence, but I lack a specific quality essential to any combatant.
What's that?
Brutality. I am not human, thus I lack the brutality inherent to humanity. I was shut down, then revived, apparently on Sundowner's orders.
Not as evil as a human.
But what's he want with you?
Unknown. A manifestation of his sense of humor, perhaps. As a machine, I am more sensitive to my fellow man than an actual fellow man. This amused him.
Guy has an odd sense of humor.
AKA, I am good boy. Yeah, I'm good boy, too good boy. Double Frogman, thanks for the prime. Double Frogman? Oh, what's the best way to play through the whole series? Yeah, emulation is probably the most direct way. Because, yeah, if you're not going to do that, you're going to be spread across a bunch of consoles. Or, like, I think Metal Gear 1 and 2 might be on Good Old Games. I think they're the MSXs. So, like, you could get most of them, but I think Konami recently said that they wanna make Solid 2 and 3 a little more easily. Yeah, Metal Gear 1 and 2 are on Good Old Games, and Solid 1 and 2 I think are on Good Old Games as well. I think 4 is the hard one at this point.
So, you were under Mistral's command all this time?
I originally took orders from Sundowner, but not for long. As a novelty, I did not last. Mistral saw more potential in
Solid 2 was pulled from Good Old Games? What the hell?
Unknown.
I wonder why.
However, she apparently enjoys the company
I wish I had downloaded it
of dogs.
when it was there.
She demanded 100% obedience. As long as it was given, she treated me well.
She was looking for companionship?
That I cannot say. I still have relatively little communication experience with humans. My ability to read emotions not explicitly
subtle brick.
expressed by speech
Thanks for the
is
sub.
lacking.
Yeah, PlayStation Live, or PlayStation Now, PlayStation Cloud, whatever they're calling it. PlayStation's Super Essential, whatever has, I think is Plus? I can't remember. Whatever middle tier I think has Cloud, and I think that's what would have Metal Gear Solid 3 in it. Or sorry, 4.
You're a...
Correct.
Right.
What?
Yeah, a fat PS3 can play most of them. Except 5, I guess. But then you need a fat PS3, and I don't think that's very easy. Like, that's not easier than emulation unless you're just itching for a reason to buy one. Some sort of licensing issue? Yeah. Who knows? It's a shame that it seemed navigated and then it wasn't.
Got that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
Camera, please. Oh, come on. Do. do that. I couldn't even move. Huh. Good. It's not enough time to move. Maybe you just can't attack him? He just decides he gets to counter? Huh. E. Compton, thank you for the sub. Weird, after I chopped his business off, there wasn't a Zandatsu moment. There wasn't a thing to chop out of him. Surely everyone's got something to say about that.
Have you ever worked with this client of ours before?
Maybe not.
Yeah. So if the
we've been
This trial mentioned someone from any idea. No. Maybe if that.
Yeah.
I see a maintenance catwalk. Use it to conceal yourself if necessary.
Oops. What? Guess you can't sprint. Why did it do that? Why did I get a slow motion thingy when I did a sliding kick there? There was nothing to Zandatsu. Ah. God damn it. Fuck. I have to be able to hit him. You have to let me slash him. Doing? Jeez. Recommend the offense or defensive offense? I guess I never saw how to do it. It doesn't show you how to when you unlock it. Okay, here we go. I haven't done either of these. Oh, okay. Forward, back. Oh, X plus A. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Okay. That was up. That frame is only good at the start of the animation. Interesting. But so you can iframe through grab frames, though? Or do you just have to not be in range? Okay, yes. Alright. You will get grabbed out of that backdash if you time it right. Just chopping off the little tippity tip.
Right. There is a boy in these sewers.
You don't say. The grenade too, for some reason. That right there. I guess it's like it's a free Zandetsu maybe? Certain moves seem to give you a little slowdown. You can sidestep with X and A. Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know. Any back there? Did I miss a ball? What the heck is that? Oh, it's a person. I think these people. Ow. God damn it. God, I'm getting my ass kicked by this guy. Little Bruce Lee. God damn it. That's cute. It's another collectible. Ow. Was there a hand I was supposed to chop off? Oh, there is one in each stage from this point on. Oh, okay. Destroy all of them to get unlocks. I do like unlocks. I'm in it for the unlocks, you know that.
Get out of here! A ninja! Cowabunga! Go ninja! Go ninja! Go! Oh yeah!
Excellent. Yeah, Tekra, this is my first playthrough. I've gotten this far before, but I'm gonna finish the game. Oh. Oh wait, hold on. Ow. What am I thinking?
That UG is called a Raptor. I hear they are typically deployed in groups. Concentrate too much on one, and you leave yourself open to attack from the others. You need to keep situational awareness at all times against them, Raiden.
Sorry, buddy. I got nothing right now. Maybe try asking Doctor or Boris.
Wow, okay.
You okay, Raiden? Save complete. Be careful.
It is a high-frequency blade, Raiden, not a plasma sword. There are limits to what it can cut. The HF waves strengthen the metallic bonds in the blade, improving its cutting ability. But in terms of pure physics, no blade can cut it in every situation. Theoretically speaking, an HF blade can damage anything, no matter how tough. But thick ceramic or carbon nanotube armor does not simply split open like butter with a hot knife. You need to chip away at it first, before you can destroy such material.
Huh.
Ah, the Raptor, yeah? A UG designed to operate in groups. Their AI is such that they are aware of and commiserate with their peers. If a Raptor...
Yeah, Tyquer, I hope we get to that line. Or sorry, King Saren. I hope we get to that line too. And I do agree. I think Metal Gear Solid 5 is
like a wild
the best
animal
gameplay.
Respond in the natural world.
Indeed.
So good.
In typical UG optical
This one's
neural
pretty good
AIs,
too.
the section corresponding to the cerebral neocortex
different.
is, well, it's quite a bit smaller than a human brain. They truly are closer to beast than man. You will need to do some damage to a raptor before you can cut them to shreds. And
Oh, that line isn't actually in the game? Aw.
Ideal before you do strike the final blow on any one of them.
What are the clips from then? Are they just memes?
You will need to damage and we don't let the rest of the hurt.
Your only option is to fight.
Yep, alright. God, that stun lasts so long. Hobjobber, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Oh, goddamn! For real? It's always too far! Why does it flop back like that? Pain in the ass! God damn! Wow. Ugh. It keeps flopping out of range when I hit it. It's so annoying. Damn. What? Oh, God, you fucking shit! For real? Ah, the second. The absolute second that I'm allowed to actually chop it in half, it blows up. Killing me. Okay, jeez. Slowly figuring this out. No, I'm not, apparently. Come from? I've blown through all my health. Well, no, I guess only the small ones. Game is next. Well, let's see. If I can get through this in this stream, then Vanquish is going to be the follow-up game. But I don't know. There's so much codec in this game.
¿Estás bien?
Okay, super funny voice actor, streamer named Gianni Matograno does a lot of meme vids of Senator Armstrong because he's a great impressionist. He cameoed in a funny Metal Gear Rising review for the made it the fuck up line.
Like Georgetown.
God, it fits so well. Okay.
And just like all damn America president.
Yeah. So what are you doing here?
Me? What the rest of you do here? You lose the map of Ninja Hideout, Ninja Man?
He's Jar Jar.
I'm looking for bad guys.
Raiden and Jar Jar together at last.
Search lab.
You know about it?
Me now go back. Hey, you're not one of them skunt, nah? Nah, I guess you're alright. If you're a cyborg, you know who they is?
Sort of.
Oh my god, the subtitles also have translations.
Oh, maybe live on the street, rake and scrape for a bob, nah? Then this could need dressed like the mafia say, hey boy, you want a job? What the worst gonna happen, nah? But that mother skunt don't put me on a ras boat. They pack us all a big old dirty container. Next thing we know, we're here at that zombie lab.
All kids? Like you?
Yeah, a lot of boy. But then me been over here what them skunt wanna do. Snuff us out. And got all the organ.
So you ran?
Uh-huh.
Wanawanga.
Is she me not a bad-ass robot ninja man, same as you? Ha! Me been strongest cyborg ever. Warlock all them phantoms and black clothes that I pass me.
Starting to sound like a bad guy yourself.
Just playing, nah? Me done plenty bad thing. But me not kill no man. Nah, never.
Good.
We tried to warn the boy. I say, IOD's brain would get cut out. Run your ass out of there. But them boy with me no understand. They like Spanish or something. So me the only one for escape. Then that machine come after me and...
Machine.
And I know the rest. George, I need every detail about how you escaped.
Oh.
So the kid got into the sewers through a drainage channel?
Yeah, he says the channel is super tight, but there's some kind of shutter next to it.
Got it. That must be where they dumped the waste.
There's something else. It sounds like a Desperado exec was on site yesterday. If a Sentry Cyborg was on hand for the meeting...
You should be able to review their video log, provided you can find a server access terminal. That would give us the evidence we need, as well as a little peek at the level of their technology.
So what about the kid?
I made sure the area was secure and told him to sit tight. Can you pick him up?
Sure. I'll send a couple agents for him. You just focus on getting into that lab. If what he said is true about the organs, we need to hurry.
Agreed. Riding out.
Voiced by Chet Hanks. Bomboclat. Alright, I'm sure that my cadre of supporters has a lot to say about these events.
I see you found a grenade.
Yeah, a new type. Intended for use against vehicles, UGs, and cyborgs.
Da. Shell design is first class. The charge, even carbon nanotube compound armor cannot fully block.
Sounds like we should keep a few on hand.
Yes, well...
What? They don't work as promised?
No, the specs are just fine. It is only... Well, if you want quality, you have to pay for it.
That much, huh?
Triple the cost of standard grenade.
And Desperado's got a bunch of them. I'd love to look at their annual budgets.
Most likely they have good relationship with manufacturer. I think they got insider price.
This would be easier if we had a few more friends like that. Boris, we've got kids being held inside this lab. I'm getting them out of there.
Copy that. I will discuss with NGO what to do with them afterward.
What are you thinking?
Well, this is difficult. I imagine these are homeless children, taken from streets. Likely they have no home to return to. But we cannot dump them back on streets. We could look for adoptions in US, but some of these kids may be criminals. Could be drug addicts, HIV positive. Not so easy to find homes.
Yeah, wasn't easy for me either.
The guys at the relief center were always worried I'd cause problems for my foster family.
The alternative is putting them in an institution.
There's a hyperdimension Neptunia cross
This has issues as
Senran
well.
Kagura game.
Most are already past capacity. Taking on this many street kids at one time would be impossible. Also, it's a matter of fairness.
Seems
Is
interesting.
it fair to take in these kids here when millions more are dying? I
Idea
imagine
Factory,
this is why
wow.
rescue was not part of our
Oh, Idea Factory. Always quality.
Human rights NGOs, they know they can't rescue them all.
Well, we can't just sit here and let them pull kids to pieces.
Yeah, Automata was a Platinum Games game as well.
We agree. For now, rescue the children. We'll worry about the fallout later.
Yeah, Raiden is a child soldier. Was a child soldier.
Raiden, I said earlier this is an infiltration mission. But if it comes to combat when rescuing the children, so be
Hey, Ratflies, thank you for the
Enemy
sub.
cyborgs
And yeah,
attack,
24-hour
you are free to
stream.
respond with all available
Potentially.
force.
I figured.
Attacking first,
Gotta feed the beast.
that would be a gray area, legally speaking. But I doubt anyone would take us to court over it.
Yeah, I doubt it too.
Just keep your hands off all non-combatants. That would violate international law, not to mention morals of company.
I hear you.
Oh, yeah.
I see you found the
Yeah,
What? No, what?
That
Trip
and this is... That kid said he's from Guyana. That's on the Caribbean side of South America, right? Know anything about it?
A little, though I'm more of an expert on Africa than the Americas. To be exact, Guyana's sandwiched between Venezuela and Suriname, with Brazil on its southern border. Of course, the Venezuelan border is sheer rainforest. There aren't even any roads through it. You have to cross the Guyana Shield to get to Brazil, too.
So it's pretty isolated from the rest of the continent.
Most inland connections run through Suriname, opposite of Venezuela. Beyond Suriname is French Guyana. The three countries are referred to as the Guyanas, and the entire region's got its own unique culture sphere.
The Guyanas? I've heard the name, but I don't really know it at all.
Same here. I do know the region's a lot smaller than Brazil, or even Venezuela for that matter. As you know, most South American countries have Spanish as their official language.
We're talking about this simply because of the kid
Guyana, though,
and where he's from.
uses English. Suriname uses Dutch, and French Guyana uses French, naturally.
Learning all these facts.
Divide and conquer approach to colonialism, huh?
Yeah. They're all independent now except French Guyana, though. Sort of like what you see in Africa. I did some research after you met George. Culturally, at least, Guyana's more Caribbean than South American.
Yeah? He looked a little Asian to me.
There's a lot of immigrants from India living there. They were both British colonies, after all. It's a lot more influence from the UK than India, though. I mean, look at George's name, after all.
An English-speaking South American of Indian background.
Everything good over there, Raiden? You, don't seem like you're in much of a hurry.
Give me some time. I've got a lot of intel to gather. Speaking of which, I'd better get going. Riding out.
Really taking it easy, huh, Raiden? Let's kick it back.
Those brains are from the street kids they picked up in Central and South America, right? Abducted by traffickers and sold to desperados.
Raised on Rambo. Thanks for
Right.
gifting 2 subs.
And now it looks like they're selling off their organs.
That part of the world's full of homeless kids.
True, though really just about every nation's full of them. Except the richest ones, that is. You see a lot of them across the African and Asian continents, too. Estimates put the worldwide number of homeless children at anywhere from tens to hundreds of millions.
Kind of a broad range. I guess it's hard to do solid research in the kinds of places where you'd find them.
True enough. The way the Human Rights NGO put it, though, it's hard to define what a street child is. There's lots of different types. Some are on the street because they ran away from home, but really they can return any time. Some work on the street but go home at night. And some kids literally live on the street with no family.
Go home at night? Those kids still count as street children?
Well, point is that there's no set definition. Everyone involved has their own take on the issue. Without a clear definition, estimates inevitably end up all over the map.
Makes sense.
If you're going to talk about street kids, though, I think you need to differentiate. There are the kids who live on the street and the ones that just work it. Little things can make a huge difference if you've got a home and a family to fall back on, even if you're just running a fruit stand or shoe shine operation. Kind of presumptuous for me to say which is better, I guess, but you can't just ignore that aspect.
Yeah. It's hard to imagine how helpless you feel when you've got no one to fall back on.
Yeah. Opinions similarly divided on the child labor issue, too. Some say all underage labor should be banned. Others think the decision should be left up to the family. I mean, sure, kids shouldn't be exploited or pressed into military service. If nothing else, the right to an education's got to be protected. But should a kid be banned from helping out at his dad's store? What if a family's so desperate that it would starve without the money their children bring in?
Yeah, it's definitely not cut and dry.
Complicated. Why? Why are we talking about this? Just because we saw a street kid. We met George. I like how the discussion about George is longer than the cutscene with George.
This trial mentioned someone from any idea.
No,
maybe
if that. Yeah.
I can't believe what they're doing in there. Guess I shouldn't be so surprised, huh?
Guess not.
Are you gonna help them?
No other choice.
I'll try to help look for someplace that might take them in.
Thanks.
Least I can do. Did you want to save your data? All right. Raiden. Good luck out there.
I'm gonna save this time. I felt like it.
By the way, I didn't know you spoke Spanish.
I've got the U.S. Army to thank for that. I was in a group called Foxhound, although it doesn't exist on paper. We were isolated from the other soldiers. Day after day of VR training.
I heard about that.
It's not like it was all VR, though. Special Forces guys need advanced physical and communication skills. I had to do all the basic training and language schoolwork, too. We even trained in the Afghan village set up at Fort Polk.
The Afghan village?
They built a mock urban area on a base in Louisiana for training purposes. It was a hell of a lot more realistic than the VR training we had back then. Nothing compared to cyborg training, though. Having it jacked right in like that.
They say it's so realistic now you can feel your blade cutting through flesh.
Wait, free as me. Welcome.
You know much about Guyana, Courtney?
Not really. I know the name, but don't ask me anything about what it's like.
Oh my god.
You mean you haven't even tried the food?
Nope. No research trips this time. Besides, who knew we'd be running into any Guyanese here? I'm looking now, though. Looks like a lot of their diet is seafood. It's a small coastal nation, so it's probably easy to get fresh
Oh,
fish
how's
across
that?
the whole country.
Wasn't the big twist of Metal Gear Solid 2 that Raiden was never really part of Foxhound and that it was an elaborate simulation? No, I think the game itself was ambiguous about whether or not it was in VR, but other Metal Gear Solid games pinned down that, yeah, the Big Shell incident did happen in the real world.
It just, came up while I was reading up on Guyana in general.
Right. Well, let me know if you find anything actually useful.
It just popped up in the search results.
Yeah, it was a simulation, but not in VR. Yeah. So he was still part of Foxhound. A Foxhound.
What's up? No? Did you need anything else?
No, guess not. Just wanted to hear the sound of your voice.
Oh, save it for your wife, Raiden.
Nice. Good call out. Also like how there was dialogue specifically linked to saying no.
What's up? No? Did you need anything?
No, just...
Okay.
Very well done, Raiden.
Oh, thanks, I guess.
That Raptor may have been smaller than an Irving, but its potential is simply remarkable. Defeating it is a fine demonstration of your body's abilities. I'm quite happy to see it working so well.
Well, thanks, Doc. I'm quite happy I'm not dead, too.
How did it feel to fight it?
Well, an Irving has more strength and firepower. But this guy was a lot harder to keep a beat on. Not that big of a deal, but you definitely don't want to let your guard down around one.
Indeed. A combination Irving and tripod force would be a formidable foe in any urban warfare scenario. The only problem is cost. A PMC would have to be well funded indeed to even think about acquiring the necessary numbers to make it work. There are situations where an Irving may be overkill, but tripods cannot provide the necessary...
It's important to think about and talk about these things.
Raptor was built to fill that gap?
Indeed. Its basic design is a streamlined, more compact version of the Irving.
Yeah.
Furthermore, it uses the same control system as the tripods, which helps keep costs low. It can use standard personnel weaponry as is, and its armor has been componentized. This is to say, the user can expand its defensive capability as needed. It's fit for standard military operations, anti-terror missions, even regular patrol and police duty. A most admirable jack of all trades. Adorable too, wouldn't you say?
Not the first word that comes to mind.
Ah, yes. My apologies. I can't help but marvel at a well-made machine when I see one. There's no need to be jealous, though. Your body is still quite impressive as well.
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
Who's your favorite MGS character? An interesting question. I think maybe Naked Snake. Oh, the Naked Snake becomes Big Boss. Big Boss is kind of a shithead. Yeah, Mei Ling is really cool. Sam and Kaz Miller. Metal Gear Solid 3 era Ocelot's pretty fun.
How is Wolf faring?
Hard to say just yet. Seems like he's doing okay.
Good, good. I'm so pleased my repairs were effective.
He seems happy enough, but I don't know. Can a machine really be happy? Maybe he's just being directed by his program.
Asking the big questions again. We already talked about this. Fallibility and perception.
If something you do for someone else is appreciated, it makes you happy. It's a perfectly normal reaction, one that applies whether you're man or machine.
Oh, Johnny Sasaki, sorry. That's the real answer.
When you watch a film,
Metal Gear Solid 4, Johnny Sasaki.
when good things happen to the heroes in the end?
I'm not seeing the connection.
Well, those heroes are not really happy. They're just following a script written by someone else.
Oh my god.
The actors have human intelligence, but the characters themselves do not. It is a facade, an imitation, and yet we still feel an emotional connection. It does not matter that it is make-believe.
Therefore, anime is real, and it's okay for me to marry my waifu.
Was neural or not. But Wolf most certainly is. And with a neuro AI, it is not so simple as working off a set computer program. You can define intelligence however you like, but personally, I see no reason not to say Wolf has it. It possesses a neuro AI structurally similar to the human brain. It has learned enough of the world around it to be capable of human speech. Truly, an astounding artificial intelligence is at work here. One, I suspect, could make for substantial business opportunities given the chance. Think of the possibilities, Raiden. What do you think a truly intelligent AI could do for the world?
I'll let you know if I think of anything. Riding out.
I do love how even the voice actors kind of understand that some of these conversations can be a little laborious. It's like in the directing and in the delivery. So either the performers were like, holy shit, they want us to record a lot. We should probably bake the fatigue of that into these conversations. Or the directors were actually like, there's going to be a lot of dialogue in here. We plan to surprise players with the length and amount of this stuff. So it's okay to like be annoyed at the end of some of these conversations. They're just kind of over it. Because that's pretty cool. That speaks to like a crafted intent.
If you're such a big believer in cyborgs, why haven't you made the jump
length
yourself?
and girth.
An excellent question. There is one...
Oh, how many chapters are in the Doombug? I think 30.
Wait. Is there some problem with the tech you didn't tell me about?
No problem with the technology. The issue is I would be required to be separated from my original body before I could be transferred.
And?
Aksu, thank you for the resub.
There's no way for me to oversee installation into my new body.
You could have someone else do it.
Ha! Amateur hacks. I would not trust the average cybernetic surgeon to repair my toaster oven. I possess one of the world's foremost minds on this field, Raiden. This is not a boast, it is a fact. Entrusting that to someone less talented... Imagine a great architect asking an infant to build his new home.
No offense, but I mean you're just assembling some...
Raiden. Raiden, this is not like putting together your bookshelf. It is quite literally brain surgery. More than that, in fact. There is an art to doing it correctly.
All right, Doc, all right. I hear you.
I suppose I should not expect you to understand. Regardless, I am in fine health for now. Perhaps by the time my body begins to decline, there will be others that might be trusted with the duty. But which body to choose? Perhaps a young female frame to surprise all my colleagues.
To surprise your colleagues, right.
You just want to les out with your Japanese holographic waifu.
How
Who
is
could
Wolf
blame him?
faring?
All right.
Good.
Wow,
this is such a long conversation.
And you can it patrol one thing.
I'll let...
Oh, okay, maybe it wasn't so long.
Let me ask you something. What do you think you're doing here? I mean, why are you working with me?
Because I choose to. I owe a debt, and I wish to repay it.
A debt, huh? How human of you.
I contest that statement. Many humans possess little or no sense of obligation at all. And many are entirely willing to trample their fellow man for personal gain.
Wow, he is really slagging off the human race.
I mean, you're willing to follow me, put yourself at risk just because of that? What do you think of what I'm doing here, for example?
A delicate question. I do find it difficult to rationalize your mission to rescue the children. If you wish to save children in need, there are hundreds of millions of others equally.
Can't save every child, so why save
Thanks
these?
for the support.
However, we must still uncover the full extent of Desperado's activities. And as such, it is meaningless to debate best practices without sufficient information.
All right, then. No more questions, Your Honor.
I'm getting logicked by my pup.
Let me ask you, I mean,
right.
what do you
if you how and
Ooh, guest account. I don't know if that's actually a name of a Twitch account or if it's like a stand-in. Anyway, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Thank you very, very much. I haven't used the staff at all. Just a shitty joke name? Well, I like it. It threw me for a loop, but that's the point. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining the stream. We're learning a lot today about all sorts of things. The Doom novel is educational in its own terrible way. Caged Money, thanks for gifting a sub. Oh, it's a Malcolm. Yeah. Free Malcolm from the yoke of Twitch ads. How do you... Oh, there it is.
Activity ahead. It is possible.
How do you wait.
We are conducting test operations while the lab
How do you use the custom?
You're not going to make it easy to
It's
get
under
into that
customize?
lab. Is there some way you could sneak past?
Cardboard box. Did you see the new trailer for Dungeons and Dragons starring Captain Kirk? I didn't see, well, I saw that there was a trailer, but I didn't watch it. Main weapon. Unique weapon. Look at inventory again. Far right. Okay. Oh. Okay. Got it. What I'm missing there. Come on. This is Ford Y. I don't understand. Don't know why I'm not getting it. Whatever.
Activity ahead. It is possible they are conducting test operations while the lab is closed.
They're not gonna make it easy to get into that lab. Is there some way you could sneak past?
Yeah, John Wick was cool. Still John Wick. Being punished.
It's a box. How's that gonna help? Oh, it's for medical supplies. That could work, actually.
Classic. Gotta do it.
Right. I said if any, but just that.
Maybe Kevin will have tactical information about the box. Oh, never mind.
No, maybe if that. Yeah.
Hoped. Oh no. Okay. Whatever, that works. I'm so bad at that. What a weird thing to randomly be terrible at. I gotta figure out the touch. Raiden. Bro. What? Oh, you. Oh. Okay, there we go. Interesting. Why did it disappear? I don't get it anymore? I don't understand, man.
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight.
Maybe if you get close to it, but you don't quite get through it, and you ruin the cut?
You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
Guy Pirate, thank you for the prime. Oh, love optional fights. That's right, confused bystander. 24-hour Subathon. Heading out, Strider? Alright. Hopefully you're still going when I wake up. At least past this level by then. Hey, that's down to how much talking. Oh! Oh! Weird. Down to how much talking they feel like doing. speaking of.
That is Vodomjerka, a water strider. An unmanned air cushion vehicle built for water ops.
Caged Money, thanks for gifting a sub.
Don't worry about its leg attacks, but that flamethrower is very dangerous. You cannot parry fire with that blade. Fall back before it unleashes. That is, you do not, you can...
Sorry, buddy. I got enough. Maybe...
You okay, Raiden?
Remember the water bug enemy? Yeah, that's kind of unique, huh?
Save, be careful.
A water strider. I do not believe the armor is all that thick.
Yeah, timer's getting a little low.
You need to slice away at it before you can make effective use of blade mode.
I have to admit, I did not think there would be so many codec calls.
Let me ask you something.
So that's probably
What do you think you're doing
altered the momentum of the stream, but who cares?
Because I choose to.
I'm doing it.
I owe a debt.
A debt?
I contest that statement. Many humans possess
okay, yeah.
What do you...
If you... However...
Alright. Oh, jeez. Okay, that I can do. Ah! God, it's so fast. Oh, he moves! Okay. What? He can just hop? That sucks. That might be my first game over. Oh, jeez.
What's wrong? Anthony!
It is my first game over.
Schneider!
For second, I think. What's your top 5 go-to summer ice creams that you could suggest for me to try? I wouldn't consider myself an ice cream expert in any stretch, but I'm always fond of coffee flavors. So I'd accept, like, maybe there's a cold brew you try out, like chocolate, but got a little more twist to it. Ah, Confused Bystander, thanks for paying forward the gift. Private Eye, thanks for gifting a sub. You guys have started a hype train too. Oh, Bond Cake, thanks for gifting 5 subs. You guys are gonna do it. You guys are gonna make me read Doom. Jair Malone, thank you very much for gifting another sub. Can't see a thing. Can't see, man. Get the arm. Ah. Why does it disappear? I don't understand, man.
What? Raiden? No! No!
I guess you just got to be really careful. And you're not allowed to like be close but off. Jeez. Anyway, Dimmy, thank you for gifting. Hold on. Jair Malone, thanks for gifting another sub. Or yeah, another sub. Dimmy, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Ouchbox, thank you very much for the gift. And Nova, add 8. Thank you for the gift sub. Yeah, no, somebody has mentioned it, Pop-Tart. Yeah, I'm aware there's a lot of talking. That's perfect. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I think there's something else in here. Thank you for all the gifts. That may put us to the next hour. Sure, it'll be respectful. More than any other Metal Gear game. God, I had no idea. It sucks because you have to like. I guess you can slash without moving your thumbs, but man. Loofbox, thank you very much for gifting a sub. Oh, okay, so if they see you in the box, they will attack. Quancake, thanks for gifting more subs. I'm sure that's done it. What the fuck? Okay, so you're not safe on the ground. Ouchbox, thank you for the resub and for the 2 years of subs. Crab Foam, thanks for gifting. Shit.
What happened? What is going on?
Dead. At least I got a Steam achievement out of it. Stobbs Blunder, thank you for the sub. Yeah, you guys have got it. You guys have got it. Man, this game's putting the screws to me all of a sudden. Great. Thank you. At the buzzer, too. All right, let's add it up. Oh, Pablo, thanks for the cheer. 420. Nice. That's the meme number. I was actually in the middle of getting my rumpus paddled by these heavy bots. Just a nice paddle rumpus paddling. Oh. It's good. Let's see, Arlene suggests that men want to get blowies from a minor. Oh geez. I guess that's what pouty lips means. Boy, I didn't quite take it there, but I could see, okay, I can't say no. Just as long as you're not moving. No! Couldn't see the animation. It was weird. Like his body turned and I couldn't tell what he was doing. Oh, there's a literal Bible app. Of course. Why wouldn't there be? Man, these guys are wrecking my stuff. I guess we're getting to the part of the game where it's like you either just fold up and put enemies away, or they do that to you. The whooshing of Raiden's weapon sounds like a dog barking and freaking me out. Really? Like a roar? Huh. The Guerrilla Gears are Metal Gear Rising's addition to the pantheon of, oh god, that enemy. Yeah, they're not quite as bad as like the fire-breathing birds from Elden Ring or something like that, but you can take care of them fast. Like, it kind of reinforces the stealth aspect. You just one-shot them. It does feel pretty good to like just chop their arms off, and it's like their attack patterns change and basically reduce the more you kind of wear them down. So I don't mind the design. It is getting pretty intense just how quickly like fights can fall apart though.
Get off!
Explode. Should be able to parry that better. Why do I have such trouble with that? Why do you turn like that, Raiden? Turn in place. God damn it. See him! Fuck!
What's wrong?
Fuck off. God, fuck! It's just like a series of things that all collide to make you take these hits. Back here again. Jesus. Jump off camera. And not even lock-on will tell you where it is. Gamer Ninja, well timed. There's already some Bible verse talk in chat. If there's a way to get down here and stealth this dude on the first cycle. Hits you from off screen, man. Parried that shit. Okay, so that doesn't mean anything. You get that cool counter. Doesn't necessarily mean that you can Zen dead. Wow, so you have to work a lot harder.
During your last fight, the caller's position is on your Subathon radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
Oh boy, now I get to go back and fight this other thing. Well, I guess I'm getting better at fighting the gorilla bots. Thank you. That's a more normal fight, though. That shouldn't have taken me like 10 attempts. I'm kind of dialing in my technique, though, so I'm not gonna be that bad.
You're under attack!
Is it possible to like really fight that? Fucking hell! Risks.
They keep on coming.
What? Oh, there's more. Sorry. Sick. Wow, you can get juggled? Fuck off! Damn! Are you... How is this game like this? Another one. Sure. Oh, why? Yeah, let's look at the other one. Great. And they bounce me into each other, stunned, against the wall, spin attack. Thanks. Fucking thanks.
What happened? What is going on? Raiden, answer me! Raiden!
Holy cow. Back in that checkpoint, too. I didn't do it, though. Part of the game where they kick the train. Fuck. Wrong one. What? Too early, I guess. Caged Money, thanks for gifting us up. Why did it disappear? What the fuck? Does it get out of range, maybe? I don't understand that shit, man. That is the game having it out for me or something. How am I supposed to know where he's coming from? Unless he's the only one you're fighting. What the fuck? Oh, the other one grabbed me. Ow.
Can't be happening. Raiden?
Man.
Raiden!
Man. Like it can almost be good, but there's just some shit. You were not a just hit you from off screen like that. I guess if you could probably use audio. You had like move. God. Boy, we have some deep religious chat going on here. Didn't know the Doom novels are going to inspire such a deep philosophical discussion, but I like it. I don't think I've ever successfully stealth killed this last one. I don't know how to get up there without alerting him. Okay, just have to really make sure I don't scramble up that one box, which apparently is like the loudest box. Okay. At full health, I'll go beat up these stupid spiders. But there's two of them though, that's gonna be interesting.
During your last fight, the caller's position is on your Subathon radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
I need to look at the move list again. There might be some combos that would really help. The YY, let's see here. YXY, YYX. That's long. That's pretty cool. Is there a way to interrupt an attack animation?
You're under attack!
Oh, come on. That little hop fucking sucks. It means you have to be like within a certain range or he'll just hop and hit you. Like that. Or, I mean, I guess you have to be like... I guess that's the right distance. Hop! Fucking god! Ass! I keep trying to do damage during that phase. Maybe that's not the best idea.
Keep on coming.
Damn, no chill. Get out of there. Get out. Ah, dude. Fuck. I can't do anything. You don't have time. Maybe if you get like the perfect counter when it does the dash. Oh wow, you can do a one hit. Okay. Then you just bait out the fucking dash every time. Why would you do anything but that? Just run away. Let it dash at you. Fucking thanks, camera. Fucking thanks. Holy shit, man. Alright, thanks. Thanks again. Oy, stressed here. It really just it chased me down the hallway, cut me off, and then set me on fire. Faster than me. Oh, dropped health goes away. Oh, I guess you should always put that in. Shit! You have no time to do anything. Okay, you can parry through that too. At least they let you do that. Is that it? Now are there 3?
Good, Raiden.
All right.
Very good.
Man. This game doesn't cut you a whole lot of breaks. Most beat-em-up games will have some kind of thing preventing you from just getting blasted by enemies off-screen with no warning. Maybe there is some tell that I'm not picking up on. Yeah, this game's for real. That was a fun encounter, though. It is really fun finding those shortcuts. It's like Shades of Sekiro, yeah. If you really know the timing and the attack patterns, you can just shortcut an encounter. Goodies. Oh yeah, there was this hallway back here. I'm missing quite a few goodies. Ooh, that's a goody. That's an incredible goodie. Oh boy, that's gonna be a challenge. If I can get over there. Is this the sort of thing where you have to like come through the level and not chop down the platforms to be able to get up there? Or is there some like jumping technique that I don't understand? That looked like it might have done it. Is that a thing? Can I do that? What I'm trying to do? That looks like one of those stat buff chests up there. Oh god, this platform sucks ass. Ah! Okay. Maybe I can jump to that pipe. It really seems like I should be able to do that. Maybe this is a lost cause. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, Kiranimo has redeemed a trading card. Oh, let's draw. Ah! Find my card bag. I got it. Don't worry, I got it. Okay. Let's draw a card from the card bag. What do we got? Oh, the classic. Often imitated, never copied. Tetris. For the Game Boy, too. The big one. Feel free to look up the value of that one. I think it's a $500,000. Something like that. Tetris, the original Russian puzzle game that started a worldwide phenomena. Place the rapidly falling blocks to mix, solid lines and score big points. Challenge. How many Tetrises can you make without scoring any single double or triple lines? A novice can make 5. An intermediate can make 7. And a pro, aka me, can do 10 Tetrises in a row, back to back. Boo, 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 boo. That's me. Congratulations. Here, let me take that down. Let me take that down in my notes, in my records. Thank you. Thank you for watching the stream enough to be able to afford that incredible channel point reward. Back to the task at hand. I want this treasure. I gotta find it. I gotta find a way to get this treasure. I might be able to jump. Jump on this? No? Aged Money, thanks for gifting yet another sub. We've been on a gifting streak. Thank you very much. Can you not like wall kick? Ooh, guest account. Thanks for gifting 5 more subs. Oh wait, I destroyed the pipe I was trying to jump to. Refresh me on the rules of VIP or ban. I have enough for a car, but I'm debating to aim for a game. If I win it, I can gift it to the several lovelies here who deserve it. I guess that's the thing. If you win it more than once, I guess you can decide that somebody else gets it. Here's the rule. Here's the new improvised rule. If you get another VIP while you're already VIP, you can give it to somebody else, but they have to have rolled for it and lost previously. That works for me. This jump? So, maybe this is a thing where you just have to preserve the platforms to be able to open that. Or maybe I can get up there from that side? Let me try that. I'd like you to move.
Right. I have determined the approximate location of the lab based on the boy's information.
Oh no, I got tricked.
On your Sonntag radar.
I got tricked big time. Damn. Now I guess I just don't get that then. It misses? What the fuck is that? out of range for some reason. Can you un-VIP? I mean, you can, I think. I just can't think of a reason for that to happen. Unless somebody voluntarily wants it removed. Oh, that's a pisser. I need to check my codex.
Right. I said if any, but just that.
This trial mentioned some. Any idea?
No.
No. Maybe
if that. Yeah.
Alright, whatever. If a VIP rolls a ban on a VIP or ban, I just ban them for an hour. That's easy. Same thing. You get stealth kills on these things? Cool. Oh. Does he just have to be close enough?
Get off!
Yeah, there's a whole side area back there I didn't go to either. That kind of bugs me. I guess I did kind of know. Respawn.
So, a fake wall projection. Pretty well hidden, I gotta say.
Thoughts on Kev? I like him. I actually like a lot. I like all the characters in this. They're all pretty charming. There's a lot of codec conversations too, so that's good. The awesome one. Thanks for the prime. Almost. There we go.
This would appear to be the UG maintenance area. You should find a terminal there. Something they use to upload mission parameters to the UGs.
And something I can use to access the lab's main server?
Perhaps. But first you need to take a dump.
Wait, what?
A dump? A digital optical output mounted proxy. You'll need one to interface with the terminal. Most any UG should suffice. A tripod or the like.
I'll see what I can come up with. How do I use it?
Simply connect to it. You should be able to use your communications outlet to control the proxy UG.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Very cool. Oh yeah, I forgot there's different kinds of grenades. I should try that. Oh, there's got to be some talking about this.
Right.
No?
But just that.
Doctor's got to have something to say.
Have you located any tripods, Raiden?
Oh yeah.
None around here.
They may be clustered near a single spot. A maintenance area, perhaps. Have you checked there?
I will now.
Have you looked?
None around. I will.
You have entered the lab.
Yeah. You're falling behind, Wolf.
My apologies.
It's fine. Just get here as soon as you can.
I have failed in my duties as a scout. There is no excuse. This has never happened to me before.
I said it's fine, Wolf. It's no big deal. Just get here ASAP, okay?
Thank you. I shall redeem myself. I swear that to you.
Yeah. Okay.
What's up?
Serious pup.
Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
Just some dudes. Just some good old-fashioned, normal dude killing. We go for some of that right now.
Yes! Ah, you will make me proud.
Fight for me. Anything else in here? Worst security dudes ever. Yeah, they left a lot to be desired. Not very professional. Can't slice through this window, huh? Alright. I was overreaching. Nope. Boop. Nice of the game to throw you a bone. That's kind of what it feels like. It's just one nice, easy room after dealing with new enemies, the gorillas, the tripods, or the water skimmers, whatever they're called. Why are they all squeaking? Oh no, I saw an arm. Oh! Whatever. I'll take it. Doesn't matter. I got what I came for.
These rifles Desperado's using. Mac 200s, right? Same as Maverick's standard issue.
Yeah, good arm save
nice
there.
Weapon. Not that any gun is
Shove
much
and
use
pluck it.
against the cyborg.
Usually the game does not let me recover like that.
Thing of beauty. We were one of the first to adopt them 3 years ago. It has minimal muzzle flash and report when firing, and little recoil. Plus, the ejection port near the muzzle makes it good in both left and right hand. Rare for bullpup rifle. Easy maintenance, tough enough to take some dirt without jamming every shot, and it takes standard NATO magazine, so you can find ammo on almost any mission, anywhere in the world.
Sounds like somebody's in love.
Well, it reminds me of the good old days. Most Soviet gear was trash, yes. But the rifles, the rifles. The best in the world. And it seems I'm not the only one to appreciate them.
Apparently not. I see Macs everywhere these days.
They've spread all over the world, and so quickly. Still, I am sad to see Desperado using them against us.
Well, not much we can do about it now.
Such an elegant weapon, waved around Stado Priturkov. Что бистoli?
Okay, Boris, okay. Just calm down.
Welcome to Rifle Chat.
These cyborgs can cycle between machetes, rifles, whatever the situation demands. You can deflect bullets in a ninja run, but do not let your guard down just because the enemy is far away. It looks like grenades are standard equipment for these cyborgs. Of course, you will want to avoid taking any blast directly. In combat, positioning is everything. These cyborgs are seasoned professionals. Do not be surprised if they block an attack or two. Just keep striking, and perhaps their guard will break down. Self-repair, strike at the lower abdomen in blade mode to seize the unit. Stick to quick slashes when you are surrounded. They leave you less exposed,
so you can change tactics as you move. You can also string attacks together to keep your enemies off balance, yes? Enough, Raiden. It's time to focus on defeating the enemy.
Ah, the payoff.
Enough.
All right.
Take care of that enemy first, Raiden.
You okay, Raiden?
Oh, Tony. Thank you for the prime.
Save complete. Be careful.
That armor is made from standard-grade composite carbon nanotube material. It should offer little resistance. You can likely slice them up in blade mode before they can even touch you. Of course, blade mode cannot be activated unless some charge remains in your fuel cells. The last blow in a combination attack or a particularly strong hit will sometimes leave your enemy exposed. If you enter blade mode right at that moment, it will be even more effective than normal.
You're forgetting to sub? That's no sweat. Just appreciate it when you remember to come on by.
Land a flurry of strikes against the cyborg and his brain-machine interface may malfunction. This will take him momentarily offline. The same applies to UGs as well.
Oh, they're describing stun.
Often enough, and their AIs become unable to keep up with the required real-time processing.
Awesome.
Make that happen, and you can enjoy a decisive advantage. Assuming you have sufficient power, you could even enter blade mode and finish
you can
the
blade mode a stunned person.
no matter how strong their armor. Getting knocked offline
Ah.
is vulnerable.
Will this batch of the audiobook make its way onto a playlist? I mean, I upload them in bulk on YouTube after I do these streams, yeah.
Concentrate on the fight.
Let me ask you something. I mean, what do you...
I gave you power and...
You can grab multiple? That's awesome. Then you can do multi-grab? Not dead, huh? Hell yeah. God, that feels good. Ooh, baby, a triple. Yeah, flipping over all of them, chopping them up as I'm... Oh, that's so sick.
Yeah. But that room, those were cyborg brain kits.
It, like, lets you actually do all the crazy cutscene action
George said they were
stuff.
harvesting organs from kids.
Yes, this must be why they are trafficking children.
Caged Money, thanks for gifting another
Organs
sub.
are being sold elsewhere, but they are definitely taking their brains.
Jesus.
Oh, those were kid brains?
These kids
Yeah.
into cyborgs?
Wait, the cyborgs you've been fighting, did they seem like they might be kids? You said earlier that child soldiers have a telltale approach to combat.
Yeah, but I didn't see it here. Those weren't kids.
Okay.
So, what? Desperado's just doing the surgeries there?
We've got to do something about all those brains. And the other kids George was talking about.
Anyone want to adopt these brains?
A few hours ago. They couldn't have taken all their brains out that fast.
True. There could still be a bunch of kids they haven't touched yet.
I better move.
Killing younglings. Oh, that was the light, not a treasure chest. Alright, alright. Door's open now. Last day of vacation in BC. Funny to be in the same time zone. I'm from Ontario, so I'm always 3 hours ahead. Oh, okay, yeah. Welcome to Pacific time. Water's fine. Guess I gotta doot the door again.
Probably best you stay out of there.
Oh, that's
Don't
right.
risk harming any of the brains.
That's the brain room. Oh. Right.
It is all ours. Now, use it to locate a data input terminal.
These guys are pretty jumpy now. Any funny business, and they might just open fire.
Try latching onto Cyborg's heads from behind. Then, an electric shock should knock them unconscious.
Jesus. Awesome. Actual stealth sequence. Yes, it is Metal Gear. Oh wait, where am I going? I was supposed to go over here. How come this little robot is better at jumping than Raiden? Cyber Ninja Raiden. I have to be up there. It's a pretty straightforward sequence, I guess. Oh, it was downstairs. Okay. What? Wait. Is it on another floor? Oh, the vent.
That terminal is most likely designed to download mission data and such into the UGs. Let's try using it to access the lab server.
I'm worried about the kids they haven't got to yet. But what about those brain units? They're just brains, but they're still alive. I won't just abandon them.
Duh. I will discuss with Doctor. There must be artificial bodies they can use, not like the combat type you have. Maintenance must be considered, of course. But with today's technology, they can at least live comfortably enough as cyborgs.
Yeah, maybe. Physically, anyway. Society may say otherwise.
Yes, but we will worry about such problems after they are rescued. For now, though, let us concentrate on the intact children first.
Jeez.
You got it.
Raiden. If any, but just that.
Man, I couldn't have imagined anyone would cut the brains out of kids.
I do remember that. I got this far before, but I think this is about where I stopped.
Cyborgs? I don't know. They say child soldiers are both bolder and more obedient than adults, but...
They are. On both counts. But the surgeries alone would cost a fortune. Not to mention all the training.
Yeah, I don't get it either. For now, you just look for the kids they haven't operated on yet. We come in too late on this, and things are gonna get a whole lot messier.
that people liked this game when it came out. Yeah. It was largely well liked. I think it was just a little too extreme for most people. I think people couldn't really catch its wavelength. I don't people were really hot on Western games at the time. There wasn't a whole lot of appetite for like just buck wild, like kind of more Japanese games.
You were talking earlier about...
But boy, is this a real work of art.
Kids who could go back home if they wanted.
Right. A lot of times they're fleeing problems at home. For a kid like that, life on the street's dangerous, sure, but maybe better than the abuse they got at home. They can go home if they feel like it.
This game's so rad.
Choose not to.
That's a whole other level of tragedy.
It's a pretty common case in Latin America, as opposed to Africa, where you've got a lot of war orphans. Kids like those...
Yeah, Vanquish went criminally under-acknowledged too.
Killed, sometimes by the cops.
I thought it was really clever and
Brazil
really fun.
1993.
Still didn't finish it though.
Candelaria massacre. 8 kids were killed.
How could families abuse their own kids? What's the trigger?
I was wondering that too. I did some reading up on it. A lot of times the mother remarries and her husband ends up abusing the kids she brought along. It's actually a pretty common story in first world countries too. The mother's too scared to do anything. She just wants her new man to love her. A lot of the abusers are addicted to drugs or alcohol too, leading to neglect. If their parents can't be bothered to feed them, kids are forced to hit the streets for food and money.
And these are the kids desperados rounding up? Kinda makes you ashamed to be a human being.
Yeah, it's definitely evil, all right.
But even if we got them out, it's not like they've got happy homes to return to, right?
Exactly. Most of them, well, a lot of them don't make it to see adulthood. Or they join gangs, end up exploiting the next generation. It's a vicious cycle.
Raised on Rambo, thanks for gifting 2 more subs.
Find out who's profiting from all this, and put them out of business permanently.
Yeah. Guess that starts now, huh? Man,
what are they? Why
I don't
think? But the
yeah, for we come.
I can't believe they're extracting children's brains. Can't we do anything?
I don't know. That's something I need to discuss with Doc. For now, I gotta worry about the kids they haven't operated on yet. As long as they're held hostage, no way am I gonna be able to get the brains out of here.
Yeah, you better hurry. Oh, but maybe you should save first.
Maybe?
Save complete. Be careful, Raiden. What's up? No? Did you need...
No, just... So you want me to remote pilot this thing?
Indeed.
Could I get more Sweet Doom novel? Hey, I appreciate it. Boy, is that really a book?
It's a strange feeling.
Oy.
It feels like it's really me scurrying around.
Well, you have
really
hacked into all its sensors. Of course it should feel this way.
Listen, Doc, if my body's ever destroyed, promise you won't stick me in one of these things.
Well, I'm in no position to make such promises, you know. Especially not before you find the terminal.
All right, I get the idea. Should be no problem. Stealth is my specialty, after all. Doc, the tripods Mistral had, they could leach electrolytes from my fuel cells, right? Can I do the same with the cyborgs here?
But why would you want to do this, Raiden? Too much energy and you would most certainly explode.
Oh, right. I guess there's that.
It took quite an effort to hack into our little friend there, you know. I would take good care of him.
So, autonomous gears against remote gears? Which one do you think's got the advantage?
Well, you cannot make a valid comparison between the two so easily, you know. You must take the relative specs of the models into account, the skills of the operator, and so forth.
I suppose so.
All things considered, remote gears do indeed hold the advantage, in most cases at least.
And I get the feeling you're gonna tell me why.
This type of remote weapon can be traced back to Germany, you know. World War II. The Wehrmacht employed a remote-controlled mine called Goliath, with tank-like treads on either side. The operator could send it over 600 meters into enemy territory before detonating its payload.
Germans certainly did have a knack for weird new weapons back then.
If I may continue.
Oh, he's mad.
Now, UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, began to proliferate in the 90s. They were equipped with cameras, enabling the operator with a much greater degree of control. But it took 20 more years before autonomous craft would gain wide acceptance.
Makes sense. The AI wasn't good enough until just recently, right?
Correct. Target location and course correction were not a problem, of course. GPS solved all that. But target selection or base defense, these types of objectives require extremely complex AI routines. It was only with the advent of optical neuro-AI that such a thing became possible. Neuro-AI was developed using a completely new paradigm in computer architecture, you know. Not the von Neumann model, which served as a standard up till that point. Neuro-AI was modeled after the human brain. It can learn and mature entirely on its own.
Like the Patriot's AI, just on a smaller scale.
Indeed. It cannot copy or rewrite data, but the structure does solve several problems quite well. The frame and symbol grounding problems, to be exact. It gives the AI flexibility within unknown states. But such a system still lags behind the average human in speedy decision-making. Also, as they cannot converse, they cannot demand or accept surrender, or avoid such unnecessary conflict. And as you know, such tactics are often the most effective strategy for victory. So yes, the fact that they do not require a human
A monstrous Brad, never played the older Metal Gear games. Was the codec in those games kind of weird like this, or is this more absurd? It was this weird. There's just way more of it in this game.
No question.
There's a whole lot of like
I'll keep that in
weird tangents and characters just sort of talking about random personal stuff.
To handle balance and other minor
There's just
details.
so much of it in this
The
game.
line between remote and autonomous UGs grows less and less distinct every day.
Sort of like everything that happens are things that happen in other codec calls. The sort of weird theorizing, the over-explanation of like lore stuff, the random personal details, the like weird comedic beats, all that stuff very much exists in other Metal Gear codec conversations, but it's just the sheer volume of it is really something. It's really special.
Doc, the tripod, can I do...
Right.
Oh.
It took...
Oh.
So, how much do you know about how Desperados operated?
I was at the lowest possible tier of information disclosure, beneath standard contractors. As it was explained to me, contractors need at least some information divulged to them.
They amped it up to 11 here? Well, it's from a different team than the other Metal Gear games.
No rights. I was kept in the dark.
Different director.
My knowledge
So it's like a side project, and I guess they went overboard, kind of paying homage to the elements of other Metal Gear games.
Into their network or something? You're an AI.
Perhaps.
Yeah, the banter is very similar to Metal Gear Solid 3, I agree.
Also,
even like operators intruding into each other's calls and stuff.
Yeah, but you are
Yeah.
a computer.
It is not so
Characters bounce off each other too. Yeah.
issues.
It's actually really well acted. I really like it.
Closer in structure to the
You have an early shift tomorrow? Alright, good luck. This is your last shift, right? Your last shift ever?
I would have tried anyway.
Should be home by 4 p.m. or
Did you have
so. Okay.
contact with anyone besides
Maybe I'll be streaming by then. Well, we'll see how late this goes. Might be back at it tomorrow.
several occasions. However, he
This
was
is Platinum, but it's not Yoko Taro. That's correct. I don't think Yoko Taro did the,
I bet.
I remember who directed this one. So, I don't. Well, I shouldn't squeeze anything. Just run on a little low on time. Just throwing that out there, but let's see here. Let's see. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Oh, Kenji Saito. Okay. And then Naba producing. There's so much good talent at Platinum Games. Awesome. Flip it. 2013 was, well, I guess it wasn't. It was kind of early USB.
In one of the Sentry Cyborg's visual logs, guess who shows up?
Patch it through.
Right away.
Yeah, such a good detail. Really, it should have been bonk, turn it over, bonk, turn it over, then it goes in.
Then send us what you do have.
The principle of USB superposition.
The Sears program?
You always have to try twice.
One old Georgie boy used on the kids in Liberia. Of course, it's right straight to the brain now. Feels as real as anything else.
Your work is astonishing. And your work is late. We need to ship before our cover is blown. We've got some assholes snooping around.
We just do not have the full quantity yet. Each brain has its own unique requirements. It's not like we can just pop them out with an ice cream scoop.
All right. Make your point.
Oh, thank you for understanding.
Say what you have now. I'll destroy any unharvested inventory.
Okay? But have you...
Was that the senator?
What they cost?
Last I checked, children weren't exactly rare in this part of the world. Millions of them, in fact. You can
Sounds
get
like
more once you set up a new
Wesker.
lab. They lead lives of hunger and pain. We're performing a service here for them and the cities they burden.
But just gathering the donors required a significant investment.
Yes, you'll get the money. Accounting will be in touch.
Gracias.
Oh yeah, I saw your DM about the payroll thing, Pop-Tart. That still sounds like BS.
I've got a full
Blaming it on the state requirement. They could still just pay you.
say is a demanding mistress. And America has suffered lots.
Maybe you can go to your bank and just ask them to debit the card for the total amount and just deposit into your account. I don't know if they can do that. Just run a charge on it for the full amount of the card. You deposit it like a check.
Desperado's chief of operations goes by Sundowner, the Californian wildfire.
The kids.
Think we're too late?
Only one way to find out. George was still alive. Maybe the payment hasn't come through yet.
Maybe. But you heard what he said. They've already started some brains on VR training.
There must be more than just what I found here. What about the VIP in the suit?
I'll find out. You definitely seem familiar.
Right. I'm going after the kids.
Save the children, Raiden. Oh yeah, stealth. Oh, I really should. Hold on. I don't have an arm. No? Okay. Yeah, real stealth. Does the stream end at the timer or just the Doom chapters? The stream. The stream, unfortunately. Oh no. Can't get that as me. I had to be Orb. Aw. Oh, Private Eye, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Oh. That dude has arm. Oh, because I knocked him out. Yeah. Guest account? Thanks for gifting 5 subs. Oh! Copenhagen, thank you for gifting 5 more subs. You guys are getting there. Getting there. I'm gonna chop this arm. It's gonna be awesome. Oh, he's holding it out. Where'd the arm go? I had to have picked it up, right? Did I? Let's see you, Pop-Tart. Sleep well. Picked it up during Blade mode? Oh, okay. Thank you. Very proud of my arm collection. So once you beat the game, can you come back and play individual levels for the pickups you didn't get? Or is it just it's got to be a one-shot?
Bad news, right? We can't find George.
Oh.
What?
Maybe the coordinates you sent us were off?
No way.
Maybe George's sentience can get uploaded into Dog.
All my movement data from that point on.
This is bad.
You think they got to him first?
I don't know. I'll have our guys sweep the area.
Thanks. I better keep moving.
Oh. It's actually Copenhagen, not Copenhagen? Bruce just calls me Coop. Okay, okay. Works for me. There's a chapter select and there's a boss select if you play on PC. I do! Okay, cool. Okay, so you can see like the custom QTE animations if you like miss them or hit them. You can see the other ways. That's kind of cool. I'm glad to hear about that you can come back and do cleanup. Okay, I remember this part. I did get this far. But again, not appreciating the lore as I always should have. Oh! Let's come back here when I have some meter.
The bastard is blocking the way. Push that thing back.
Meter now. Go for it. Well, you don't need meter to open these? Really? I thought you needed blade mode to chop the lock. Unless there's another special one that I don't know about. Oh! Nova add 8. Thank you very much for gifting a few more subs there. Every little bit matters. Oh, simple blade mode works. Oh, okay. Oopsie. Private Eye, thanks for getting 5 more subs.
Careful! It is all new battle now!
Get over here! Get over here! Get over here! Damn it! Monstrous Brad, thanks for gifting 3 subs. And Crab Foam, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Ooh. What? I guess they want you to use blade mode for that. Dropping rockets. Chili guy, or chili guy, Chili 2000. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. That's what that was. Yeah, thank you, Chili. Thank you, Crabphone. Thank you, White Rabbit, for gifting a... Oh! Gifting a sub to PETA. Okay. I'm gonna get mixed up again. Ah, there's multiple kicks. Gotta concentrate. Oh, you guys have done it, though. Hold on. I can hit the thing. Hell yeah. Thank you very much. I think my chat is frozen. Hold on. Okay. Just wanted to play that. I don't know how many more alerts are left, but I'm just gonna let him go. Thank you all very, very much. Appreciate the incredible generosity. Okay. Kalvrek, thanks for gifting 10 subs. You guys really like a photo finish, huh?
You know I'd seen that guy before. Stephen Armstrong. As in Colorado Senator Stephen Armstrong. They're already talking about him as a shoo-in for the nomination in 2020. And get this. 2 years ago, a federal grand jury investigated his ties to a certain private...
World Marshal. One of the biggest PMCs out there. I remember.
The biggest, ever since the Big Five split up. Not to mention the single largest investor in military cyborg R&D in the world.
Can't lose you yet. Got a long night. All right. I love it.
Desperado.
Marshall and Desperado in bed together. Should make for some fun headlines.
Headlines? This is World Marshal and a U.S. Senator we're talking about. There won't be any headlines. Even without the Patriots filter, no major media outlet will investigate allegations like these. It'd be financial and political suicide.
So we just...
Hey, Zidonia, made it.
Back while they keep
Good morning.
Up kids, stand aside while they build an army of cyborgs. You heard them. We shut down one lab, they build another. They're planning something big, Kev. We can't just wait for it to happen. We need to hit them first and hit them hard where it counts.
No, Raiden, no. I know what you're thinking, and just no. Colorado is in America, and America has these things called laws.
Mm-hmm. And law enforcement in Denver was privatized and farmed out to...
Marshall, yes, so what? There are still laws, and it's their headquarters, for Christ's sakes. You'd be heading right into the heart of a raging shitstorm.
I didn't say it would be easy. We'll figure it out once the kids are safe.
Jesus Christ. Kevin, out.
Wants to assault a PMC in the United States? That's awesome. Pablo, thanks for the cheer. How many hours deep were you? Well, I'm 12 hours deep into the stream. Into the game? Maybe 6? No, maybe more like 7. 7, 8, maybe? I think I've done more Metal Gear Rising than reading book, which I'm about to do. You guys are even over halfway to the next chapter, too, so that's awesome. Thank you all very, very much. Let me... alright, let me cycle my counters here and we'll get our lore. We'll get our literature going. Man, just in time too. Thank y'all. That. Look at that. Saved. Saved by chat's generosity. Alright. Let's get back into the adventures of Fly, Arlene, Albert, and Jill. I don't think so. You know there's got to be chats, though.
So World Marshal is backing Desperado,
You don't exactly sound surprised.
Just got the shock of a lifetime.
I did not catch it on the nose, but I did
U.S.
have a
senators
hunch it
working
was
with a
this sort of
PMC.
thing.
Well, you're the boss.
Harvesting kid brains.
Can we take them on?
From
What
the
I
third
think
world.
no longer matters here. As Kevin says, we have no legal grounds to stop them. And you? What would you have us do? Storm their headquarters? Kill them all? Will that make you feel better?
No, I mean, look, you heard him. They're already in VR training.
Raiden.
The Patriots may be gone, but it hasn't changed shit in the U.S. A handful of elites still get away with whatever the hell they want.
Raiden, calm down.
I'll see you, Tony.
Rescuing the kids first. We will talk about this later.
Yeah.
Have a great rest of the stream. See you when I get a chance to come in again. Yeah, I hope to see you soon. Have a good rest.
Anything on George yet?
No. I think maybe they took him away.
Or worse.
Perhaps.
Oh, Private Eye, thanks
Remember
for
what
gifting
that
another
man
sub.
said? There was matter of payment, but he doesn't need to wait for anything here. He can kill those prisoners anytime he wants. And as for escapees, they're more easily killed than captured.
Damn it! I knew I should have stayed with him until our guys showed up.
Raiden, the other children are not safe either. That payment may already have been made for all we know. And they know you're there, too. They may decide to simply dispose of children before they escape. You must hurry.
Anything on George?
No.
Or
perhaps he
damn it!
Right, that them.
Any sign of George?
Not yet, no. Our men have split up to canvass the area. You just worry about the kids in the lab for now.
Understood.
I'm just gonna ask everyone individually about George. Yes!
Not yet. I hope he's okay.
George.
This is my
George,
fault.
George.
I could have stayed until someone came to pick him up.
George.
Come on. Who knows what would have happened to the other kids in the meantime? Or even now, for that matter.
You're right. They're gonna be in even more danger soon enough. And there's a chance George is still safe. Somewhere.
George.
Yeah. I'm sure he's fine.
George. Yeah.
That UG. Made in the East?
Indeed. The Grad, Russian for hail. It is built by the ally Vishnyovyeki Machine Works Design Bureau in Dnipropetrovsk, Ukraine.
That's not easy to remember. Is it an old Soviet firm?
Indeed. Technically, the UG's name is pronounced Grad, the Ukrainian way. But most in the business pronounce it as Grad, Russian style.
Crazy to think I'd find something like that in Mexico, of all places.
Well, drug cartels have been using Russian and Eastern European weapons for quite a while now, you know. Of course, the arms trade treaty should have made importing something that size rather challenging.
Not for whoever's backing these guys, I guess.
I must admit, I never expected to see my magneto-stricted actuators in action again.
Magneto what?
An actuator that takes advantage of the change in shape when certain materials are magnetized. It was one of my many research subjects back in East Germany.
So you think that research made it to the Ukraine and got picked up by the whatever?
Indeed. This great technology made under the communist ideal being used for something like this. My days of adhering to that sort of dogma are long over, but still, it saddens me to see this.
What?
Don't let it bother you, Doc. You made me too, right? And now your latest
So
creation.
wait, was he like actually native? I guess, yeah, he's old enough to have
Indeed.
lived in East Germany before the wall fell. Just barely? 64. 1. Yeah? Yeah? Maybe in his like 20s?
So, World Marshal was Desperado's benefactor all along, No wonder they were able to deploy cyborgs.
Kind of fun to hear a Metal Gear character just kind of give up pronouncing the BS names and stuff.
Kids through VR training. Is it possible I'm actually fighting some of them here?
From the sound of things, the VR...
This dialogue is amusingly self-aware, which is also a Metal Gear trait. So it's like
you can speed up VR training.
they are really demonstrating that they fully understand everything about the codec content in other Metal Gear games.
In such a short time.
Yeah. Most of my
like it's checking every possible thing.
But it took a few months before I was in any way useful in combat.
Indeed. I suppose you'd know more about how child soldiers
Past the
fight
Dwarf
than the
Gecko
rest of
section
us
yet.
here.
Oh yeah, that was just like the first chapter. I'm only in chapter 2 though.
Kids do fight differently from adults.
I got slowed down. There's been some thorny encounters now.
So, no wonder
if they is it
from the break.
Yeah,
indeed.
Yeah. You ever see the
What's up,
guy
Crunk
in the
Juice?
suit before?
I am sorry. No.
Nothing in your
Does
database?
Audi ever play Alien vs Predator 2010?
Database, Raiden.
I think so.
The symbol grounding capabilities of my Neuro AI allow me to identify faces.
Yeah?
Only the vaguest of terms.
It wasn't very memorable, but I think so.
Whether I
like the
may
multiplayer,
have
is
seen
alright.
it before, but I do not have the accuracy of a database.
Well, that's ridiculous. You're an AI.
An AI modeled after the human brain, and thus as flexible and occasionally vague as any humans. Of this man, however, I have no recollection. I do not believe I have encountered him before. Most likely.
Oh, man.
Desperado's backer has been identified. What will you do now, Raiden? Will you attempt to destroy World Marshal?
Kevin's right. It's not that simple.
Both a direct attack and a legal approach present problems. Either course will likely lead to additional conflict.
We can figure it out later. For now, we're getting those kids out.
That remains your intent? I cannot fully agree with that course of action, but I will support your decision.
Abe drinking. Thanks for the sub.
Ahead. George is...
Yeah.
Ooh.
I should have had you stay back and watch him.
I should have been more cautious as well.
Listen, you should head back to the sewer and help out with the search. I'm gonna keep moving.
Understood.
Wolf, what's your status?
I am en route to George's last known location.
More dialogue.
I will handle this assignment. You may return to your mission.
See, your Revengeance isn't just written by Platinum. Kojima production staff like Etsu Tamari was very involved with the script too. Although Kojima himself didn't write this game, it still has the people from previous Metal Gear games. Oh, okay, Kit Kat. I didn't know it was a collaboration. Although that stands to reason. Konami had done a lot of development on the game before it kind of shifted to co-development with Platinum Games. So I don't know, yeah, I just never really thought about it. But of course it makes sense when you move to co-development. You don't just like send over the zip file and then, you know, take a nap. You continue to work on it in tandem with these new producers, so... Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm surprised then at the bulk of codec conversations in here then. Maybe Konami just didn't have producers that could say no to things. You know? One part of the project stalled on whatever, because this game was in kind of dev hell for a while. I think like it was announced in what, 2010? And didn't ship till 2013 after like, or maybe earlier than that? Anyway. Maybe like one department was stalled and so the writing department just kept writing codec conversations just about whatever. I could see that. That'd be an interesting side effect of a game that stalled.
Wolf, what's your status?
I will...
What do we...
Plenty. He was slated for the
Damn it, there was more. Okay.
Joining the Navy after graduating. Said he wanted to serve his country
This
instead.
is the senator?
After that,
Armstrong?
moved to Colorado.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Served in the state senate before getting elected to federal office. But this can probably wait.
Ah, yeah, you're right.
It was in deadlock for a while because it originally had a different direction entirely. Yeah, it was not nearly as absurd, which it found its voice, which is fine. I can see it like if you just can't conceive of the game being as wild as it is, how it would be hard for it to find an identity, especially when it's adjacent to Metal Gear Solid.
Any sign of George?
Not yet.
You've got to have the ability and the capacity, the Platinum Games ability to just go buck wild. To like have an idea and then punch it up and then punch it up again and then punch it up again and then do that one more thing that just makes it so outrageous. It's supposed to be set between Metal Gear Solid 2 and 4 and talk about how Raiden became a cyborg and rescuing Sonny. Oh. Huh. Okay. Man. Long time ago. I feel like development was a disaster and all this stuff was rushed. It was certainly made very quickly. Once it went to Platinum, I'm pretty sure Platinum must have crunched on it like mad to like get the business, which I can understand. Like if you can... What the heck? What did I do? Oh, I used a healing item. Oh, okay. If you can position yourself to be like a hit squad like that, especially for like big properties, that's something that can change your business. It didn't seem to, because they didn't. Well, I guess they did some licensed games after that. They weren't really like the shipper, you know. Japan needed a shipping studio. And did for a long time, and I think maybe they were hoping for more business from Konami. I wonder why that didn't happen. Maybe it's because Revengeance didn't sell. I don't know that it didn't. I'm assuming it didn't. It didn't work! This guy, just barely. Play Metal Gear Online? A couple times, yeah. Or, yeah, whatever was... Wait a minute. Yeah, it was with Metal Gear Solid 3, right? Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was fun. That was like the first multiplayer stealth game that I kind of remember. I guess the ship might have been before that.
Artificial blood cryopreserver. They must have begun preparatory freezing.
What do you mean?
That device is filled with synthetic blood plasma. It can slow the metabolism of a harvested organ, circulating this plasma to sustain oxygen levels. You can preserve an arm, a brain, any body part for several hours.
So what are they freezing, and why?
Got a Medea update?
Let's see. Perhaps
Stuff
they
has a
plan to
Medea
sell
update.
off the organs of the children they were told to
Okay,
dispose
just
of.
bear in mind that no one can hear you.
Best hurry, Raiden.
Right. Anything on George yet?
We're up to Medea's witness protection. Okay.
Damn it.
Right, that damn.
Eugene Levy, very good. Just watched Medea's Big Happy Family. Okay.
Shit!
Hey, stop right there.
Ended with a Mori episode.
Daughter, Laura.
They were trying to find the daddy for Medea's daughter.
George.
Okay.
You've heard of chloroform?
Did they?
Potent anesthetic in small
They didn't
doses.
find. Oh.
Apparently Medea was a hoe back in...
Breathe too much of it. And adios, muchachos.
Sorry, they're gassing kids on Metal Gear.
And I'll blow his brains out.
What? It's like the trolley problem, but with a
Surrender.
child gas chamber. Are you kidding me? James Fisto, thanks for gifting a sub.
Raiden, don't worry about me now.
Quiet, pendejo.
They were still translating his subtitles.
Surrender. I won't ask again.
George, are you sure? I'm ready. Me life now so precious. Ting, what if we can take this skunt to hell?
I guess this fits his philosophy of the just sword or whatever, trading one life for others.
That's all I needed to hear.
Stop it! Now! I'll kill him, I swear!
Because of the simulations. George, remember your CQC. Nice. All right. Cool. Looks like Chewbacca. This is Babaka. Mariachi uniform. Sick. Okay, I don't think I ever finished chapter 2. So I think we're pretty fully in parts of this game I've never seen before. How much does that cost? 20,000. But it looks so cool. Damn, it looks cool. Okay. Cool. I had to spin it on stats. Need to get that sombrero though. Did you play Stray? I still haven't played Stray. I will soon, very soon. Everyone agrees it's really good, really short. I love contained games like that.
Baffled by the statement. Police are still
It's like George in the back seat or something.
President Hamilton is on his way to the Middle East this morning for his scheduled visit with Pakistani President Farouk Salam. The meeting is viewed as an attempt by the U.S. to strengthen relations amidst a surge of anti-American sentiment in the region.
Yo, me ninja brother!
George, good to see you up and about. How you feeling?
George.
Never better, nah? No pain, no more for star while them hunger space eat, and me never ever feel so awake, nah?
That's because your blood sugar levels are being maintained automatically. Beats the hell out of coffee.
Oh! Me been here you go while I got them scone in the base. Why the rasa you not take me with ya, huh?
Damn it, Doc. Sorry, kid. You'd just be in the way.
Aw.
Besides, I thought you didn't want to be a killer, right?
Me don't, but...
Killing isn't fun and games. Remember that.
Right.
I hope they add George to my Kodak list now. Wait, did he actually cut George in half? Yeah, I guess so. Cyberized him, gave him a cyber body.
It yearns to bathe in the blood of your enemies, but you hold it back.
Yeah, just remember that.
What? Sick shot. Interrupting a good brood.
Private, what is this Garnia?
It's just like real America.
Sorry, Boris, it's done. Can't have a Maverick employee involved in a corporate raiding now, can we?
You could at least come talk to me.
No. What? It was time to break away from the old team, Boris. Past time.
You cannot take on Marshall all by yourself.
So wait, he's really just driving to Marshall HQ?
They butcher little kids and ship them
to beat up everybody?
It's sick.
He's back to plan A, kick in the door and beat everyone up.
Legally, for medical purposes, it's all done.
Being legal doesn't make it right.
Ryder,
Hold that thought.
Okay. America. Fluid picked up his Redolent, headed to HQ. Yeah. Give me a really fast car. I want to be armor? An armor package if you have like armor. Awesome. Hey, what's up, Agent Frame? Just like that LA car chase? Yeah? Well, this is in Denver, I think. Not even opening the door for a lady.
I will patrol ahead.
Military cyborg, you are not licensed to operate in this area. You're in violation of state and federal law.
Guess you better arrest me then.
18.3.104.7, threatening a peace officer. Deadly force is authorized.
What? Threatening a police officer, deadly force is authorized. They were pretty clear about saying that, like, the police are privatized and owned by the PMC. It's basically RoboCop now. Oh, that was the only one I got, huh? I need a little more careful.
Bullseye!
What? Bro, you have to do like 4 in a row?
Dead on!
Yeah, I wanted this. About right. Keeps covering it up. Damn it. There's always got to be a classy pinup somewhere, right? That's something for the fellas. Ladies, please. All right, we know the ladies play Metal Gear. We need to give a little something for the gentlemen in the room. You know, you've had enough. Heteronormative women.
I trust you do not mind my telling George about you, Raiden.
Could have done without that, Doc. He didn't need to know I was here.
Well, there was no reason
Blade
to
mode it?
conceal that
Oh,
from him.
jeez.
My intention was not to impugn you. He has a right to know. It's not as if he can simply fly over there and meddle in your affairs.
It's throwing off my emotional balance, Doc.
Right.
Things like that can negatively impact the mission, you know?
However do you mean? You did the right thing, did you not? There's nothing to be ashamed of. George has the best body we can give him right now. And the rest of the children are also safe. And quite
Yeah, he chopped that kid in half.
It was your quick decision-making that saved them, Raiden. George's body will require regular maintenance, not to mention a replacement upon reaching adult age. But the expense is more than worth it.
You planning on signing him up with a PMC? Because that's the only job we're good for, far as I can tell.
Oh, you are quite mistaken there. Just consider it. The power of a machine matched with the nimbleness and creativity of a human. The construction and public works possibilities alone are endless. I saw a news piece on German TV just the other day about a cyborg plumber, in fact. Let's not forget about...
Call this out. Less than 10 minutes away from the end of stream. But a mere 15 subs would extend it.
Also very
but hey,
work if you follow.
If times are tough, that's fine.
Thing you'd leave to a machine.
Just gotta do my due diligence.
So long as we don't start replacing the old folks' bodies too, just because they're old.
A valid concern, yes. I recall reading a comic like that once. An old farmer created a cybernetic...
It is just talking, though. I really did not think it would be so much talking.
Yeah. But can't George do anything besides physical labor, though?
Oh, he has every right to choose another path. If he opts not to take advantage of his body's physical strength, he's free to pursue academia instead. His body provides a completely ideal chemical environment for his brain, after all. I can certainly see how that would prove handy in the realm of higher education. The only problem would be how to cover the costs. The issue of student loan debt in the US is thorny enough already, even for normal students.
Yeah.
Yeah. All this stuff's not just George's problem, though. All the other brains I'm gonna rescue will have to deal with it, too.
Interesting to acknowledge that.
Giving them bodies won't be the end of their problems. It'll be the beginning.
Indeed. On a happier note, though, excellent work in bringing George's lower body back. Now he'll very likely be able to produce children in the future. Bravo!
Weird.
I trust you're not still upset, Raiden.
About telling George about me? Look, let's just drop it, okay?
You still mad?
Gladly. I'm just glad I was able to assist you in operating the cryopreserver anyway.
Stone Man N, thank you for the prime.
So difficult. With that pipe, you simply immerse the organs in the artificial plasma inside.
Yeah? I wouldn't think it was so easy to keep organs alive. How's it work, anyway?
Oh, it's quite simple, really. It uses chilled nanomachine-infused artificial plasma.
That's quite simple.
That suppresses the metabolism and regulates the oxygen intake of whatever is stored inside. The nanomachines are fully self-pumping. Once hemoglobin is detected in the local environment, they release a flow of plasma into the organ where the body's original plasma is still present. When George's body was inserted into the storage cabin, artificial blood, chilled nearly to freezing point, automatically flowed in at the points of amputation. This dropped the internal temperature of the parts from 36 to 10 degrees centigrade. The result? The effective suppression of all metabolic activity. The plasma was also fine-tuned to keep the O2 level inside the
Ergosplitten.
90% or above. The synergetic effect
Thank you for coming in.
allowed the brain to reach
Sliding in at the end for ultimate victory.
Before any cell tissue was damaged, at least. A most effective device, I must say. A micro gas turbine engine enables it to operate completely autonomously as a standalone unit. Would have been tough to lug over to the hospital otherwise.
Truly state-of-the-art.
True hero.
I suspect it cost as much as a well-stocked emergency ambulance.
At the risk of speaking inappropriately, this group certainly knows how to use its budget.
Guess I should be glad these guys have got so much money to throw around.
Stream extensions have all been Heartstoppers? Yeah, it's been very dramatic so far. Alright.
Yes, Tovarich.
Again, a little something for the fellas. Alright, let me see what else the doctor has to say while I let the subs count up, and then we'll get over and read our new Doom chapter. Really excited about that.
I trust you're not still upset, Raiden.
About
Glad not.
Yeah?
Oh, it's an when this would have
truly. Guess I. Well, I'll handle the police. You're on scout duty again.
Affirmative. Exercise caution. They may be private police, but their specs are military grade. I am setting goal markers on your Subathon radar. Use them to follow me through this area.
Good boy.
I will ignore the condescension and take that as a compliment. You are welcome.
So you said it took 3 years to learn how to speak, right? Given enough time, could any AI be taught that too?
I cannot assert that. A neuro-AI is only capable of learning new things, not growing and replenishing its own cells. Thus, each neuro-AI is equipped with a predetermined capacity that cannot be altered. My AI contains 90 billion neurons, more than a human being. A normal LQ-84 model possesses only 1.6 billion.
That's a big difference.
Relatively, yes. I doubt any amount of learning period would enable an LQ-84 to speak. It would be similar to attempting to teach a dog how to converse. A combination of appropriate instruction and an ample neuron count are required to accomplish the feat.
I'm playing on PC.
If someone else made a neuro AI,
I can't handle the low frame rate on Xbox.
Other AIs as conversant as I are a possibility. Yes, robotic pets with neuro AIs are already on the market. And I understand research and development are underway to create a model capable of conversation. Do not be surprised
if
a pet becomes available before too long.
If that becomes commonplace, hard to imagine.
Is it? The human race has willingly embraced all of its other inventions so far. Steam engines, electricity, the internet, cyborgs. Perhaps the day will come when conversing with AIs, too, is considered perfectly normal.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Absolutely.
As normal as being a cyborg is now, at least.
The most significant challenge would be in crafting the appropriate training regimen. The only way to establish an effective learning system is through sheer trial and error. And it will take even more time to virtualize and optimize that system for mass production. One could say my own existence is due in no small part to simple luck. Of course, I was a failure as a weapon as well.
Failure or not, you're better off than an AI that knows nothing but how to fight.
I am pleased to hear you say that.
Wow. Deep stuff. Okay. All right, let's get back to this Doom novel. Boy, it doesn't get cooler than that. That's just about as cool as it gets. Okay, I think I had listened to all the codec. Yeah, back to the totally heterosexual world of Metal Gear. Doesn't get more normal than this. Man, going back and just fighting normal dudes again feels great. Good luck with the stream. Got to catch some Z. Hey, thanks a lot, Crab Foam.
The road
is great
blocked
seeing
by
you.
barricades. We will proceed through the buildings. You will follow me.
Stream friend. Spot this game. Thanks for the inspiration. Hey, thank you for the cheer. Thank you for supporting the arts. Zombie Master, thank you for the sub. Wasn't that a good? Omiro, thanks for the prime. Cursor, always cursor. Damn, man, 2 of these rough. Items are a little late on that, I think. Really brief stun window. Counter Soviet, thanks for picking us up. What? Oh, thank you. Appreciate the paying it forward. Appreciate your content, and I had fun playing that game recently, so it's always interesting to see other people play. Big love for Metal Gear. Enjoy the game, and thank you for being you. That's a very kind message. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad that this game is getting more awareness. I mean, not that I'm speaking from a place of I was there first, but I never played it. Hopefully we have the technology now. Okay, so you can interrupt attacks with a parry. Jeez, us. I was getting stun locked there. That was damn it! You can't interrupt all of them, or something. I was stuck in that. Okay, so I interrupted that. I'm just trying to figure out the rules here. Bullseye! 0.2% health. Boy. Fights are getting testy.
HQ, requesting this zone be designated for heightened security. Roger. Upgrade. Get off!
Yeah, Zidoni, I'm not a big fan of the polearm, to be honest. I was into the style of it, but yeah, the attacks are like, they lock you in place for these really, really long attack animations. And it's just like, it looks cool, but you can virtually never get the whole thing off.
Contact! Enemy sighted!
Get off!
Claim I deserve that. Damn it. How does that go to shit so easily? You can cancel it with defensive offense. Okay, it's like some of them I could like parry out of. It makes sense that defensive offense would get you out of that. Ugh. Bought this game for $8.35. Can't wait to play it tomorrow. Here you go. Thank you for the cheer. Discount games because I passed the savings on to you.
During your last fight, the caller's position is on your Subathon radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
Oh hell yeah! All about these optional fights. I love getting paid. I love getting paddled. Thrash me around, Platinum Games.
Here comes more of this.
Hey, RPS Dilemma. Yeah, stream's going great. Thank you. I have to play Saints Row 2022 in a couple hours? Is that coming out? I'm curious to check it out. Game whips so hard and I sometimes forget that. Yeah, this game whips real hard.
That is the wrong way. Follow me.
We actually have to use blade
Yes,
mode.
Tovarich.
Oh, you. 12 a.m. Swedish time? No way. I thought that game was later this fall, I guess. That's cool.
I trust you're not
about to. I know.
Not
Yeah. How's it?
Oh, then this.
How am I gonna save?
Guess.
Oh yeah, the leaked game test. I don't. That wasn't leaked game test, was it? The watermelon cutting?
To a perfectly good car.
I knew the risks when I decided to go through with this. Besides, the car was mine. Maverick sold it to me.
Sorry about the car.
It's not meant for private use. It was made for ops like this.
Regardless, your approach has proven most antagonistic. You are now a criminal, a public enemy.
I thought that was like
killing vigilante.
an intentional thing to show off the cool cut tech.
Designs, you will be unable to avoid legal punishment.
Probably not. But that's a price I'll have to pay. I gotta stop that VR program and get those kids back. I sealed my fate the second I attacked George.
But George is not dead. In fact, he has obtained an even more versatile body than his previous one.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about me. I was a child soldier in Liberia, like Miss Trawl said. I was a mentally deranged child. People feared me, called me Jack the Ripper.
A result of the so-called Sears program.
I thought I'd left it all in the past. But just like that, Jack came roaring back.
This is why you are so driven to terminate the VR training?
I mean, yeah.
I understand.
Good.
I will continue.
Good motivation.
Copy that.
I am setting goal markers. Use them. I will.
Pretty good. It's a little literal, you know? Jack was a child soldier, so he's going to, like, fight to prevent other child soldiers from being child soldiers. Alright. Whatever, man. It's a little more fitting than a lot of video game stories. Although I have to admit, I like to write video game writing, but it's gotten, in general, so much better in the last 10 years. Not to say that this is bad. I enjoy it quite a bit.
Your route through Denver has been plotted based on data culled from various security systems. I took the liberty of adding a guidance device to your chassis to ensure you do not stray too far. Handy, eh? What's your status?
They trashed my car. I'll have to go the rest of the way on.
They trashed your car?
You really have to do this.
Look, I'm fed up with all of it. Companies like ours, yours, bend the laws when it suits business. Why not bend it when it can save innocent lives?
Raiden.
Boris, listen to me. That VR training, they'll be warped into killing machines. They'll be set on POWs, civilians. It'll be one atrocity after another.
Like what you went through.
We can't have any more Jack the Rippers.
So wait, the game coming out tomorrow is a remake of Saints Row 1?
I'm doing this, Boris. I have to. I can't save those kids from becoming cyborgs.
Because there's a new game called Saints Row, but it's not a remake of Saints Row 1, is it?
So you get all the brains back. Then what?
I'm confused now.
Just so happens I know great cybernetic surgeon.
Doctor. But he cannot.
Doctor.
You won't change my mind, Boris. This is my fight now.
And your wife and son? What of them?
They're in New Zealand. Safe. Rose would understand why I have to do this.
All right, damn you. You do realize Marshall has the contract for law enforcement throughout the city. They are the law in Denver.
Yeah.
It's not a remake, it's a reboot, and it releases today. It releases on August 23rd.
Maverick Incorporated condemns you and your actions as unlawful. And a pain in the asshole. Now, increase your codec encryption. Do not worry about the lab.
Yeah, I don't think it comes out tomorrow.
And unofficially?
I'll do all I can over the codec to help. I do not like what those Mudaki are doing any more than you.
Spasiba, Tavarish. Spasiba.
But maybe it does. Maybe it will in your region. That'd be cool. Oh, everyone's there now. Okay.
Boris, I want to check how raising the codec encryption level affects transmission.
Copy. Reading you 5, Raiden. You?
Loud and clear. I'm seeing
no worries.
A reduction in peak power when sending.
That would have been cool, but yeah, just about a month away, I think.
Spread spectrum?
Da. Frequency hopping pattern changed to blue 1.
Copy.
Interference still appears below process gain, too. Hell of a system. Worth every dollar. What is your processing load?
I pinged HQ data.
This is just technobabble.
God. Data line. The increase in latency is
technical data line. Latency.
In that case, it will not affect mission. Our system is just one notch below toughest security available. Denver police cannot see we are even transmitting at all. All our communication is perfectly safe.
Copy that.
And goodbye. Good. Now we can say whatever we want.
Boris, you got anything for me?
Boris.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? Intel, advice, help. What we always do over the codec.
Well, yes.
Codec thing.
In this case, we had no official prep time. We have the map of Denver, but no briefing notes, no intel on enemy capabilities. I wish I could be of more help, but, well, I have nothing to work with. I'm sorry, Raiden.
That's all right. I know you're doing whatever you can.
But what about your robot dog friend? He's taking on scouting duty for you, yes? Why not try contacting him?
Boris, you got it? What do I...
But why not...
Jesus, Raiden, this is a little over the top. I mean, I've seen you pull some shit before, but this,
You should know me better than that by now, Kev.
I thought I did. Look, I know there's no legal way to stop World Marshal, but there has got to be an alternative to going on a rampage smack dab in the center of Denver.
No alternatives, Kev. I'm getting those kids out.
Raiden, that VR training, it's like what you did in Liberia?
Judging by what Sundowner said in Mexico, yeah. That scientist called it the Sears program.
After ex-President George Sears, a.k.a. Solidus Snake.
Oh, Monstrous Brad, you're gonna head out? All right, have a good night. Thanks for watching.
Solidus trained child soldiers in Liberia while working as a CIA paramilitary. It's not a happy memory. All the drugs, the non-stop violence, it destroyed my sense of judgment completely. I was made to kill soldiers, POWs, civilians.
Raiden.
The next thing I know, Jack's back. I thought it was all in the past, but there I am, attacking a child.
You didn't have any other choice. Other kids would have died.
That's not the problem. I lost my cool back there. All I could do was think how much I wanted that guy dead.
A lot of us would have done the same.
Even if it meant killing George?
He's not dead, though. Actually, he really digs his new body.
Either way, I'm shutting this program.
Yeah, everyone takes that like conversation with him to there, and then Jack just kind of freezes up.
Have to kill anyone in reality, but they're still going through the motions, having it pumped straight into their senses, just like real life.
All right, just give me a call if there's anything I can do.
Sure. Raiden out. So let me get this straight. All law enforcement in Denver's been subcontracted out to World Marshal?
Pretty much. It's part of Colorado's small government initiative.
Where would you rank the Solid games?
When you're tasked with slashing the state's budget, privatizing the police force starts to make
3,
sense.
yeah, then
Detroit
5.
was kind of the pioneer there. Armstrong spearheaded the idea, of course, back when he was
2, then 1, then probably 4?
No surprise. But the police force isn't all cyborg, is it?
Nah. No way.
4 is a mess.
For that. Most of them are unmodified. New
I need to play
recruits
through it
and veterans
again,
from the old Denver
but it's
PD.
just a mess.
They handle most of the basic police work, like street patrols and investigations. Most cyborgs are part of the SWAT unit. They're sent out to handle riots, violent crimes, stuff
Cyborg
like that.
SWAT, cool.
Makes sense.
They're given separate roles in the force, too. Some specialize entirely in combat, others handle things like hostage negotiations. Some of the combat specialists are ex-US Army, but a lot of them are from overseas, too. A lot of them
Or needs a
undergo the
PC
cyborg
port.
operation just to get a
Yeah, I would really like to see 4 running
That kind of
ultra high resolution, ultra high frame rate.
Immigration movement.
You know it. A lot of folks
Like
wanted a blanket
Gen
ban on
7
hiring
3D,
immigrants for
but
the police
ratcheted
force.
up in
They get a
resolution.
bad
Well, I
rep
guess
for
it kind of
those
looks like
helmets,
this, but
Can't see
Metal
their
Gear Solid
face.
4 had a lot of smooth face.
They're required to keep their face guards up.
Like weird porcelain
Actively on a
characters.
mission, though.
It'd be really interesting to see that in ultra high
Thing is,
def.
We're starting to see a wave of violent cyborg crime across America, you know? The way the police see it, they need more cyborgs on the force to deal with that.
Hope they have enough cyborgs to deal with me.
Yeah, 4 has a lot of cutscenes.
So there's one more of the wins, right? Besides Sundowner and Mistral.
Yeah, Monsoon. That is,
You can skip the part about the name. I know monsoons are seasonal winds in Asia.
The word actually refers to seasonal winds anywhere, but yeah, it's usually used to describe the winds that bring Southeast
Got
Asia
actually
most
about
of its rain.
monsoons.
Safe to assume he's Asian then, right?
Yep. His roots are with a Cambodian organized crime syndicate. Not ex-military for a change. He's fluent in Khmer, Chinese, and English. Rumored to have been involved in drug and human trafficking.
So what's he doing with a PMC?
4 is your favorite?
He converted to
Yeah,
a
there's not a bad choice. Or none of them are bad games.
I don't know the full story.
It's just down to what you like, what you
Maybe
appreciate,
he just decided
what you
PMC
want.
works better than the mob. The two worlds are closer than you might think. Boris has got a lot of ex-military buds that now work for the Russian mafia.
I guess either profession guarantees plenty of excitement if that's your thing.
Monsoon's no ordinary street thug, though. That much is clear from his record. And he was a master with the Psy even before he became a cyborg.
You think he's in Denver?
Probably, given that Desperado and World Marshal are basically one and the same. Careful down there. You okay, buddy? Looks like Wolf's posted some guidance data to your Subathon radar. Try following those markers.
I heard what happened, Raiden. I don't know if I can offer much help, but at least I'm still here to save your data, okay?
It was up soap face.
If things get bad, go ahead and delete it.
If worse comes to worse, I'll do it.
Wait,
but
my
we're
save?
on an encrypted line, so we should be okay.
Fill the void.
wanna
Thanks for
save?
the prime.
By the way, what did Boris mean when he said those brains were for medical purposes?
They're not just spare parts. Legally, they have human rights. They just don't have bodies. They aren't covered under the Arms Trade Treaty. They can even be legally adopted.
Adopted? They're brains.
Not as the law sees it. These are street kids after all. Most of them have no ID or papers whatsoever. Local mobs gather these kids up, declare them for adoption, and then send them off to a U.S. medical facility for treatment.
So you're saying Desperado didn't actually buy those kids? Directly, at least?
They're not stupid. Just evil. The basic idea is that the Mafia has these orphan kids, and Desperado pulled their brains, right? Now they need treatment, so the Mafia sends them to the medical facility to get them new bodies.
A World Marshal medical facility.
One that only exists on paper. Once the brains cross the border, next stop is World Marshal HQ. The plan is to put them into factory bodies and assemble the cyborgs here in Denver.
Pretty convoluted process.
If there's a silver lining to all this, it's that the first brains only shipped a month ago. Doc confirmed that in the data he's collected. You can speed up the VR training process for AIs, but not with human beings. So it's likely none of the kids have completed training yet.
Thank God.
That training, though. Sorry. I should get back. We can talk later.
Raiden? Once you get those brains back, what are we gonna do with them?
I still gotta discuss that with Doc. He's still got the brains for
Play the RE3 remake on Nightmare?
The Human Rights
Nice.
Group wouldn't take
I
them
got
in.
partially through an
It didn't
RE3
sound like it was
remake
going
Nightmare
too
run, I
smoothly.
think.
Yeah,
It was really fun.
that's
I
what
was
he told
enjoying
me
it.
too. I can understand the NGO's position, but these kids, they're completely helpless in all this.
I know. We don't have nearly enough cyborg bodies for all of them. And if we want to give them child-sized bodies,
These cyborg
they'd
bodies
have
for
to be
these
almost
kids.
entirely custom-made.
These kids.
For now, Doc's sending virtual environment data to their brains, just like their VR training. At least that should help cut down on their
Virtual environment?
Yeah, but that only works up to a point.
So when they're
doesn't
brainscape, they're like
Doc said he
running
can't
around in a
simulate
big flowery
realistic
field
human
or something?
interaction with the tech we have right now. They must be lonely.
That is some
they
cyberpunk shit.
None of them had families.
Trying to provide comfort to kid brains
were
that don't
abandoned
understand what's going on.
For some of them, the real world might not be a whole lot different.
You
know what my childhood was like. I'd take life in an empty room by myself over that any day.
Raiden.
It's a work in progress for sure. But Doc will work
For
something.
some reason, I'm reminded of the weird detail Raiden said about them mixing gunpowder into their food. I remember thinking, like, what's the point of that? What does that do? Doesn't it make you want to just get used to the taste of gunpowder? Who's doing that? What does that make you a better soldier?
So there's really no legal recourse to stop World Marshal here? We couldn't leak that video of Armstrong or something?
Boris, Kevin, and I talked this over already.
Because of war, yeah.
The media would never show it.
I guess not. That's why PMC started advertising so heavily all of a sudden, isn't it? So they could influence the media.
Yeah, PMCs don't have anything to sell to regular people, but that's not what those ads were for. It's a part of the aftermath of the Patriots' plan for manipulating the public. Restricting press access, allowing cross-ownership between media conglomerates. A media empire as iron-fisted as any other dictatorship.
So much for freedom of speech, huh?
Yeah, the Patriots are gone, but their effect still lingers. It's just too good a scheme for the government to get rid of.
Alright, so we can't go to the news. How about uploading it to some video site?
It'd get buried in the noise. People fabricate videos all the time to discredit other groups and companies. But when it's bullshit the public wants to believe, then it spreads like wildfire. If they don't care, it doesn't get noticed, even when it's the truth.
Yeah. I guess videos aren't permissible as evidence in court either.
I would act as a
Could the
drug to
kids
pacify them or
testify for
something.
us?
Read about it somewhere.
The only
Has
thing
something
they
to do
know
with the
for sure
chemicals
is
and
that they were
gunpowder.
tricked into coming
Okay.
here. I doubt many of you.
I figured it was one of those things where it actually did have a meaning.
No one can prove anything.
There's just not that
the money's all been
follow-up line over-explaining what it is, like there usually
so
is in Metal Gear.
By force instead.
Yeah. I'm not trying to kill any employees, though. Working for a company like this one's a crime, whether you know it or not. But I'm only after two groups here. The guys in charge and their contractors.
I hear you.
Beyond that, whatever it takes to unplug that VR program permanently.
What's up?
There we go.
No? Did you need...
No, just... So how long can George use that medical body he's in right now?
Well, the body's full shelf life has yet to be proven, but with regular maintenance, I would imagine 10 years or more. However, this is also a child's model. It will need to be replaced as he grows mentally and emotionally. But things have come together pretty well overall.
Guess that's gonna be a problem, huh?
It will. Also, this is the only body of its type I could procure on such short notice. I'm afraid the other brains will have to make do with their VR environment for now.
VR environment.
Yeah. It just doesn't feel right that George gets the only body, though.
Well, it was you who implored I do something for him, no? I assumed prioritizing him was called for.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, Doc. It was a pretty stressful moment.
We will have many more brains to watch over before long, I fear. Something I don't...
The countdown for your break? No, it's for the end of the stream, which I guess is also a break.
Still, some sort of decision
I
regarding...
don't know, I feel especially guilty taking longer breaks during subathons. I've been trying to shave that down.
After all. As much as I might like to, I can't run this lab on good intentions alone, you know.
Yeah. We need to come up with something, and soon, for all our sakes.
We should be able to mass-produce child bodies in very short order.
Weird line. Did not expect to hear that
I had a
tonight.
helicopter crew on standby to bring the brains back here should the need arise. I, too, will be departing in a little while.
Much appreciated, Doc.
Helicopter the brains around.
An angel investment. Who knows what sort of new business I may be soon pioneering here.
So how long can George use...
Well, it will...
Yeah, it just...
Well,
yeah.
we will... Still, it was...
Yeah.
We should... I...
Much...
I am setting goal markers on your... Use that... I will... I am setting... Use...
Weird, okay. They specifically told me to ask to talk to Wolfie. Right, loot box. Trying to get people the subathon that they donated subs for. Scarfed some nuggies. Had some nuggies and a lettuce wrapped burger from Wendy's. Oh, geckos are back. These are fun to fight. One is enough to stun. Shooting at me. Real? Oh, come on. Raiden's head was in the way! I need to learn to just wait. I really wish you could change your lock-on target. Hell. Camera. Please rotate. Don't walk on that guy. Walk onto that guy. There we go. Oh shit! Ow. Didn't seem to do the grab before. What? What? Don't attack the other one across the room for no reason! He'll turn around and slash at another enemy in the middle of a combo. Damn, that sucks. Whatever. Damn, that's frustrating.
Raiden, you will find an elevator inside that office. Use it to reach the roof. Traveling atop buildings will minimize enemy encounters.
Well, looks like, gosh, about 12 minutes left in the stream, maybe? Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Nice hiding spot. Wonder where he learned that from.
Oh, look at him. He's so scared. You don't have an arm, do you? Okay. But he's a cop. How do we keep going? What do we, gosh, it would be 38 more subs? Yeah.
Get some!
Quite a bit. Don't bemoan anybody for not wanting to spend that amount of money. Definitely not the last time I'm gonna play this game. Damn it.
Raiden, you will find an elevator inside that office. Use it to reach the roof. Traveling atop buildings will minimize enemy encounters.
Is he not there anymore? Oh, there he is. Okay. Here. I'll be less cruel this time. Let him keep his nutrient sack. So weird. It's like you can use the stick to get a little more precise, but when you have to flick the stick back the other way, it's imprecise because of the nature of the analog movement. Cheesy blue nips. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Quite a raid. Oh wait, I saw the arm. Yes. Playing the coolest game ever. Hello, everybody. You playing this on PC? The PC version. I'm actually, it looks like I'm nearing the end of the Subathon here. I've been going for about 14 hours now. Both playing this game and reading the third novelization of Doom. I think you get more chances when you use the stick, when you use buttons. I think the, box doesn't go away as quickly. But I'm finally playing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance for the first time. I played it a little bit when it came out. I wasn't too happy with how it performed on console. I said, I'm gonna wait for it to come out on PC. And then it did. And then I didn't get around to it. Until now. So that's the idea. And I wanted to dedicate a full stream to it. But I've also been listening to all the codec calls, and there's a lot of codec in this game.
Doc, what's your status?
Yeah, the music in this game is so good.
Now. I have hired contractors to handle shipping the brain units. We should be airborne in just a few minutes.
You sure you can pilot that chopper by yourself?
Raiden, of course. Need I remind you that we live in the golden age of unmanned flight? Even manned helicopters possess a robust semi-automatic mode. It is simple, really. So simple that I can continue to monitor your status and World Marshal security from the pilot seat. I must say, for the world's largest PMC, their security procedures are quite poor. Quite poor. Sadly, I did not have the necessary permissions to override their plans. Nevertheless, the data I did find should prove most useful. So please, do feel free to contact me whenever you like.
Appreciate it, Doc.
Well, it's not every day one has the chance to collect so many brains. Think of the data, the research. Oh, and of course, your personal safety was a concern as well.
Oh, you think my emotes are cool looking? Well, thank you. Yeah, someone designed them for me. I don't know if they're in extreme. Someone said you can use the stick to line it up and then hit a button. You can use the left stick to aim, and then yeah, you can hit a button to slash. And it seems like the first button you hit goes directly on the line of wherever the thing is. And that's nice. That's a pretty accurate way to get the first slash. Like if you have to adjust the angle, then it gets a little fuzzy. It would be really nice if you could adjust the angle and then hit right trigger or something. What is this? Oh, I got a barrel. Dunk. Like that it bonks. Are there any new games coming out you're looking forward to? I mean, yeah, there's pretty much all the fall releases. Modern Warfare 2 is probably going to be bonkers. God of War Ragnarok. Splatoon 3.
HQ.
I'd have to look at a list. Oh, Bayonetta 3? I wonder if I can stealth kill this bird. I saw the prompt. Smashing B. There's a lot of good games coming. It's going to be a good fall. You have to do it 4 times.
Get off!
Nope, chop the hand in half. Oh, talking about the Metal Gear Solid movie? There shouldn't be a Metal Gear Solid movie that isn't helmed by any of the original directors or writers. I mean, sort of.
HQ, we could use some support.
The game?
Sending back up.
Narratively and writing-wise, the game doesn't do anything that's like just so outrageous that they would have to be involved with that. I mean, from that bird's eye view, maybe not. Maybe I didn't. I made that up. Just a regurgitation of a lot of pop. What the fuck? A lot of pop culture references and stuff. You just watch Escape from, really, just watch Escape from New York. Watch Escape from New York and then Rambo 2 and you've got it. Excuse me, Rambo First Blood Part 2. Like, Metal Gear Solid, if you didn't make changes to the story, would be derivative and pointless as a movie. What made it awesome is that it was a game. Okay. Yeah, just using the buttons and kind of letting what you want rotate into the orientation that your blade already is seems like it's the most efficient way to do it. Fine-tuning that slash would feel so cool, but it just doesn't seem practical with the way the controls are laid out. It's unfortunate because I get and appreciate the desire to map it to the stick. Like, actually, you have a slashing thing. I find it shallow and pedantic. Yes. Yes. If you can, like, to me, and it's weird to bring this up again, but I feel like if you can get a movie that has the same kind of attitude and energy as Kingsman, that's kind of what Metal Gear Solid could and should be. But that's applied to, like, a story about a dude infiltrating a terrorist base, getting a lot of keys, fighting a bunch of wacky villains. With, like, grim, self-serious dialogue that's actually, like, crazy campy. That is an interesting package to try to sell as a film. No? Look at this. Finding secrets. Made it back to catch the end? Yeah, last 2 minutes here. Thank you all very much for watching, for participating. Even if you lurked the entire time, or even for a minute, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever amount of time. I appreciate it. These are always really fun to do. I'm very grateful to not only be able to share awesome games with people, but also awesome literature. What do you want from me, game? What does it want from me? What do I do? How do I get out? Do I fall? I guess I'll just drop off the...
Raiden! Raiden, respond! Raiden! Raiden!
Did the thing! God damn it, same fucking checkpoint! This was fun? Good, I'm glad you had a good time. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I might take it easy, but I'll probably be back this weekend. Oh. So we didn't get to the pain inhibitors part. Looking forward to that the next time you play it. Yeah, I'll get there. Was the DBZ abridged Easter egg to that? Wait, like the game references abridged? Or abridged references the game? Okay, even if you reload checkpoint, you still have the arm. Kind of nice. I guess that means I have that laptop too, and I don't have to drop into the Phantom Zone to get it anymore. Oh, timer's up. All right. Well, thank you all again very much for watching. I guess I already said that. Thank you again. Yeah, I'm gonna drop on this laptop again and see if I have to get it again. Has it been permanently unlocked? It has. All right. All right. Thank you all again very much for watching. I've said that like 5 times now. I'm tired. Hope to see you next time. I stream whenever that may be. I hope you guys all have a great night. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time.